In my past life, I was a rescue worker who went out in a freak accident. After kicking the bucket, I ended up in this crazy fantasy world full of monsters and awakeners. In this new life, I've got a unique power too, the contract gem. It drains your stamina and spirit to create a glowing, magical stone. If someone accepts the gem, their soul and consciousness belong to the summoner. It is total, absolute control. On paper, this power is a beast. But it comes with one massive, fatal flaw. While I was checking out my glowing rock, a girl's voice suddenly screeched, "Trungbin, what are you doing?" I hid the gem and turned around with a nervous grin. "Nothing. Hey, to Tin Jiao, do you want some candy?" She gave me the side eye with total disgust. "Who'd ever let you control them?" Yeah, the weakness of this ability is honestly just embarrassing. The target has to be fully willing to sign the contract. Otherwise, this gem is just a useless rock. I leaned back and forced a really pathetic, crooked smile. "Just joking around," I said, feeling like a total loser inside. The original owner of this body almost died from frustration. Lucky for him, my past life willpower took over and saved this weak frame. Seeing my mopey face, Tin Jiao grabbed my hair and yanked me out of my funk. "Don't quit yet. Somewhere in this big world, there's gotta be a creature dumb enough to let you control it." "Easy for you to say," I muttered. Then, a totally wild idea popped into my head. "Wait, what about me?" I whispered. "How did I not think of this before?" I didn't hesitate. I shoved the gem into my mouth. She freaked out, yelling, "What are you doing?" My body started vibrating as a strange blue energy surged out from deep within me, but it vanished in a blink. That didn't work at all. She panicked and hugged me, screaming her head off. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." She finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Don't ever do that again. It was way too terrifying." Hours later, she stood up and told me it was getting late and she had to head back. "I'm reporting for patrol duty tomorrow, so don't wait for me." I asked her if she was serious. "Are you really graduating already?" She turned away, sounding more determined than ever. "Yeah, I've mastered everything in the books. Now, I need real combat to get stronger and reach my full potential." I just nodded along. Joining the local guard was always her biggest dream. Now, she finally had her shot. She turned back with a bright smile. "Don't be sad. When you're stronger, maybe we'll work together." I blushed and scratched my head. "Haha, right. I'll just go back to my village and farm." Inside, I was stinging. This trash power turned me into a peasant. Even if I say that, I know we probably won't see each other for a long time. Even though she was just a childhood friend, I really wanted to give her one last hug. While I was lost in thought, I didn't notice a blue shadow creeping up behind me. It lunged forward, merging into me, and suddenly my arms reached out and hugged her tight. I was stunned. What the hell was happening? My mind was screaming, "Why is my body moving alone?" Her face turned beet red like a ripe tomato. She started shaking, then shoved me away and began to stammer like a total mess. I'm leaving." I watched her run off and yelled, "Hey, get home safe." She stopped, looked back at me for a long time, then cheered. "You too. You're so cute." But that wasn't the point. I realized my power was actually insane. I stared at my hands and whispered, I just hugged her without thinking. Was I unconsciously giving myself a direct command? I kept walking, deep in thought. Was it a fluke? I had to test this level of control immediately. First, I ordered myself to fly, but just fell flat. Then I tried some shadowboxing and flips. After a brutal workout, I collapsed face first onto the ground. I was completely wiped out. Now I know. I've realized I can force my body to do almost anything, as long as it's within the limits of a human. No flying or shapeshifting, though. Even moves I've never practiced are possible if they're in my memory. So, theoretically, if I just train my physical body hard enough, basically, every martial art is mine for the taking. I just need more stamina to become a total god. But I've still got one big mystery to solve. Time for some sleep. Next morning, I woke up sitting in the middle of the cafeteria. Wait, what? Out of nowhere, my legs start burning like crazy. Man, that hurts. Oh, wait, I told my body to go for an early run before I crashed. Did I actually jog in my sleep? Our hero is basically losing it with excitement. This is insane. Yesterday's wild theory was actually 100% right. My body actually obeys orders while I'm unconscious. Please tell me nobody saw that. Suddenly, the cafeteria gets rowdy as a girl walks in. Oh, look, it's Thivor. Yo, it's actually her, the school goddess, the one and only. Good morning, Zhang Ping thinks to himself. Thivor is the literal prom queen. Why is she up this early? Wait, what is that sound? Suddenly, the whole world is drenched in blood and gore. Thivor turns into some nightmare fuel monster. Crap, what even is that? Can nobody else see this? That thing is definitely not her. What he is actually seeing is a mutated beast wearing her like a puppet. It shrieks in this high-pitched, creepy voice. You don't look so good, Jiang Ping. Lok Thivur calls his name while he just stands there, totally frozen. Are you feeling sick or something? Staring at the horror behind her, Jiang Ping has to force himself to stay cool. Chill out, just breathe. He stammers. No, I am fine. Just had a brutal nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. Oh right, class starts soon. Gotta go. He blurted it out and bolted from the scene like a lightning bolt. That makes the monster suspicious. Did I just imagine his fear? On his way to class, Jiang Ping is still totally rattled. Why are there monsters in school? Is everyone blind? Am I just seeing things? Or should I tell a teacher immediately? He pushes the door open and freezes. A mutated beast is literally snacking on a girl's corpse right there. Absolutely terrified, Jiang Ping sprints out of the school, collapses on a bench, and just starts screaming his head off. Crap. Something is seriously wrong. Is this actual hell on earth? His mind is a total mess while he clutches the contract gem and mumbles. Right, I only saw these monsters after eating this thing. I have to get back to being normal somehow. He swallows the gem again. His body starts shaking violently, glowing with this weird blue energy. But this time, things get even weirder. A system screen pops up under him to scan his body. Appraisal successful. Replaying footage now. The footage shows the monster latched onto a man's head, strangling him with a chain until he dies. Jiang Ping gasps. Did I just unlock some kind of appraisal skill? He scans himself to test it out. Scanning. Owner, Jiang Ping. Level 1, Summon. Race, Human. 3-star growth. Stamina. 11. Strength. 12. Agility. 11. Average human is 10. Spirit power is infinite. Talent. Contract. Gem. Level 1. Spend energy to craft items. If a target chooses to eat one, their soul and mind will be controlled by the summoner. Level 1 effects are now active. Jiang Ping thinks, wait, the gem has levels? What does active even mean? Absolute order. You have total control over your summon. Your orders are impossible for them to resist. Absolute obedience. You will follow every order from the summoner perfectly and remain loyal to the end. Basic appraisal shows specific stats and scans targets. Success depends on the power gap between both sides. Jiang Ping is absolutely floored. This new talent feels super weird. Did it happen because I ate the gem a second time? He heads back to class with a heavy heart, thinking about his new powers. Time to break this down. First off, he basically turned into his own summon and his own master at the same time. Second, he only listens to his own orders. That means his body and mind are totally immune to outside tricks. Third, illusions don't work on him anymore. He can see right through these monsters' fake human faces. Fourth, these things are Heaven Scourge tigers. Their levels are massive, while he is just a level 1 ant versus an elephant. Scan failed, scan failed, scan successful. Monster, Heaven Scourge tiger, race, mutated tiger, level, 26, talent, perception, distortion. It can literally warp the senses of any living thing nearby. It forces people to ignore the madness. Because of this, these tigers can literally eat people in the middle of a crowd. To everyone else, it just looks like two students chatting. Nobody notices anything wrong. It is total stealth. Plus, this is a specialized mental manipulation ability. He remembers Su Jingjiao has psychic powers too. She might know how to handle this. After class, he rushes to find her. Walking down the hall, he makes eye contact with way too many monsters. He shudders. These things are everywhere, even outside school. Just how many of them are there? Right now, he is way too weak to fight back. Gritting my teeth and acting cool, I headed straight for patrol headquarters where Tin Jiao was starting her new gig. As soon as I arrived, a cute receptionist greeted me with a super warm and friendly voice. Hi, how can I help you? Trong Bin stuttered nervously. I am actually looking for someone right now. To Ting Jiao. She is reporting for duty today. She gave a sweet smile and said, got it, please wait. Unbelievable. This sweet girl was actually a mutated beast, leaving Truong Bin totally stunned with a twisted expression. He slumped into a chair, questioning everything. Even the patrol team is infested with these sky foxes. Are the high-level Awakeners seriously blind to their illusions? Truong Bin, what are you doing here? Hearing her voice, he jumped up and scratched his head awkwardly. I just wanted to see if you were settling in. She cheered excitedly. I am fine. Let me introduce my teammates. They have all been looking out for me so far. Suddenly, his eyes went dark as he spotted something horrific, but he forced a calm voice. Oh, really? That is great then. She clenched her fist, sounding totally determined. From now on, I am going to work hard to become powerful. One day, I will hunt down those beasts and avenge my parents. Trong Bin gripped his hands together, forcing himself to stay cool. She continued brightly. Hey, we are actually short on people. Do you want me to hook you up with the patrol team? He shook his head fast. Nah, my power is useless for this. I am much better off just sticking to farming. She looked a bit disappointed. That is such a shame. He hurried away, saying, Since you are doing well, I will get out of your hair. As he turned, his smile vanished. He gnashed his teeth, whispering, Goodbye, to Tinjiao. Turns out, she has already fallen right into the clutches of those sky foxes. Any normal person would have totally lost it seeing that nightmare. Even though he tried to stay chill, he couldn't stop his knuckles from turning white as he struggled to walk out. He muttered to himself, What is going on? Isn't the patrol the baddest force in Pearl City? Why the hell is it such a total wreck? She just started today, but I couldn't even dare to look up because those damn monsters were absolutely everywhere I turned. It looks like the Sky Foxes didn't just take over the school, they swallowed the whole city. Everyone in Pearl City is basically just livestock waiting for slaughter. He shuffled along, acting casual while thinking really hard about his next move. He used his appraisal skill to dig for clues. First, most Sky Foxes are mid to high level, yet the elite patrol team is somehow completely helpless against them. Note: levels 1 to 9 are low, 10 to 19 are mid, 20 to 29 are high, and 30 to 39 are peak. Second, the one that killed Loc Thi Vu was absolutely savage. My gut is telling me something big. If I use appraisal on it, my location will be blown. It has to be a peak level, or maybe even their king. Note: level 40 and up is king level. The other foxes can kill stronger Awakeners thanks to its massive influence. Third, unlike regular beasts, Sky Foxes have sharp brains and are masters at hiding their true forms. They act friendly toward humans, but that is just a really thin and fake disguise. Fourth, their main targets are the strong or those with high status. Everyone else is just a snack for later. Fighting them head-on is a death wish, but I can't just stand around and watch people die, not if I can get much stronger myself. A week passed. At 3:54 a.m., Truong Bin woke up and started his usual morning workout routine. Lately, he was waking up later. More energy meant his body needed less sleep. After days of training hard, he finally leveled up. Besides lifting, he tried condensing and eating gems every day, hoping to trigger some new powers or hidden talents. But since he got the appraisal skill, the gems were just dull gray and did absolutely nothing when swallowed. Today, a color finally flashed. The last two were green, but this one was deep purple. He swallowed it, hoping for something. This color tasted nasty, but hopefully it works. Suddenly, his body started vibrating with a very familiar and intense feeling. Truong Bin rushed to check his status screen. Summoned Beast Truong Bin. Owner Truong Bin. Race Human. Level 2. Growth 4 stars. Stamina 13. Spirit Infinite. Strength 13. Agility 15. Talent Contract Gem Level 2. Extra Effect Level 2. New talent activated, which is called Absolute Command. Absolute Obedience. Low Level Appraisal. Basic Nightwalker grants night vision, hides your presence, boosts speed, lowers weight, and grants total stealth in the dark. Seeing the new talent flash, Truong Bin cheered. He actually got a new talent. Now he could finally sneak out and investigate during the night. Plus his contract gem leveled up too. It must be tied to his own level. Does he get a new talent every time he levels up? Well damn, I'm unbeatable now. No time to waste. Gotta train and test out this new talent immediately. Truong Bin popped his Nightwalker skill and bolted into the dark. Down at the stadium, he ran while thinking, realizing his vision was sharper than in broad daylight. Suddenly, he spotted a weird ring glowing in the grass. He leaned down to pick it up and check it out. Just a ring? Curiosity piqued, so Truong Bin spammed his appraisal skill. It took 4 tries to hit. The assassin ring. When worn, every living creature subconsciously ignores the person wearing it, though high-level Awakeners can shrug it off. Suddenly, memories of the ring's owner flashed before him. It was the fox spirit in human skin. Wait, was that guy really the owner of this thing? In his eyes, she looked like a human girl, a real target for him. But the guy barely even moved before the fox spirit absolutely shredded him in a split second. Talk about overkill. Truong Bin shivered. No way. The girl is an orphan. With her vibe, there is no way she'd have enemies like that. There must be others in the city secretly fighting these monsters besides just me. This is getting deep. After 8 seconds of scanning for clues, the fox spirit's creepy voice echoed through the air, breaking the silence. It sounded like a distorted version of her. Who's there? Truong Bin's heart skipped a beat as he cursed under his breath. Realizing he was screwed, he dove headfirst into the shadows to hide. The monster lunged forward, growling in a rage. The ring is gone! Someone was definitely just here. It sniffed around with its sharp nose, checking every corner while thinking to itself. Strangely, there wasn't a single trace or scent of any human life nearby. How is that possible? Hiding from me? Must be at least a mid-level awakened or higher. Then it spun around, retreating fast while muttering, I have to go report this to the prince immediately. Hiding behind a crumbling wall, Truong Bin exhaled. They left that ring on purpose as bait. If I try to return it now, it'll just look suspicious. Guess it's mine now. The sun peeked out at 5:36 a.m. Truong Bin couldn't stop staring at his new shiny ring. He muttered, "Earlier the shadows helped, but Nightwalker and that ring totally erased my existence. I was a ghost. Turns out my power isn't just about me, it's about these overpowered gear drops too." Outside the dorm, the fox spirit's heavy footsteps thundered closer. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice popped into his head, making him panic big time. "Truongbin, hide! Who is that? Where is that voice coming from?" Suddenly, Tu Tinjiao's spirit appeared, hugging him tight and whispering urgently, "They're here. They've found you. You need to hide right now." A squad of high-level fox spirits was already looming right outside his bedroom door. They kicked the door in and saw Truong Bin curled up, fast asleep in his bed. One beast extended its sharp claws and hissed, "Is this the guy? Die!" He swung a lethal blow, aiming to end Truong Bin right then. Just as the claws were about to crush his skull, the monster stopped. He noticed there wasn't a single flicker of emotion from the kid. If this loser was actually involved, he'd be fighting for his life right now. Plus, I don't feel the ring's energy at all. Turns out he's the one wearing that girl's face mask, and he's also the prince of the fox spirits. Talk about a major plot twist. His minion chimed in, "Prince, why didn't you just gut the guy right there? He usually goes for a morning jog, but today he's sleeping in. That's super sus, right?" The prince turned back and snapped, "It's not him. He's just a useless nobody." He unleashed a massive wave of pressure and growled, "Don't go wasting perfectly good food for no reason. It's a waste." The minions knelt and shouted, "Understood." And just like that, our hero survived. He dodged death because some monster prince is a cheapskate who hates wasting food. A few hours later, Truong Bin finally opened his eyes. His face was still pale with terror. He pulled out the ring and gasped, "That was way too close. I'm literally shaking. I totally forgot I'm supposed to be out jogging every morning. Thank God I forced my body into a deep sleep so I wouldn't slip up. Wait, I think I heard Tinjiao's voice earlier. Was that a hallucination? Why am I getting so emotional all of a sudden? Snap out of it. I need to get strong and get revenge for her. That's the only goal. Basically, I gotta act normal so the fox spirits don't get suspicious." At lunch in the cafeteria, the gossip was already starting to spread. "Yo, did you hear? Patrol found a body chopped in half near the school. Turns out it was Black Star, the most notorious assassin in the city. The top killer in Minchao. He was the guy who messed up the previous city lord so bad he died from his old injuries." Truong Bin listened to the girl's story and thought, chopped in half? That must be the guy in white. If the #1 assassin was that easy to kill, the fox spirit's power is insane. Are they dumping bodies to scare off anyone who tries to mess with them? It's a message. They'll definitely be on high alert now. I need to find some self-defense gear fast. After class, I'm heading straight to the blacksmith shops. School was finally over, so Truong Bin hit the streets to find a forge, but every single shop owner was a sky fox spirit. Bin figured those foxes basically owned every forge in town. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Then, boom, appraisal successful. Suddenly, the system pinged. 100 successful appraisals. Basic appraisal skill has officially leveled up to intermediate level. Bin was stunned. With this level up, he could actually see the growth potential of his targets now. Mutant Beast, Sky Fox Spirit, Race, Mutant Tiger, Growth Potential, 1 star, Level. Level 15, Intermediate Mutant Beast. Talent, Perception, Distortion. It warps the minds of its targets, forcing them to believe everything is normal when it definitely is not. Seeing Bin staring at the shop, the guy called out, "Hey kid, come take a look inside." Bin just brushed him off and walked away. No thanks. He knew he urgently needed to find a forge that was not under Fox control. Approaching the Iron Soul Forge, Bin overheard someone talking inside. "Listen, I have got some top-tier, premium quality gear right here. Look at this pattern and the shine. Man, I can tell you have been struggling lately. If you are buying, I will give you the lowest price possible." The old man just squinted and asked, "Huh? What did you say? Did you say my daughter is waiting for me to eat?" He blew a cloud of smoke right in the guy's face, making him snap. "You old fossil, are you deaf?" Right then, Bin stepped inside and picked up the sword to appraise it, which made the guy yell in frustration. "Who is this punk? Hey kid, don't you dare try and swipe my stuff." Appraisal result. A flashy one-handed sword. Common quality. It looks pretty, but it is useless junk. It was broken and repaired badly. As the guy tried to snatch the sword back, Bin panicked and shouted, "Hold on, this blade is about to snap." Before he could finish his sentence, the sword snapped right in half. The guy went ballistic, unleashing his power and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Damn you! You ruined my deal! Do you have any idea who the hell you are messing with right now? Terrifying lightning surged through his body, completely shredding his shirt to pieces. He roared out, I am the top direct disciple of Master Ma from the legendary Xinyi Martial Arts Academy. Watch this. He moved like a bolt of lightning, circling Truong Bin so fast that he created a blur of countless afterimages in his wake. And every single one of those afterimages looked exactly like a real clone. Any of them could land a hit and deal massive damage. But right in the middle of all that terrifying power and speed, a loud, crisp slap suddenly echoed through the room. With just one single slap, Truong Bin dropped the guy right where he stood. He just asked, Wait, is that all you got? Clutching his face, he whined, Kids these days have no respect for martial arts ethics. Appraisal status window. Name, Lu Baoguo. Race, human. Growth potential, 1 star. Level, rank 1 basic awakener. Talent, earth-shattering, invincible, overbearing primal energy. Every single move he makes looks like it has insane cinematic power behind it, but only the user can actually see the effects. Using it too much makes the user get trapped inside their own delusional world forever. Still trembling, he snarled, You better watch your back next time you are out on the streets. Bin just sighed, thinking, Is this guy just here for comic relief? While Bin was looking away, the guy suddenly lunged in to attack him. Now is my chance. Sneak attack. Instantly, the shop was filled with the very lively sounds of someone getting a serious beatdown. After punching him until he was exhausted, Bin said, Still trying to sneak attack me? So, who is the one with no martial ethics now? Suddenly, a girl's voice called out, I was only gone for a minute, and the shop is already this crazy? You leaving? Or do I kick you out? As she spoke, the girl cracked her knuckles repeatedly, which absolutely terrified the guy. He immediately bolted out the door, screaming, I am sorry. Bin figured it was time to go check out some other blacksmith shops. Before he could even leave, the girl blocked his path, pinned him against the wall, and said, Hold on, kid. We need to talk. Looking at the terrified expression on Bin's face, you have to wonder, is this girl actually another Sky Fox spirit? Suddenly cornered by a beautiful young girl, Bin just stood there, completely stunned as sweat poured down his face. He stammered, What? What are we supposed to talk about? She leaned in close to him. In a very gentle tone, she whispered, I am just a poor, weak, single girl. I am busy working every day, plus I have to care for my senile uncle whose daughter went missing. You look healthy and like a decent guy. How about it? Bin's cheeks turned bright red as he shyly responded. She suddenly pulled him into her chest and dragged him deep into the back of the shop. She said cheerfully, Stay here and work as a blacksmith. You can care for boss Lu Tifang and help me run the shop too. Of course, room and board are included, plus a steady salary. Pressed against her like that, Bin felt a bit flustered but managed to keep his head clear. If he learned blacksmithing, he could save a massive amount of money on his own future gear. Plus, it looked like this shop had not been taken over by the Skyfox spirits yet. Our hero's spirit instantly surged with pure excitement as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Fine, I will become the king of all blacksmiths. The girl saw it and slapped Bin on the back with a massive grin. Huh, not bad, kid, not bad at all. Knew I picked the right guy. Bin winced in pain, thinking he just needed to survive her loving touch before the world ended. A few days later, the Iron Soul Forge started pumping out some seriously suggestive sounds that would make anyone blush. Talk about awkward. Harder! Give it more power, little brother Bin. Bin panted, drenched in sweat, working his tail off while trying to keep it together. Sister Thu Kwang, are you sure we should be doing this? She shrugged it off. Relax, nobody is watching. It feels great, right? Hey, get your mind out of the gutter. Keep your hands to yourself and focus on the story. Truth is, Thu Kwang was just busy teaching Bin the ropes of the blacksmithing trade. She hyped it up. This is our secret sauce. The flour forging technique. Think of it like kneading dough. You massage the materials until they are 100% blended. Then, she suddenly spun around. Wait here. I am hitting the warehouse for the molds. The fuel is in those bins, so do not let the fire go out. Yes, ma'am. Once she left, Bin totally panicked. Crap, the fire is dying. He glanced at 2 nearby bins, scratching his head. Are both of these supposed to be fuel? He had no clue. One bin had fire snake scales. The other? Just regular old charcoal. But Bin did not care. He dumped them both into the furnace, muttering, Whatever, just shove it all in. He tossed it down and cranked the heat until it was blazing. The second it hit the bottom, the forge went absolutely nuclear, pure chaos. Flames erupted from deep inside, the temperature soaring to thousands of degrees. It felt like the air itself was melting. Bin froze like a deer in headlights, his heart sinking. He thought, well, guess this is how I die. Nice knowing me. Suddenly, a creepy head popped right out of his chest and started devouring the massive inferno. The searing heat ripped through Bin, causing pure, unadulterated agony. He clutched his chest and screamed. In a flash, the fire was gone, sucked into nothingness. All that was left was a little smoke drifting in the air. Bin coughed through the dust, stammering, "Is the fire actually out?" But then his heart started burning like crazy. He doubled over, yelling, "It is too hot! Appraisal successful! My body is literally on fire!" Besides his basic stats, Bin's growth value just jumped up to 1 star. Talk about an epic level up. Our hero realized that if his growth was spiking now, his hunch about this crazy situation was probably dead on. The level 3 contract gem uses stamina and spirit to create items. Once someone eats it willingly, their life, soul, and entire existence are yours to command. Their consciousness is basically under the summoner's total control. Yeah, it is that intense. The basic Shadow Walker plus 1 star gives you night vision, stealth, and a massive speed boost. Plus, you are lighter and literally go invisible in the shadows. Bin analyzed the situation, awakening a new talent while boosting his old one with that growth value. Efficiency at its finest. For instance, using appraisal skill now burns through his growth points. Mid-level appraisal minus 1 star lets him see his own stats and check targets. The success rate depends on the power gap between both sides. Bin realized that as long as he kept awakening new talents, his growth potential was basically infinite. No limits. New talent unlocked. Basic Fire Eater plus 1 star. He can eat fire to convert it into fire element energy. He can blast it out whenever he wants until the tank runs dry. Right now, his fire element energy is at 100/1. Bin was confused. Everyone else has a growth cap, so why am I the only one who can keep unlocking these wild new talents? Was that the Fire Eater skill just vacuuming up the forge explosion? Seriously, I hit level 3 and ate the level 3 gem this morning. Why did the effects only kick in this afternoon? Does it need a special trigger? While he was overthinking it, Thu Quang suddenly burst in looking completely freaked out. What happened? What is with the mess? She grabbed Bin's arm, shouting, "Wait, you did not actually toss the fire snake scales into the furnace, did you? That stuff explodes. It is totally my fault. I forgot to tell you it was dangerous." Bin stuttered, "Sister Quang, I will pay for the damages." Quang cut him off immediately. "What are you talking about, kid? I am just glad you are alive." "But how did you put it out?" "Fire snake scale flames do not just die down easily." Bin was speechless and just mumbled, "Yeah, it is a pretty long story." She glanced at the materials and gasped, "Whoa, this blend is incredible. You would need insane heat to get it looking this perfect. You have got real talent, kid. The school totally missed it. With skills like this, you are a shoo-in for the big 3 organizations." She started pouring the mix into the molds as Bin asked, getting curious. "Sister Quang, everyone talks about the patrol and investigation squads, but what is the third group?" She dipped a dagger into water and sighed. "Pearl City definitely has a third group, but nobody knows its name or what they do. Anyway, Bin, weren't you looking to buy some new gear? Here, take this." If you are not too proud, grabbing the dagger, Zhang Ping appraised it and gasped, "A blade, this good must cost a fortune, right? Meet the beauty's tear. Elite quality forged from cold iron. This bad boy can easily rip through mid-level mutated beasts from level 10 to 19. Thu Quang nodded. "Market price? Probably around 100,000. Hearing that massive number, Zhang Ping's heart stopped. He just stood there, completely frozen like a statue. 100 grand is 3 years of wages," he yelled. "Holy Mother of God, am I really allowed to have something this expensive?" Big Sis Thu Quang laughed, her voice warm. "Haha, just think of it as a little reward for your progress lately. I have missions to handle, so I am heading out." "But are you sure about skipping school?" Zhang Ping replied. "Don't sweat it. I finished my graduation paperwork early. Fine. Take care of the boss. He is getting a bit senile, so do not let him open the shop." With that, she turned around and walked away. Zhang Ping was worried. The shop was closed to avoid the Heavenly Lake's gaze, but that recent racket was so loud, it might draw them right here. As dusk fell, he triggered his Nightwalker skill to scout the area. At a nearby park, a young girl was playing happily, but she was actually a mutated beast from the Heavenly Lake Tiger tribe. Level 3, 4-star growth potential. She is a low-level beast with a twisted perception talent. It warps a target's mind, making them completely oblivious to anything strange happening around them. Zhang Ping crunched the numbers. First time seeing a low-level Heavenly Lake beast. It is level 3, just like me. With my support gear, I can probably take it down. The city patrol has collapsed, but the outside investigation team should still be functional. Handing over a Heavenly Lake corpse might finally get the attention of the higher-ups. Just as Zhang Ping was weighing his options and getting ready to strike, his arm suddenly froze completely solid. Then, a cold voice echoed. "You planning to attack a child? Don't move an inch, or I will end you right here." A wave of terrifying pressure crushed down from behind Jiang Ping, leaving him totally paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle. Even with the assassin ring and Nightwalker active, I got spotted. Whoever this is, their level must be insane. Jiang Ping was about to strike down that level 3 beast wearing the mask of a little girl when his whole body froze and a threatening voice filled the air. Better drop those violent thoughts of yours. Jiang Ping shivered. This girl was clearly on a whole different level than him. Even with my Nightwalker talent and assassin ring, she still has me pinned down. She spoke again with a sharp tone. If you do not want to die, meet me at the orphanage's martial arts training ground. Jiang Ping was absolutely stunned. The orphanage training ground? Wait, she is gone. After she spoke, the ice crystals and her entire figure simply vanished into thin air like smoke. Jiang Ping muttered, looks like she is not with the Heavenly Lake. Otherwise, I would be dead before I could even explain myself. Later, Jiang Ping went to the meeting spot. The orphanage was huge. As a kid, I used to practice my 8 pattern fists in the little park nearby. Because of that, you failed that I always called that little park the orphanage's martial arts training ground. Suddenly, Jiang Ping panicked. Does that girl know me? How else could she know my private little secret? Jiang Ping slipped inside, lost in thought. It is not just that. She has been watching me this whole time. That is why she stopped my strike. Bringing me here definitely serves some hidden purpose. Right then, a mutated beast suddenly loomed in front of him, scaring the life out of him. A beast out here in the woods? Activating appraisal now. Immediately, the system displayed the full details. Mutated beast attribute panel. Armored poison tail rat. Species, mutated rat. Its growth potential is rated at 2 stars. Mutated beast rank, low level stage 5. Its special talent, deadly poison tail. It has a poison sac inside its body that leaks toxins through the bone spikes on its tail. Checking its level, Jiang Ping grew nervous. This poison tail rat is 2 stages higher than me. It is being cautious, so if I back away slowly, I can escape. Retreat now? No, that won't work. If I do not deal with this thing now, the orphanage kids playing in the park tomorrow will be in serious danger. It is just a low-level beast. Plus, I have got that gear Sis Thu Kwang gave me right here. Jiang Ping whipped out his new toy immediately. The Beauty's Tear. High quality, forged from cold iron. This blade can easily wound mid-level beasts from level 10 to 19. I can win this. Jiang Ping did not hesitate for a second, charging full speed at the mutated beast for a fight to the death. I read plenty of trashy web novels in my past life. You know, the ones where the hero wakes up with insane combat skills? Yeah, that is complete and total nonsense. Even though I lack real combat experience, I can still summon myself to dive headfirst into the fray. Just then, the mutated rat curled into a ball, spinning at high speed, and launched itself straight at Jiang Ping. Since when could it do that? He threw up his dagger to block, ordering his body to go full defensive mode. Mutant beasts are usually way better in a scrap than humans, but this rat is 2 levels higher. Jiang Ping is in deep trouble. To make things worse, its iron skin is freaking indestructible. Beauty's tears can't even scratch it, so he needs a new plan. After lunging, the rat leaps onto a jagged cliff. It arches its back, pumping venom into its tail. Then, out of nowhere, it sprays a wave of poison straight at Jiang Ping. Our boy takes total control of his body, dodging every single drop of that toxic gunk. It is like he is playing a video game. Up, down, left, he is pulling off some smooth moves to stay alive. Once the poison stops, Jiang Ping locks in. The weakness is the eyes. It is the only spot without any heavy armor, but hitting it while it is curled up is a total nightmare. He has got to find a way to break its defense. Aha, time to use Fire Eater. It lets him swallow flames and convert them into pure fire energy stored in his gut. He can release that power whenever he wants until the tank is empty. Fire energy is at 100%. First move? Let's try the Underworld Fist. Guess that old book on the Pearl Underworld Fist was actually worth reading after all. This move is all about raw power and crushing beasts into the ground. It uses force to shut down smaller opponents. Jiang Ping dives in with a punch. His body moves on autopilot, weaving through the poison rain to get right in the rat's face. He fakes a strike with Beauty's Tears to distract the beast. While one hand stabs at it, the other is secretly prepping the Fire Eater blast. He smirks like a boss and whispers, "Hey little rat, don't get too mad about this." Fire Eater. Flaming Wrap. The intense heat makes the rat go ballistic. It uncurls and starts screaming its head off in total agony. With its guard down, he goes straight for the kill. No more playing around. Jiang Ping drives the blade deep into its eye. The fire energy explodes, lighting up the whole place while rocks fly everywhere. A few minutes later, the rat is toast. Jiang Ping levels up instantly. Not bad at all. His stats go through the roof. Real combat beats training any day. But honestly, Having a poison-tailed rat in the middle of the city? That is super sketchy. Aside from the Sky Fox, there should not be any other monsters lurking inside these walls. While he is lost in thought, he forgets to watch his back. A dark mist silently creeps up on him. It swallows him whole and drags him down. Zhang Ping freaks out and starts screaming his lungs out. Just then, a hand reaches out. "I will give you 5 minutes," a voice says. Suddenly, a stream of water pins him down tight. That voice, he knows it. It is that girl from before. What is she doing? She appears out of nowhere, holding an ice blade to his throat. "Prove you are human," she demands. Zhang Ping is totally confused. Panic sets in. Prove he is human? He is clearly just a guy, not a monster. How do you even prove that? His brain starts racing. Does she know about the monsters hiding in the city? Is that why she is acting so crazy? Maybe she cannot tell the difference, so she is putting me on the spot. She must have been suspicious back when I was dealing with the Sky Fox. He tries to buy time for an appraisal. Give me a hint? He wonders if she sent that rat to test him. Liu Xixian just stares coldly and says, 4 minutes left. Zhang Ping keeps spamming his appraisal skill. System message, assessment failed, failed again and again. Liu Xixian checks her watch, 2 minutes to go. After failing 1,000 times, the skill finally evolves. Failure number 999 triggers a massive level up. Mid-level appraisal is now high level. High-level appraisal can reveal the target's faction and title. System notification. Analysis successful. Character profile. Name, Liu Xixian. Race, human. Faction, cleaning squad leader. 5 stars. Rank, level 28. Awakened. Talent, water control. She stores elemental energy just by drinking water and can manipulate all the moisture around her or inside her body whenever she wants. Zhang Ping is floored. Level 28? That is insane. No wonder my skills could not scan her. Nightwalker and Shadowkill would not stand a chance. The cleaning squad? Never even heard of them. Are they some secret third group alongside the patrol and investigation teams? Liu Xixian gets restless. 1 minute left. Zhang Ping panics. Wait. He starts putting the pieces together. She called this little park a training ground. You are from the orphanage just like me, right? He rereads the appraisal info. Name, Liu Xixian, race, human, faction, cleaning squad. His head hurts. He cannot remember anyone named Liu Xixian ever living at the orphanage. If she is from there, she definitely changed her name. Then he started guessing every random alias, Liu No-Brainer, Liu First Hand, Liu Student, or Liu Poetry. The second he mentioned the name Liu Cc, Liu Xishan looked totally rattled. It was a tiny flinch, but it did not escape Zhang Ping's sharp eyes. Her blade grazed his neck as she hissed, "That does not prove you are actually human." But Zhang Ping did not care. She was definitely Cc. She was 3 years ahead of him at the academy before joining the investigation squad. If there was one secret only the two of them knew, memories hit him like a truck. A white-haired girl training her bowl-cut little brother. "This is the earth-shattering invincible dragon fist. You better learn it right, kid." Got it. Back in the present, Zhang Ping busts out the move. Form 1, Form 2, ha, Form 3, earth-shattering invincible dragon punch. Liu Xishan bristled like a poked kitten before finally sheathing her ice blade. Zhang Ping whispered, "Are you really Sister Cece?" She dodged the question, clearly feeling awkward. Question 2. According to the academy records, your talent is the contract gem. It is labeled trash because it never activates. So what the hell have you been doing lately? Zhang Ping finally spilled the beans. 2 weeks ago, I swallowed the gem. Now I am a summon who only answers to myself. I am immune to monster mind games. I see right through their fake human masks. Plus, my investigation shows this city is crawling with skyfoxes in disguise right now. I think an entire pack invaded Mingqiao. That one sentence left Liu Xishan totally shocked. Clearly, she had no clue. Those monsters have the power to warp people's perception. Dropping her cold act, she grabbed his arm. Is this for real? Zhang Ping dropped some names. Duang Lok Nip, the breakfast shop owner, that furniture guy, Kuan, and Duang Long Chao, the 3 smiths at Long Tuang Arms, and even that little girl you stopped me from hitting. They are all low-level skyfoxes. Go check for yourself. She turned to leave. Stay put. I will be right back. She pulled out a glowing purple comm stone. Jinbo, does this intel sound legit to you? On the other end, a secret group listened. They had not spotted any skyfoxes in Mingqiao lately, but perception warping cases were definitely on the rise. It matched Zhang Ping's description perfectly. Up close, the guy looked young, with piercing gold eyes. Jinbo said, I already sent a team to grab the 2 closest targets. They are almost back. Right then, a massive explosion rocked the area as 2 teammates sprinted back. What is the deal? Chief, it is the breakfast lady. The second we took her outside, she went feral and attacked us. Behind them, a woman with blood-red eyes came charging. She lunged, but the guy did not even flinch. Jinbo charged his fist with raw power. Time to die. He punched a hole straight through the Skyfox. The monster collapsed and died before it could even twitch. Way out of your league. The owner's body melted away, revealing its true Skyfox form. Jinbo confirmed the intel was solid. We finally know what we are fighting. Jinbo barked orders to the rest of the squad. Tell the other teams, strike the targets immediately. Meanwhile, at Mingchao Academy, Lock Thivu was chilling. Suddenly, she realized her minions were going dark. She sat up straight. Your Highness? She took to the skies to investigate. Nguyet Ku is dead. Someone actually took him out. Another one gone outside the city walls. Her eyes turned cold. Someone was killing them and masking their energy. They are dodging my radar. She started losing her cool. Her shadow flickered. Who was doing this? Meet the cleanup crew. A secret elite force hidden in Mingchao, totally off the books. They only strike when the city is facing a total high-stakes disaster. Most of these heavy hitters come from the elite investigation and patrol squads. Absolute legends. We are talking level 25 awakened warriors and up. They faked their own deaths and ditched their names to protect the city from the shadows. Back in the interrogation room, Zhang Ping was finally free. Confirmed? Lu Xishan just nodded. Yeah, but we can't verify it. Suddenly you have the power to see through the Skyfox's illusions? Is this some kind of trap for them? You will just be my eyes and ears. I will be watching your back from the shadows. If you spot anything at night, hit me up. Consider this protection and surveillance rolled into one. As long as the Skyfox is dealt with, I am good. Before leaving, Liu Xixian tosses a jade pendant to Zhang Ping. Take this. These pendants are a pair. One is called the cold jade, and the other is the warm jade. If you are in trouble, just burn the cold jade. The warm jade in my hand will heat up instantly. I will know you are in deep and can send backup your way immediately. But look, you need to get stronger. At the end of the day, no one can guarantee your safety 100%. Heat it up? Zhang Ping scratches his head. I have thought about joining a martial arts gym, but the fees are way too high. Lu Xixian acts like a total benefactor. She says, I will apply for funding. Go find a gym that works for you. That is awesome. Thanks, Sister Cece. The city scene finally goes back to being peaceful again. The Skyfoxes have been rare lately. The cleaners must be handling them. Cece hasn't told me who she is. Guess she still doesn't trust me. If my appraisal skill hadn't leveled up to reveal a target's faction, I would be totally in the dark. I would not have known she is a cleaner. But how did they know Pearl City was being invaded by mutated beasts so early? Whatever, as long as we take down the Skyfox. Plus, 10,000 pearl coins? That is actually a pretty generous payday. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl walks up. Looking for martial arts training? Anyone want to learn the Beast King style? Zhang Ping walks over to grab a flyer. Let me see one of those. Sure thing. He looks at the fees and thinks, man, this isn't cheap. I wonder if this style even fits me. Basic intro is 500 pearl coins. The first 3 moves of Beast King are 3,000, and the next 3 are 3,500. The last 3 moves are 5,000. Advanced Beast King style is 9,999. The pink-haired girl says, it is totally worth it. Our Beast King martial arts style is actually legendary in Pearl City. Everyone knows it is the real deal. But Zhang Ping is totally zoning out. He doesn't have time to listen and just keeps nodding along. The girl says, if you don't believe me, I will give you a demo. She dumps the whole pile of flyers on him and starts showing off immediately. The first 3 Beast King moves are Ape King style, Giant Croc style, and Phoenix Claw style. Zhang Ping tells himself to start learning. The footwork and the moves of this Beast King style are way more powerful than the Ming Fist. First move, not a bad collection of skills. Second move, the Ape King style is fluid and has no fixed shape. Third move. Honestly, she just isn't skilled enough to pull it off. She is not showing the real power of the Beast King style at all. Suddenly, she wipes out on the ground. Zhang Ping helps her up. You all right? Just then, 2 massive guys tower over them and say, with ice in their voices, who said you Beast King losers could hand out flyers here? The pink-haired girl scratches her head, looking totally embarrassed. I am so sorry. I didn't know we couldn't hand them out here. What is so special about this low-tier Beast King garbage anyway? You should just come to our Xingyi gym instead. Zhang Ping immediately recognizes this flashy-looking punk. Lightning 5-hit combo? More like the lightning 5-hit loser. I still haven't settled the score from that mess at the forge, so today is perfect timing. Big Bear 1 and 2, get him. The pink-haired girl jumps in front of Zhang Ping. I won't let you bullies touch him. The 2 beefy dudes activate some kind of skill, and their muscles start bulging out like crazy. Zhang Ping triggers his appraisal. Status screen. Name, Bear 2. Species, human. Faction, Xingyi Gym. Growth, 1 star. Class, Basic Awakened Level 4. Talent, Physical Enhancement. His intelligence is reduced by 70% in exchange for a boost in physical skills. Maximum physical strength is 30%. Status screen. Name, Bear 1. Species, human. Faction, Xingyi Martial Arts Gym. Growth, 1 star. Class, Basic Awakened Level 4. He is a fighter. Talent, Physical Enhancement. His intelligence is reduced by 70% for a physical skill boost. Maximum physical strength is 30%. He is strong but slow. The blonde punk starts throwing out threats. Listen, you little brat, get lost or I'll deal with you too. Zhang Ping is totally stunned by this crappy skill. Trading brains for brawn? You guys sure that is really a talent? But when he checks the pink-haired girl's status screen, his jaw drops in surprise. Status screen. Name, Wang Jimin. Species, human. Faction, Beast King Gym. Growth, 7 stars. Class, Basic Awakened Level 3. Talent, Hard work beats genius. Learning ability reduced by 90% for any skill. Every skill gets better with insane grinding. Stick with it daily, and your growth rate for any single exercise kicks up from 10% to 1000%. Hard work beats talent here. Even if your learning drops 90%, any ability can still level up through pure grit. Stay consistent daily, and watch that growth rate hit 10% to 1000%. Wait, is my growth value really that high? That is insane. Never guessed Wang Jiemin was the secret big boss behind all this. But with her current level, stepping in to help me is basically a death wish, right? Zhang Ping tossed the flyers at Wang Jimin. This is my mess, so let me handle it myself. Just back off for now. Wang Jiemin looked stressed. There are 3 of them. Going solo is a bad move. You will get crushed. Relax. Did not you just show me that Monkey King style? Perfect timing for me to use these clowns as practice targets. Xiangda charged first, with Xiangda right behind him. You arrogant little dog, get him. Zhang Ping dodged easily. Move 1. The Xiong brothers lunged, but he stayed low and slammed an elbow into their gut. Move 2. Goldie still has not learned his lesson, jumping in with his Lightning 5 combo. Zhang Ping did not hesitate. He kicked him right in the junk. Game over for his future kids. Rip to that. Move 3. Zhang Ping looked at Goldie. Too bad you did not bring 2 more friends. Then that Lightning 5 combo you love so much would have been a triple fail instead. Then he walked off with Wang Jiemin. Let us go. Take me to the Beast King Gym. You really want to sign up? For real. You are incredible. You saw that Monkey King style once and mastered it. If I have new moves later, do you think you could coach me? No problem at all. Wang Jiemin beamed. This is great. With your help, I am definitely going to level up my power way faster. Zhang Ping knew this was a win-win situation. She has 7-star potential? That is actually insane for a fighter. At worst, she will be a high-level awakened. She might even reach the absolute peak of the awakened ranks later. Maybe I will be the one asking her for help one day. Outside the gym, the crowd was buzzing with rumors. Someone spotted the instructor on the street already. What? The drill sergeant is back. Zhang Ping and Wang Jiemin walked in to find total chaos. Oh man, I thought they said the instructor would not be back for another 2 days? Wait, what do we do? I have not even learned half of the Monkey King style yet. That is what you get for being lazy. Prepare for punishment. Wake up, man. Seeing this mess, Zhang Ping started to have second thoughts. Looks like everyone is absolutely terrified of this instructor guy. Wang Jimin explained. Instructor by day is notoriously strict. If you do not finish your training mission, you are looking at a brutal punishment. And what about you? Did you get slammed too? Wang Jiemin replied with a surprisingly proud look on her face. I get punished the most. After a month, I still have not hit the basic standard for entry-level boxing. Zhang Ping was totally speechless. Is she a masochist or something? Why brag? Suddenly, the gym doors swung open and a man walked in. Everyone immediately snapped to attention and saluted the legendary instructor. Wang Jiemin nudged Zhang Ping. The instructor is here. Get in line fast. The guy looked older, but he had this intense, arrogant aura that felt like he was crushing the whole room with his presence. Baide barked. Attention. Your form is trash. Everyone, run 50 laps right now. Move it. Got it. Zhang Ping activated his skill. Inspect. Appraisal successful. Status window open. Name. Baide. Race, human. Affiliation, Beast King Gym. Growth value, 1 star. Class, high-level awakened. Level 25. Talent, body morphing supplements. He shifts his body by consuming food. The number of stored forms depends on his level. Currently, he has saved his running wolf form and a berserk lion battle form. This guy is a beast. Zhang Ping was stunned by this data. Based on his level, he is a monster. He might even be on the same level as Sister Cece. Baide seemed to feel Zhang Ping staring and turned his head. He walked right up to Zhang Ping and said, So you are the kid who gave the Xingyi gym a beatdown yesterday. Zhang Ping did not blink. So what if I am? The gym master's face instantly shifted. Kid, try to catch this. Zhang Ping had zero clue what was happening. Bai Dai threw a lightning-fast punch, but the kid managed to dodge it just in time. Hold up. Bai Dai did not stop, launching a relentless assault. Dodging every blow, the kid yelled, "You are being way too extra. Teach. Attacking a rookie without a word?" Bai Dai was actually surprised. Maybe the rookie's battle spirit was surging, or something else was going on. Bai Dai suddenly wrapped his arm in flames and lunged straight at Zhang Ping. I heard you learn the Monkey King style after seeing it exactly once. Is that right? Zhang Ping was terrified. That fist was inches from his face. Crap, there is no way I can dodge this one. But then, Bai Dai suddenly flipped the vibe and patted his head. Good boy, very good. He started laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. I did not believe it before, but I do now. Your perception is not half bad, kid. Then he turned to Wang Jie-min and started scolding her. Too bad the royal power actor you saw was just a total scrub with sloppy footwork that was miles apart. Vung Kiet-mern looked away quickly. Bark-duk patted his shoulder. I will train you personally later on. Thanks, coach. Done with Trung Bin. His look shifted to the trembling disciples behind him, like a hungry wolf eyeing a bunch of lambs. Next up, I am checking to see if you have been lazy. Everyone line up, one by one, face me. Fail the standard and it is 500 push-ups plus 10 kilometers with weights. Trung Bin just laughed. Classic body type awakener. Their training style is always brutal. Suddenly, Vung Kiet-mern poked his back. He turned and asked, "What is up?" She hesitated. So, she mumbled. The instructor does not teach me much. Can you help me after he is done with you? Trung Bin agreed instantly. No problem. Come back to Iron Spirit Soul later and we can train together. Seriously? I was actually worried you were going to say no to me. But after checking her stats, it made sense. Hard work over brains. Her learning ability is under 90%. This talent of hers is basically torture for teachers. No wonder Coach Bark-duk gave up on her. Vung Kiet-mern bowed low, acting super grateful. Days later at Iron Spirit Soul, your move is wrong. Do it again. Sorry. Turns out Trung Bin was coaching her. Again, that is wrong. Vung Kiet-mern flopped onto the ground. Ouch. Looking at that, I really feel for your kindness. Trung Bin's head throbbed. He broke the King Ape style into tiny bits so she could actually learn one step at a time. But this Beast King style is legit. Only a few days of practice and I can feel my level already jumping up. Then Kusuk called out, "Little brother, I am back." Trung Bin rushed outside to meet her. Suk is back. Keep practicing. I will go check it out. Vung Kiet-mern rubbed her aching jaw. Suk was already venting. Ugh, total disaster. For some reason, the monsters and mutants outside are just gone. We had to push deep into the North Woods and ran right into a pack of storm wolves. Trung Bin was shocked. What? Suk, are you okay? She pulled a blue stone from her storage pouch. We are fine. We used earth diggers to hide. Those wolves started hunting the forest people instead. She handed the gem to Trung Bin. I played scavenger and snatched this prize from the pack. Give me your hand. These are hard to find. A high-quality wind gem. This is an incredibly rare essence crystal. It can store pure wind energy. With some mental focus, you can release that power to launch attacks like sharp wind blades or massive storms. Trung Bin took it. So it is a wind gem. Ha, you know your stuff. Even a kid could use this to cast air magic from nothing. Suddenly, Trung Bin heard strange voices in his head. Hey, not in broad daylight. Stop, don't take that off. Let me do it myself. Wait, what does that sound? Blade style, first form. Blade rush. Show me. Birds in the trees, green mountains, keep smiling. Nwert Therpnir is dead. Damn humans. I am eating 2 of them today. Status appraisal. Summon. Trung Bin. Owner. Trung Bin. Faction. Iron Spirit Soul Forge. Growth value, 4 stars. Stamina, 18. Spirit, infinite. Energy, 17. Agility, 21. The average human score is only 10. Class, Novice Awakened. Level 4 gem contract is now active. Special talent effect triggered. You are now a junior wind whisperer. The user will randomly hear intense, emotional voices within a 10-mile radius, and you cannot control when it happens. Trung Bin smirked. A new talent, just like the Fire Eater one. The gem contract worked. More voices came from the Sky Fox. Witluk, there is a guy in that shop with Vung Kiet-mern. That is the punk who messed with us in the dorms and got us punished by the boss. Smells good. Lunchtime. What is that noise? A Sky Fox? Yeah, I am eating that brat. You take the girl. Trung Bin's face went grim. We are being hunted. Lu Tu Thiern just finished her shower. She noticed the jade on the table was glowing like crazy. Crap, Trung Bin is in trouble. No response from Lu Tu Thiern. Trung Bin started to sweat. It has been forever. Where is she? Those sky foxes are coming any second now. Out of nowhere, Sister Sack creeps up. Seeing my stone-cold face, she starts tripping. Yo, what is the deal? You good? I look at her, sweating bullets. Two mid-level sky foxes. Even with her here, we are totally and absolutely toast. I gotta distract her fast. Oh, hey, Sister Sack. You just got back and have not even seen Uncle Lou yet. Head upstairs, I will go grab some groceries and cook us a feast. Fine, make it quick. I really missed your cooking. Take this wind gem with you. And hey, do not keep me waiting forever, okay? I wave her off. Perfect. Time to grab Man and bail before Sack and Uncle Lou get dragged into this whole mess. I hit the backyard of the forge and find Man still grinding her martial arts. Bin, is my form right? I snatch her arm hard. Zip it. We are leaving right now. Huh? What is wrong? Then, those two sky foxes show up. Going somewhere, kids? I immediately jump in front of Man to shield her. Crap. She just walks right up to them. Mom? Dad? Why are you here? I scream. Get away from them! She tugs my shoulder. Bin, chill. They are my parents. It is totally fine. Fox stats pop up. Mutated beast. Sky fox. 1-star rank. Level 15. Talent. Perception. Distortion. This is bad news. It messes with your brain, making you think everything is totally normal when it is not. Mutated beast. Sky fox. Species. Mutant. Growth potential. 1-star. Level 16. Perception distortion. It hacks the target's mind so they literally cannot see the danger right in front of them. But in Man's eyes, they still look like her sweet, loving parents. Man, who is this kid? Why is he looking so scared of us? Oh, he is just a friend from the gym. Suddenly, the ground swallows us whole. I realize it is a shadow room. Heck yeah, this is perfect. Man is freaking out. What is happening? The foxes dive in after us. Damn it, they are getting away. I pull Man close. Ignore them. Just hold on to me and do not let go. Those foxes do not quit. They dive straight into the dark room. Crap, they are following us. One claws my back. I grit my teeth, blood spitting from my mouth. Bin, we crash down hard. I stumble up and jump in front of Man again. Bin, are you okay? I am fine. Man just stares, unable to believe her eyes. Her parents lunge at me. Dad, why? Stay back. They are mutated beasts. The foxes just laugh. Oh, you can see through our trick? Well, that means we definitely have to take you out now. I try to block with a tiny knife. Too fast, I cannot dodge. Is the level gap really this big? The other fox creeps toward Man. Man, my sweet little girl. No, the other one is going for her. She walks forward. Mom. I grit my teeth, struggling. Crap, I am about to hit my limit. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice yells. Bin, get down. It is Lu Tu Thien to the rescue. She swings her ice blade, slicing both foxes in one shot. I am relieved, but Man is losing her mind. Sister Tutu, stop. She cold-bloodedly finishes them with ice strikes, then calmly sheathes her blade like it was nothing. You two okay? Man screams, clutching her head. Her eyes are turning pitch black. She is fighting herself. No, why? Why did you kill my parents? I try my best to talk some sense into her. Man, those were not your parents. They were just monsters wearing their faces. Man cries, totally and completely unable to accept it. No way, you are lying. Those were clearly my parents. You are lying. I grab her hand and look at Thien. Tutu, how come they did not show their real forms? Thien steps up. There might be a king-level sky fox in the city, cranking their illusions up to 11. Now, even low-level foxes can trick Elite Awakened. The ones we killed outside the city did not have this power, which is why their disguise failed. I lean down and rip the mask right off the dead fox. Looks like I am the only one who can spot their lies. Man, these things killed your parents a long time ago. They just stole their lives. White smoke starts swirling around the dead fox. As it fades, her real parents' spirits appear and gently pat her head. This is the truth. How? Meanwhile, deep in the sewers, the prince sits on his throne. 9 of our people have died this week. Looks like humans found a way to break our magic. A fox steps up. Let us just slaughter them all. But another one snaps back. And eat what? You want us to eat grass? The prince waved his hand, demanding silence. Fools. Just killing humans is totally impractical. It is a total waste of good food. The main goal is baiting them out of the shadows to pick them off one by one. Vice City Lord, have you got a strategy for this yet? Hoang Trok Min bowed his head. Your Highness, my prince, maybe we lure other tribes in to stir up some serious chaos in Pearl City. Then we can focus on picking off the strongest human fighters first. How do you know they are still in town? Besides the patrol and investigation teams, there is still one more organization we need to watch. The king wrecked the City Lord back then. He fled while bleeding out. I bet he is hiding deep inside that organization right now. I know he will not leave town. He is just waiting for us to slip up. Even the common fox below agrees with that plan. My prince, I think bringing other tribes into the city is actually a great call. True, I could use a change of pace anyway. The prince stepped down. Problem is, the king is still in a deep sleep. You helped my tribe, but if you make one wrong move, I will end you. Do not forget your place, and definitely do not forget who is boss. Hoang Trok Min. He knelt at the feet of the prince. I would never dare. My whole life has been dedicated to Pearl City's service. Shame the city lord is so useless. Pearl City is stuck in the mud. I just want someone strong to take over. Over with Wong Kiatman, she knelt by the two fox corpses, her fingers slowly touching their cold, wet blood. Guilt and total weakness were written all over her eyes. Mom, Dad, I am so sorry. If only I had realized sooner. Lu Tu Thien snapped coldly. Even if you did, what could you have done? Shut up, Sister Tutu, Kiatman screamed, losing it. Enough. It is all my fault. I am just too weak for this world. A loser like me cannot even master the most basic martial arts moves. Why did this happen to my parents? Why am I not the one dead? Truong Bin pulled her into a very tight hug. Look, this is not your fault. Lu Tu Thien's eyes welled up. Is this really the time for romance? She turned away. We are the same. I lost someone huge to me too. Killed by that patrol squad fox. I cannot stop thinking about it every single day. If I had just stopped them from joining that patrol squad, would things be different? Would they still be here with me right now? But deep down, I know the truth. Even if I could go back, the ending would not have changed. Joining that squad was her dream. Nobody could stop her. Absolutely nobody can change how fate plays out in the end. So, your family's death is not on you, but you can definitely change what happens next in your life. You can get stronger and protect those who matter. I am sure your parents are watching from above, feeling very proud of you. Kiatman's lips trembled. Thanks, Truong Bin added. As for those monsters in the city, trust me, I will kill every last one of them. Then he suddenly spat blood right onto her face. The light in his eyes faded into total darkness. Only the sound of voices calling remained. Truong Bin, wait, am I really this badly hurt? I forced my body to keep pushing through the pain, but I guess I could only hold it together for a little while longer. After drifting into the darkness, his eyes slowly started to open again. Kiatman and Lu Tu Thien's faces blurred into view. Thank God, he is finally awake. We were so worried. Truong Bin looked around. How long was I out? Hey, do not move yet, or you will rip your wounds wide open. Kiatman stood firm. Truong Bin, I have decided. I am getting stronger so we can all wipe out those heaven foxes together once and for all. I believe in you. You will do it. Lu Tu Thien decided to play along for now. Miss Wong, your house is not safe anymore. Just stay here for a bit. If you two stay together, I can actually keep you both safe. Trong Bin was watching them when a strange ringing sound started echoing loudly inside his head out of nowhere. The king is still in a deep sleep. Know your place, man. I would not dare, sir. Truong Bin recognized the prince's voice. It was definitely Lok Thi Vu speaking right to him. Truong Bin turned toward Lu Tu Tien right away. Sister Tutu, I have intel on those foxes. What are you saying? After he explained everything, she started piecing the puzzle together. Huang Trok Min, the vice city lord, was caught talking to the foxes. He even called himself their lowly subordinate, which basically means he is a total traitor. And if the king can buff the whole community using illusions, he is definitely the leader of those foxes. If he is asleep, this is our big chance to strike back. Truong Bin, we need you to help us identify the monsters. No problem. Meanwhile, Old Man Lu was still out there waiting. I am hungry. Let us wait. Trong Bin should be back with the food any minute now. Over at the cleanup crew base, Tran Lak Vai, Meni, and Hua Kiet were waiting in the hallway. All that whining before about opening the secret vault, and now they want the Sky Veil? Boss Lady Tutu sure loves bossing me around, right? The three of them step inside the room. Hua Ji asks, Mandy, no coffee for you? This is going to take a long time. I am good, just had some. Fine, let us get this show on the road. Hua Ji stomps her foot, raises a hand, and light flares into a mystic seal. Solar power surge is fully charged and ready. Mandy and Chen Luo Vai keep it moving. Dark Veil online. Light shadow shift complete. A weird ghost pops out from the very middle of the seal. The mystic Sky Veil kicks in. After grinding together for a bit, the cleaning crew finally agreed to leak some classified info to me. The cleaning crew is the most undercover, top-secret organization in all of Pearl City. They show up whenever Pearl City is facing a total disaster, wiping out all the filth in their path. They are the city's ultimate secret weapon. This crew is always pulling off black ops, and the team backing them up has a seriously unique specialized structure, the barrier unit. According to what Big Sis Tutu said, this squad has 3 main heavy hitters. Team leader Mandy uses the Dark Veil, that creepy dark room I kept ending up in. Yeah, that was all her doing. Hua Ji's power is solar energy. She absorbs sunlight to provide a massive power boost and maintain her teammates' combat strength. So she is basically just a high-tech power bank, right? Chen Luofi's power is light and shadow illusion. She gains total invisibility by manipulating the colors of light and shadows on any object's surface. When these three team up, they can unleash the mystic light sky veil. It can drag any creature ranked king level or below straight into an inner dark room world. They can even customize the scenery inside however they want to completely confuse and disorient their opponents. It is the single most powerful move in the barrier unit's playbook. If the Heavenly Silk Foxes are using perception distortion to silently take people out, then we will just give them a taste of their own medicine. Nguyet Not and Nguyet Ni were strolling down the street when the air around them suddenly turned pitch black. They whispered to each other, Nguyet Ni, why don't we just snatch a few people from here and take them back? The city is not safe lately, so we better watch our backs. Nguyet Not taunted, what is the matter? You getting cold feet already? Nguyet Ni went quiet for a second, grabbing Nguyet Not's attention. She stared warily at the glowing light around them and asked, Nguyet Not, do you feel like something is a bit weird around here? Nothing is weird. I think you are just being totally paranoid, girl. Nguyet Not scanned the perimeter with a sharp gaze and snapped, wait, where did everyone go all of a sudden? Right then, a massive fist came swinging at them from behind. A huge shockwave rattled the entire area, but they barely managed to dodge. Judging by the shadow, it was a pretty tall dude. Too bad I could not take out both of you with one single punch, she screamed out loud. You are the guy who has been hunting our kind in Pearl City. You really got some nerve attacking us out in the open. You are not worried that we are about to call for backup? Turns out they were Heavenly Silk Foxes, but Kim Ba was not scared at all. Oh really? Why do you not try calling them right now? He used his golden blood at level 32. Based on Jiang Ping's intel, these two are only level 25. I can definitely take them on. The two of them rushed him, thinking they had the advantage. An arrogant Nguyet Not charged in to strike. Talk about being disrespectful. He managed to block the blow, but he immediately realized that something was totally wrong. Before he could even do anything about it, the other fox launched a second attack right at him. Just a little snack. I definitely blocked that. Nguyet Not laughed mockingly while she kept raining down hit after hit on him. Is that all you got? I seriously do not understand how our kind managed to get killed by someone as weak as you. Kim Ba immediately smashed his fist into Nguyet Not's face. It was a massive power move. Well, now you know, do not you? Nguyet Ni looked back in total shock. She rushed forward to attack him. You bastard, I am going to end your life right now. But just as her hand reached his face, it stopped. Turns out he realized that these silk foxes are built differently than human bodies. He grabbed the silk fox's actual hand instead of the human mask. So, that is how it works. Even if I cannot see you, I have already got your physical shape figured out. This kind of ability might be great for pulling off sneak attacks, but it is totally useless when it comes down to a direct fight. He snapped Nguyet Ni's arm, making her scream out in agony. Nguyet Not, help me! Save me! She quickly regrouped and tried to strike from behind, but Kim Ba turned around with glowing golden eyes and a sinister grin. Everyone was blushing like crazy at that wicked smile. Hello there. One swing sent Nguyet Not flying into the distance. Good riddance. Then he jumped behind her and stomped so hard she was pinned to the pavement. Let us do that one more time. Nguyet Not crashed right into Nguyet Ni, her voice shaking with pain. Why can I not feel any of our kind anymore? We walked right into a trap. But you can call this guy a savage. He hits hard and does not go easy on girls, especially these monsters. He landed another heavy punch. Time for one more lightning punch. Nguyet Not and Nguyet Ni let out a scream so loud it could burst your eardrums. I hate you. Jiang Ping and Liu Xitian were watching the whole time. He is so strong, they marveled. Well, Kim Ba is the leader of our combat team after all. Trong Bin thinks of Goku, but that style is straight-up nightmare fuel from some horror game. Liu Xixian asks blankly, what even is that? Meanwhile, the world outside looks totally chill. Suddenly, Liu Xixian's earpiece starts buzzing with an urgent notification. Liu Xixian, it is Shibai. Mutated beasts are swarming outside the city for no clear reason. If they break in now, the energy barrier is going to be seriously overloaded. Go investigate the situation outside the city walls. If you are worried about Truong Bin, bring him along. It is perfect field training for his combat skills. Roger. We logged those 1,000-year foxes, he spotted. I am sending a squad to handle them. Truong Bin thinks to himself, that time Sister Say ran into those storm wolves, could that mess be connected to this riot? Liu Xixian heads out. Let us move, Truong Bin. We are going outside. I will have guards watch the forge. Who was that big shot? Our boss. Finish the mission and you might meet him. Fine by me. Level 1 to 10 is basic research. Truong Bin is level 4. Intermediate is level 11 to 20. Most Chowsenior foxes are mid-rank. High rank is level 21 to 30. Lusixian is level 28. Some foxes are high-tier elites. Top rank is level 31 to 40. Humans cap at 40. Kimba is 32. Moon King might be top tier, level 40 to 70. Mutants have no level cap. A king level exists in the fox pack. Suddenly, Truong Bin's system flashes a warning. Fire energy is down to 50%. He panics, heart hammering. He thinks he is totally cooked. That last attack drained his entire reserve. Now, thousands of vicious white rabbits with glowing angry eyes are closing in on him. Truong Bin stumbles back, legs shaking as pure terror floods his chest. He cannot think of a plan, especially with this many creepy rabbits swarming everywhere. Suddenly, a massive alpha rabbit roars in rage, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its threatening glare looks ready to eat him whole. He fumbles through his pockets and yells in excitement, "Yes, there is still enough energy to spark the jade." The rabbits charge like lightning as he pulls it out. Truong Bin panics. Only one thought: move fast or die. He runs and screams, "Sister Cece, save me!" The jade pendant in his hand starts flickering. Suddenly, 4 white rabbits cut him off. They look ready to straight up murder him. Truong Bin looks back. The swarm is closing in fast. He whispers, "No way. They actually have tactical formations?" He stands there like a statue, legs completely glued to the dirt. Rabbits close the trap, forming a circle of death. Truong Bin sighs. This is bad. Right then, the rabbits spit acid bullets from their ears. Creepy green light glows across the whole field. He curls into a ball on the ground, shielding his head with his clothes to tank the first wave. But weirdly enough, Truong Bin does not feel a single scratch. A wall of water suddenly appears, shielding him from the acid rain. He senses that familiar water element. It is Lusixian. She steps forward calmly and waves the water shield away. Truong Bin jumps up, cheering, "I knew it was you, Sister Cece." She stays cold and just says, "Get back." Energy surges in her hands, turning into a powerful torrent. She stares down the rabbits and mutters, "Are these acid rabbits rioting too?" Instantly, a massive tsunami rises and crashes down with total destructive power. The current sweeps the screaming rabbits away. Lusixian snaps her fingers. The water freezes instantly. The rabbits are frozen solid, unable to move. Truong Bin watches, jaw-dropping. That is insane. I used every drop of power just to fight one of those things. Lusixian turns back with a sharp glare and asks, "How did so many show up so fast?" Truong Bin shrugs, looking totally clueless. "I have no idea." Lusixian rolls her eyes, looking exhausted. No time to rest. Another wave of rabbits charges. Way too many. She summons a glowing blue sword. She yells, "I do not care how many show up." Suddenly, she stops and watches exactly how the rabbits act. They weren't even looking at us. All they cared about was their frozen buddies over there. Jiang Bin just muttered, "Wait, they aren't even attacking us? Is it because of that leader? But it should be dead. Totally dead by now." Lu Tu Thiern dropped low, legs wide, ready for action. She held her sword back, locked and loaded. But the rabbits didn't care about her, they just wanted to save their boss. Sensing an opening, she lunged forward, cold as ice. "Fine then. I'm done being nice to you, furballs." A few quick slashes later, the white bunnies were history. Blood sprayed everywhere. Not a single one of them could even react. Only one left. She raised her blade high and brought it down hard, finishing off the entire pack in one shot. Lu Tu Thiern stared at the frozen boss rabbit. It still had that nasty look on its face, sharp teeth bared in a snarl. She went quiet for a second, then whispered, "If I'm right, the answer's inside this thing." She reached out her hand. The ice shattered instantly, turning into tiny shards. She knelt down and started picking through the frozen remains, looking for something. Suddenly, she cheered, "Got it!" In her palm sat a glowing green orb, pulsing with a strange, eerie light. Truong Bin leaned in, curious. "A soul-baiting orb? Never heard of that. Smells pretty good though, right?" Lu Tu Thiern studied the jewel before explaining, "This is gear from an organization. They use it to control mutant beasts." She pictured a woman controlling a deadly viper and a lion with long horns. It's definitely the Chu Beastmaster family. She continued, "I knew they'd show up. Word is these orbs emit a scent only low-level mutants can smell. That specific smell is what drew the white rabbits here, making them go absolutely feral and aggressive." She stopped, then added, "Eating these makes them lose their minds. Forced domestication. That's why the boss was acting so damn crazy. But how exactly does the Chu family command them once they're tamed? We're still totally in the dark on that." Gripping the orb tight, Lu Tu Thiern said, "This thing doesn't digest. If we leave it, more mutants will fall under control." She froze the bead and crushed it into a million pieces, letting the dust fall to the dirt. Bottom line, the mutant riots are linked to these orbs. I'm reporting this to headquarters right now. She turned to Trung Bin, sounding serious. As for the Chu family, we need proof. Now, get back to training. Trung Bin snapped to attention and threw up a salute. Yes, ma'am, loud and clear. I am ready to train hard. Suddenly, a hooded figure stepped out from behind a tree, watching them from the shadows and listening to every word. Lu Tu Thiern sensed something was off. She lunged, shoving Trung Bin back so hard he almost ate the dirt. A blast of energy shot from her hand, slicing the tree. It fell, showing nothing but a frozen cut. No intruder left behind. Trung Bin looked confused. What was that for? She stared at the trunk and replied, Never mind, it's nothing. Was she just imagining things? A week later, in a dark hall, Lac Thi Vur called her crew together for a super-secret meeting. A lackey stepped up and bowed respectfully. Highness, all the foxes from Turnyon Nai have been gathered, but the other mutant tribes outside are still rioting. Lac Thi Vur went silent, her eyes cold as ice. These riots are getting way too frequent. Is Huang Truc Min behind this? I can't rely on that guy at all. Time to move. She stood up, her voice like steel. You know the humans found a way to break our mind control, and we've taken massive losses. Over this past week, our kind are getting slaughtered near Turnyon Nai. You're likely next. I need you guys to cause some serious chaos. Make them think you're onto them and trying to run. We need to bait them into attacking early. One fox looked terrified, but Lac Thi Vur snapped, killing intent flooding the room as her eyes glowed. She screamed, I want to see who's really pulling the strings. The crew roared back, shaking the entire hall. Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods, Trung Bin was fighting like a maniac to level up his stats. Using the cover of night, he wiped out dozens of poison rabbits until the sun started to peek out. The rabbits spotted him and started fighting back immediately. He didn't care. After a whole week of hunting, he was level 6 and knew their weak spots. First, he blocked their long-range attacks just to get under their skin and make them mad. When they're pissed, they wrap themselves in acid and lunge. That stuff burns, but it's not actually a death sentence. If I use snake scales as fuel, the fire burns until they're just piles of ash. I call this move the true fire of Samadhi. Fire beats poison every time. These rabbits are basically just experience points waiting to be collected. With all this experience, Trung Bin faced the largest crowd of rabbits yet, confident he was finally about to level up. The appraisal results pop up and he's hyped. Turns out he actually leveled up. Level 7, baby. Stats are through the roof. Stamina 24, Infinite Spirit, Power 25, and Agility 29. Even better, the contract gem hit level 5. He figures level 5 is when the real magic kicks in. Wait, the gem leveled up too? Trung Bin summons a glowing blue jewel, thinking he'd always assumed the gem just matched his own level, but when he jumped 2 levels to 6, the gem stayed stuck at 4. Is this thing getting harder to upgrade? Wonder what ability I'll unlock. Hopefully something for actual combat. While Truong Bin is busy overthinking, something super weird starts happening behind him. That rabbit corpse suddenly turns pitch black, eyes wide open, leaking some seriously creepy death vibes. He spins around, shouting, This thing is still alive. This black rabbit looks totally wrong, not like the others. Truong Bin sparks his flames, feeling cocky. Doesn't matter how many times you come, I am built different now. He charges. The black rabbit doesn't flinch, it goes straight for him. Truong Bin's hyped. Oh, you want a piece of me? But instead of a collision, the rabbit turns into black smoke and phases right through him like it's nothing. Truong Bin swaps his knife to his left hand, thinking, what the hell? Did I kill too many rabbits and summon a ghost? Without hesitating, he swings a massive blow, landing a perfect strike right on the rabbit. It snaps back to normal, totally dead. Truong Bin frowns. Since when do bullet rabbits have skills like that? Maybe a soul ring is controlling it? He cuts the rabbit open to check and sure enough, he finds something weird. But when he tries to appraise it, the system just keeps failing. Fail. Fail. He mutters, It's been forever since something was this stubborn. Finally, results show. Mist Essence, quality unknown, contains power from the spirit core of the Black Mountain Goat. Eating this could cause some unpredictable consequences. Truong Bin is completely stunned. A mountain goat's spirit core? Eat this and you can go 3 days and nights without getting tired. Appraisal failed again. He keeps trying to scan it, but it fails every time. Truong Bin thinks, man, this info is harder to get than usual. Mist Essence, quality is totally unknown. The essence power inside this Black Mountain Goat core is wild. Eating it leads to some crazy, unimaginable stuff. The goat spirit says this thing lets you go for 3 days and 3 nights without even breaking a sweat. The quality of this core is insane. Truong Bin barely managed to squeeze out a few clues. Appraisal successful, Mist Essence. Quality is still unknown. Essence energy stored in the Black Mountain Goat core. Use it and you're in for a massive surprise. Right after the appraisal, the system plays a clip of a black goat fighting off hundreds of monsters. Even with its massive power, it couldn't handle the sheer numbers. At the very end, it took out a giant boar with a suicide attack, leaving only a white skeleton and this spirit core, which luckily fell right into our hero's hands. Trong Bin thinks, it went out in a blaze of glory. I bet this is the rare wind jewel, but how do I even turn this thing on? Touching it directly does nothing. It's not like my last awakening. Do I actually have to swallow this thing? Problem is, this is literally a goat's private part. Honestly, it is beyond gross. I might barf. Then, Trong Bin remembers the trauma of being crushed by Thien Thuong Ho. His childhood friend was murdered and he was too pathetic to stop it. He mutters, "You are weaker than an ant. Stop being such a baby." With that, Truong Bin shoves the spirit core into his mouth, gulps it down in one go, and his whole body immediately explodes. A wave of dark emotions drowns him, and a brutal headache hits. Truong Bin writhes on the ground, screaming his lungs out. He sees Tinjiao hugging him, then sees her get killed by Thien Thuong Ho and turned into a creepy mask. Right then, her soft voice echoes in his head. Trong Bin, promise me, no matter what happens, you have to keep living. Seeing her smile through the tears, Trong Bin snaps back to reality and regains his cool. He forces himself up, swearing, to Tinjiao, don't worry. Until I wipe out every last fox, I am not dying. Appraisal successful. Summoning Beast, Truong Bin. Master Truong Bin. Race, Human. Class, Level 7 Beginner Awakener. Growth, 6 stars. Stamina 26. Agility 29. Infinite Spirit. Talent, Level 5 Contract Gem. Added effects have been activated. Basic Mist Form. Can turn the fear of living things into fog. Current fog storage is 20 out of 100. For every point of fog consumed, mist entities gain 10% attack and defense. At this level, he can boost them up to 1000%. Truong Bin was shook by this new talent. This is a legit combat type, perfect offense and defense. It looks like the power is tied directly to how much fog you burn. His growth stats literally spiked by 3 stars in the blink of an eye. Is the dark mist body really this jacked? Suddenly, he is laughing and crying at the same time. Damn it, why am I acting like such a weirdo right now? Frustration, joy, stress, discomfort, who even knows? Bottom line, getting revenge for Tinjiao is now just a matter of time. While Truong Bin was over there mumbling to himself, a group of people suddenly approached. A curious voice rang out. Bro, you okay? Another guy pushed him along, saying they had to go and should not go looking for trouble. Exactly. There are no monsters around right now, so let's get into the city fast. The first guy was still worriedly checking on the brother. Truong Bin slowly stood up as a weird black mist suddenly started spreading around him. He looked at them and said, I am fine. Before he could even finish, they were running for their lives like crazy, screaming about a ghost being there. At the same time, his fog capacity jumped from 20 up to 35 points. Truong Bin was stunned. Could it be that I can absorb the fear of others and turn it into more mist? This mist does not feel like actual mist to me. Honestly, it does not even feel like energy at all. But I can make the shape of the fog change into whatever I want it to. He morphed his hand into sharp claws, then into a shiny flying dagger. He wondered about the power, so he decided to test the lowest damage level first. He used 1 point of fog to slash at a huge tree, cutting it clean in half. Is just 1 point of reserve fog really that powerful? The massive tree came crashing down on Truong Bin, but he instantly sliced it into 1,000 tiny pieces. This is pretty interesting. It can slice things up and block attacks too. This mist is actually super versatile. If he uses it right, Dark Mist Body will be his trump card against those high-level beasts. He figured he would help the cleanup crew first, then go back to the forest to farm some monsters and get stronger. Truong Bin stood there staring at his hands. From a distance, Lututu came rushing over, screaming his name. She blew past him like the wind, hands ready to cast some combat magic. Tutu stood right in front of him, scanning the area with sharp eyes. You ran into a mist beast, did you not? Where is it hiding? Truong Bin just stood there with an awkward little smile, scratching his cheek. This whole scene felt so familiar, making him think about his old memories with Sister Sack. Feeling totally awkward, he stuttered out, Sister Tutu, actually, here is what happened. After listening to his whole story, Tutu started panicking like crazy. She could not believe her ears and started firing off questions. What? You actually ate the dark mist essence? She screamed right in his face, totally losing her cool. Truong Bin, do you seriously have some kind of massive death wish right now? How could you eat something random when you have no idea where it came from? You almost died. Trung Bin did not argue. He just gave an awkward smile. He rubbed his ear and told himself it was not that deep. After all, he did use his appraisal skill before eating it. He tried to calm her down, saying in a gentle voice, "It is okay if there is actually a problem. I can just order myself to barf it all back up." Tutu gave him a death stare, still fuming with rage. "Why on earth do you think throwing it up is even possible?" She summoned a flow of sparkling ice in her palm and then seriously asked if he had even considered that it might be a parasite. Truong Bin's face went totally pale. He asked her back, his voice shaking a little bit. "Sister Tutu, are you saying that the thing I ate is actually something super dangerous?" Tutu frowned and started breaking it down. Those mist beasts are mysterious creatures with origins that nobody can really pin down or understand. She stopped for a second, carefully breaking down the whole situation. They do not have a fixed form and love playing parasite on other living things. That black goat and bullet rabbit you mentioned? They were likely just mindless puppets being manipulated. When the host kicks the bucket, they crawl into the organs and wait patiently for a brand new victim to arrive. Tutu emphasized the main point, which was the mist beast's ability to infect and control its victims. Trong Bin felt a chill down his spine, his confidence totally vanished. He started questioning himself on the inside. Did that mist actually form a contract with him? He began replaying everything in his head carefully. Was that brutal pain from swallowing the essence just a fight for total control over his body? Finally, he spoke up about the worry eating at him, his voice sounding stares at her with big eyes and speaks in a shockingly innocent voice. Before she knows it, Lu Tutu freezes as a giant spider pops up right in her face. Her body goes stiff for a second. Panicked, she summons her frost sword and lets out a blood-curdling scream. Lu Tutu swings that blade wildly everywhere, nearly slicing Truong Bin. Lucky for him, he dodges just in time. She keeps screaming about a massive spider, then lunges forward and grabs him tight, her face turning bright red from embarrassment. "Quick, get rid of it! Hurry!" Truong Bin gently strokes her hair, feeling a wave of warmth. He chuckles softly. "Still scared of bugs, huh? Just like when we were kids." He starts drifting back to those childhood days they spent together. Lu Tutu is chilling, reading under a shady tree, when Truong Bin comes sprinting up, looking super hyped. "Hey, Sister Tutu, look what I caught." He shoves a bug right in her face, making her scream and flail her arms like crazy. "Get that thing away from me!" The terrified bug wiggles loose and zips away into the air. Truong Bin watches his new friend escape, sounding totally bummed out. "I just caught him, and you went and scared him off." Lu Tutu walks over and gently pats his head, giving him a sweet little scolding. "You dummy, there are so many kids at the orphanage you could be friends with. Why are you catching gross bugs instead?" Truong Bin pouts, whispering in a sad voice. "But one day they will all leave the orphanage. Then what am I supposed to do?" She pulls him into an embrace, hugging him tight with all her warmth, and makes a serious promise. "I swear, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your friend." Truong Bin looks up, eyes sparkling as he asks, "Really? You better not be lying to me." Lu Tutu smiles bright. "Pinky swear." Time flies by in a flash. Back in the present, Truong Bin keeps holding her gently until she finally starts to calm down. That is when she realizes she is clinging to him, her cheeks burning red like fire. Panicked, she suddenly casts a freezing spell right on him. "Why the heck are you hugging me so tight?" Lu Tutu catches her breath and breaks the ice, turning away quickly to hide how embarrassed she actually feels. "Listen, out here in the wild, any random item you find is probably dangerous. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, got it? You got lucky and survived this time, but you cannot ever let your guard down when you find stuff like that again." She tucks a stray strand of hair behind her ear, turning to look at him with that serious big sister energy. "You better remember what I told you." Truong Bin obediently nods along. He watches her for a bit and smiles to himself. He used to think that after she joined the cleanup crew, she had become way too cold and distant toward him. But now it is clear she has not changed at all. She still looks out for him, she just hides it well. Suddenly, Lu Tutu's comms device starts blowing up with a flashing red light. She grabs it, and whatever the voice on the other end says leaves her totally shocked. How did that happen? Fine, I get it. She bolts in the opposite direction and shouts back. "My investigation and your training are over. We have to get back to Minshao City right now." Truong Bin watches her rush off, feeling curious. "Did something happen?" Lu Tutu yells back. "Team leader Kim Ba was badly hurt by Tian Thuong Ho. I need to go back for backup." Truong Bin just stands there, stunned. "Wait, why cannot we just call the outside investigation teams or get help from one of the other cities nearby? That would alert the enemy. Plus, the world outside these walls is way too complicated. I will explain everything to you while we are moving." The two of them rush back toward the city. On the way, they talk about how bad things have gotten in the suburbs. Nobody knows when it started, but mutated beasts are everywhere now. To survive, humans had to build massive walls to protect themselves. It is total chaos. With all the roads blocked, the city relies on investigation teams and awakened ones to scout the area and expand the map. Intelligence says the areas with villages and savages near Minchao City actually have fewer mutants roaming around, but they are located way across the ocean. Since the sea is crawling with high-level monsters, it is impossible to investigate for now. Are there other cities out there, or what is hiding across the sea? As they enter the gates, Lu Tutu asks urgently, "What is the status inside the city?" One of Kim Ba's team members reports, "We have used the Thianmac Phantom Light to keep everything in Minchao City under control for the last few days, and we did not notice anything weird about Thian Thuong Ho until late last night." He let out a heavy sigh and continued, "A nest of mid-level monsters crawled out in the artisan district, and we went to fight. It was a total setup. Their leader was there. Captain Kim Ba got wrecked trying to cover our retreat and took a serious hit. Now the boss wants you to fill in for Kim Ba and lead the protection squad back to Minchao City." Lu Tutu nodded firmly, saying she understood. After finishing his meal, Truong Bin asked Han if she needed any help. Lu Tutu gave him a sharp look. "No need, just get back to Theatri Honorable. I will find you when I have time." Truong Bin followed orders immediately. Watching Lu Tutu and the squad head out, he could only pray they would both make it back in one piece. Truong Bin let out a massive yawn and stretched his sore muscles, feeling relieved. Finally, some downtime. Those days grinding in the wilderness were absolutely exhausting. He wandered through the streets, listening to people haggle over prices along the curb. "I want this one," Truong Bin muttered to himself while passing by, wondering how Vuong Man's beast training was going. Suddenly, autumn leaves started swirling around him. Truong Bin sensed something was off and stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the crowd he just passed and saw everyone frozen like statues. This was weird. He wondered why everyone had suddenly stopped moving. Out of nowhere, a complete stranger blocked his path and called him brother. Truong Bin spun around, his voice echoing in the dead silence. "Who's there?" He quickly whispered to his system to identify him. The system fired back with constant attempts, but every single one of them failed. It took 66 tries just to get a partial result. But the guy had a stealth talent active, so the only info he got was that the target was human. He stood there stunned. "What kind of stats are these?" The stranger spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Can't see a thing, can you? Still, I gotta give you some credit. Even high-level players with top-tier appraisal skills can only use it 10 times a day, yet you can just spam the thing without any limits at all." Truong Bin's mind was racing. His forced appraisal skill obviously let him use it whenever, but wait, how did this guy know? He asked cautiously, his voice filled with suspicion. "Old man, what do you want with me?" He gripped his weapon, dropping into a fighting stance while his brain tried to analyze the opponent. This old monster looked ordinary, but the aura coming off him was bone-chilling, making his skin crawl. The guy clearly had bad intentions. "Play a little game with me," the man said. The mysterious old man stood there, throwing out taunts like rapid fire. "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Truong Bin stayed put. "I have no reason to fight you." The man let out a creepy laugh, his power surging. "Do you really need a reason to get stronger? So all that talk about getting revenge for Tutin Jiao was just empty words?" That hit a nerve. Truong Bin boiled over with rage and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. The man taunted him again. He swung his sword down hard, but the guy dodged it effortlessly. He looked up in shock at the glowing cracks left in space where his blade struck. Truong Bin whipped around, ready to unleash his next move, his mind still trying to deconstruct the enemy. No, this is a teleportation skill. The guy had already slipped behind him. He threw a heavy punch, but the old man blocked it with one hand like an indestructible wall. The old man commented with total contempt, "Your speed still needs work." Truong Bin's calm reply caught him off guard. "Is that so?" He had been hiding his other hand. Secretly building up heat, he suddenly unleashed a massive wave of fire that spiraled straight toward the target. Suddenly, the man's body turned into mist. The attack went right through him and faded into nothing. He muttered to himself. Everything felt wrong. Then, the ghostly figure reappeared clearly in the distance. It was just a clone. "You have been attacking for a while, now it is my turn." Truong Bin was stunned. The old man swung his hand, sending a sharp blade flying. He barely managed to dodge. This time it was water. A flood of icy blades rained down on him, forcing him to turn and run. Truong Bin looked back and cursed. "Damn it, how many tricks does this guy have?" He shouted in pure terror. "This guy is a total monster." Truong Bin spun around and slammed on his brakes, gathering what little mist was left into a thick purple cloud in his hand. Bone armor quickly formed a solid shield, blocking the incoming blades with a loud metallic crash. He charged straight at the man, determined to try his last resort. The old man's attacks hammered against the shield, exploding with the sound of rolling thunder. He slowly pulled the shield back, a plan forming in his head. First, attack to find an opening. Truong Bin blasts fog at the old man and charges in, using his Nightwalker skill for a sneak attack. The geezer just smirks, seeing right through the move. Pretty clever, kid, but your power level just ain't there yet. Truong Bin flinches as a blinding glare hits his face, forcing his eyes shut. The old guy erupts like a mini sun, sending him flying across the street. He slams into the pavement, head bouncing off the asphalt. The dude groans as white-hot pain surges through his body. Truong Bin tries to scramble up, but his body is totally fried and won't move an inch. The old man gives him props, saying that kind of power is rare for his level. Truong Bin just lays there in the dirt, fuming with pure rage. Telekinesis too? Such a dirty trick. The old man scoffs, turns his back, and starts chatting like nothing happened. Finally, Truong Bin manages to sit up. He glares at the guy, realizing this geezer just tested him. His power is way beyond anyone he's ever fought before. A monster like this? Only the leader of the cleanup crew could probably go toe-to-toe with him. They hit up a small roadside shop and grab a seat to talk things out. Truong Bin knows he's outclassed, so he plays it respectful. "How should I address you, sir?" The old man smirks with a look of pure mischief. "Names are just labels. Call me whatever." You really have no clue who this old man is, do you? Truong Bin's mind races. The cleanup crew obviously has his whole file, but why is Situ Shibai meeting him like this? What is his endgame? He asks Situ, "So why are you here?" Situ calmly takes a sip of tea and gives him a chill warning. "Before you figure out how to block mind readers, maybe don't think so much, kid." Truong Bin panics. The guy is reading his mind like an open book. Situ explains his visit. "It's been 200 years since an infinite class user appeared in Pearl City. You think I'd miss out on seeing that?" Truong Bin is floored. "You're saying I'm infinite class? What even is that? I thought top tier was the absolute limit for human talent and rank." C2 breaks it down. No matter how strong an Awakener is, they usually only get one power. But infinite class? That's a whole different ballgame. It breaks the cap on how many talents a person can have. You can just keep unlocking new powers forever. C2 looks at him, totally curious. "There's one thing I'm dying to know, though. Can your infinite class talent copy your other infinite class contract gems? I'm curious if that's even possible." As they sit there hashing it out, the old man continues. "I'm not just wasting your time. No matter how the test goes, I'll hook you up with a gift and answer every single question you've got." Truong Bin doesn't hesitate. "Can I say no to this?" C2 just slides a box over, revealing a glowing bracelet inside. "Sure you can, but why not check out the loot first?" Seeing the kid is hooked, the old man starts explaining. "This bracelet is called the Golden Treasure. It's a piece of gear I used all the time when I was just a kid. It stores an extra skill. You get how big that is, right?" Truong Bin's eyes light up as he stares at the relic. "Master C2, you're being way too generous." He's stoked. Storage space is exactly what he's been dying to get his hands on. Seeing the kid nod, the old man reaches out. His hands glow with a soft blue light. "Give me your hand." Truong Bin reaches out, and blue flames instantly wrap around them. After a long, quiet moment, Situ opens his eyes and sighs, pulling back. Truong Bin pulls his hand back, totally confused. He asks just to be sure. "So, is it over already?" Situ nods. "It's over. I couldn't copy your power at all. Your ability is just off the charts. I even failed to copy that secondary talent of yours. Looks like you're seriously one of a kind." Situ keeps his promise and hands over the bracelet. "All right, it's yours now." Truong Bin grabs it, totally hyped, and thanks the old master for the epic gear. The second his fingers touch the metal, a weird flash of light goes off. Truong Bin freezes, his eyes glued to it. The system window pops up, showing the appraisal is done along with a sudden, vivid memory. A vision of a young girl tied hand and foot appears, her body soaked in blood. He whispers to himself, "Is this really how they made this bracelet?" A hooded guy dumps a bucket of gross, sticky liquid over the poor girl. She lets out a scream that's absolutely gut-wrenching. A crowd surrounds her, chanting some creepy spells over and over again. Truong Bin watches the scene, a wave of pure dread hitting him. Do all these rare magical items really require a human life as payment? He looks at the fancy bracelet born from all that pain. His heart sinks, realizing just how messed up this world is. After the memory fades, Truong Bin looks up, eyeing the old man with a suspicious glare. "Master C2, is the process for making all this high-level gear really this brutal and cruel?" C2 takes a slow sip of tea and sighs. 100 years ago, that's how it was. It's banned now, but some psychos still use human sacrifices in the shadows. I really wanted to smash this thing to bits, but if you use it to hunt down scumbags and do some good, maybe the spirit inside this gear can finally chill out. Heart-aching, Zhang Ping asked about the dark past. Was Pearl City really that messed up 200 years ago? Like, did human lives mean absolutely nothing back then? Situ set his tea down, his voice going low and gravelly. Yeah, he said, and then the real story started. 2 centuries back, the Chu clan and their monster-taming freaks ran Pearl City. Those ancestors of theirs? Total psychos with the most twisted, evil faces you can imagine. He kept going, saying everyone in Pearl City was basically just a slave to the Chu family. No future, no hope, just images of buff dudes breaking their backs, hauling heavy junk that should have been impossible to carry. Guys worked themselves to death night and day, all for a tiny bowl of watered-down soup. Some poor young woman gets cornered by a pack of creeps, about to get dragged into something nasty. Pretty girls were snatched up as maids for the Chu family, used as toys for those spoiled rich brats. Even the kids weren't safe, getting their heads filled with twisted garbage from birth. They herded all the children together, brainwashing them 24/7 to be loyal to the Chu name. And the elderly? Since they were useless, they were chopped up and fed to the Chu family's mutated monsters. Back then, if you gained powers, you either got tortured or turned into raw materials for crafting magic gear. As Sidhu told this, Old Long was visibly shaking with pure rage. Because the Chu monster tamers were so insanely evil, a group of badass heroes secretly teamed up. They pooled their strength and finally kicked those tyrants off their thrones for good. Zhang Ping saw the tea was gone, so he stood up to pour a fresh cup. So that is how it went down. Situ looked at him, his voice softening. Got any more questions? Zhang Ping didn't hold back. Master Situ, you are such a beast. Why don't you just step up and take out the Moon Prince to free the city again? Situ shook his head. He made it clear it wasn't that he didn't want to. He just couldn't. You probably think Pearl City's defenses are total trash, right? Like, how did they miss a heavenly fox sneaking in? But you are wrong. Honestly, the city's guardian system is actually tight as a drum. A shot of the massive investigation team flashes on screen. He broke it down. Scouts patrol the outskirts hunting monsters, while the cleanup crew handles any freaks trying to creep through the city gates in the dark. Plus, there is a legendary artifact called the Sun Moon Pearl. Inside its range, every living thing gets its power level nerfed down to level 40 or below. Basically, even if a boss-level monster sneaks in, it only has high-tier strength at best. Situ stood up, turning to leave. Besides, I am the strongest one at that tier, no doubt. Then he stopped. But Zhang Ping jumped up too, rushing his words. Master Situ, wait! Are you saying there is a mole in the city? Situ nodded, impressed by his quick thinking. He looked back, his voice sounding deep and thoughtful. Are you saying there is a mole in the city? Situ nodded, impressed by his quick thinking. He looked back, his voice sounding deep and thoughtful. With the city lord missing, who else besides me and the Chu clan leftovers would even know how to craft a legendary artifact like that? Zhang Ping thought of those monsters ripping into innocent people, his teeth gritting in total fury. Those Chu monster tamers must have sealed the Sun Moon Pearl and then let that heavenly fox loose inside. They are pulling the strings on all these recent monster riots. Why didn't you just wipe them out back then? Situ let out a heavy sigh. After we took down the Chu family, we kept trying to scrub away every last trace of their presence. But you can't just kill off weeds. They have been in Pearl City for hundreds of years, and their roots go way deeper than anyone could have guessed. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, his whole body shaking with rage. Questions started flooding his messy brain. Seriously, this heavenly fox break-in was way too suspicious. There were huge holes in the story everywhere. What are those Chu freaks actually planning? Is the city lord even alive? And why are the monsters suddenly going nuts? What kind of powers does that heavenly fox king have? Zhang Ping watched Situ walk away, trying to figure out all these new mysteries on his own. No answers yet. Situ Shibo had to be insanely careful with every single move he made from here on out. If he falls into a trap and things get violent, Pearl City might be totally screwed beyond any hope of saving. It is like nukes in my past life, they are just a scary threat. You don't use them unless it is a total do-or-die situation. Even if the Moon Prince keeps killing and trolling, everyone else can lose their cool, but Situ Shibo absolutely cannot. Then Situ spoke up, sounding really sincere. He said, I can't copy your powers, kid, but the truth is, we need you. He turned back and reached out for a hand. Outside the city? Sack wiped the sweat off her forehead and gave her a small, gentle smile. Definitely. But those places are isolated, backward, and hostile. They even worship some really twisted mutant monsters. A vision of a sacrifice burning in a fire appeared, surrounded by a crowd of crazy cultists. Zack warned her, if you ever go out there and see a village, just keep moving. Otherwise, they will catch you and make you a slave or worse. Vuong Kuyetman asked, can't we talk? Zack's face went dead serious, and her voice turned cold as ice as she leaned in. They are basically not even human anymore. Out in the wild, the real danger is not the mutants, it is the savages. Vuong Kuyetman felt a chill down her spine. Suddenly, a creepy skeleton figure loomed right behind Sak's back. Sak was totally oblivious, still trying to scare Vuong Kuyetman with a terrifying look. They wear these creepy masks and just sneak up behind you when you least expect it. The shadow bared its claws, creeping closer to the two girls. Vuong Kuyetman turned around and stuttered, "Sak, is that one of them?" Sak spun around in a flash. She had no idea the danger was so close. "Something like that," she said, until the shadow finally lunged and revealed its terrifying face. Emerging from the thick fog was just Bin. The guy had his arms up, trying his best to scare them both. Vuong Kuyetman was terrified and burst into tears. Sak did not run, she just delivered a brutal kick to his crotch. Bin froze. Pure, blinding pain shot through his body, and he looked like he might actually pass out. It took a few minutes for the pain to fade. He was drenched in sweat, but acting like he was fine. Bin wheezed out, "Sak, come on." That move was way below the belt, literally. Sak jumped back, shielding Vuong Kuyetman and shouting with extreme caution, "Who are you?" Bin trembled, holding his groin and ripping off the scary mask. "It is just me, Bing." Vuong Kuyetman and Sak nearly died of fright before they could finally breathe. Sak marched over and greeted Bin with a hard slap to the neck. "You brat, coming back without a word just to play ghost and scare us like that?" Bin rubbed his head. "I just got back and heard you guys talking about those scary village savages. I wanted to set the mood, but you decided to try and end my bloodline." Sak went back to her jacket, ready to head out. "Your little training session is officially over now." Bin nodded. "Yeah. I am going to stay in the city and work on getting stronger." Sak put on her coat. She just remembered she had found a lead on her sister earlier today. Before leaving, she told them, "I am heading back out. Look after Uncle Lou for me." Bin asked why. "You are leaving already?" Sak waved goodbye, disappearing while giving Vuong Kuyetman one last smirk and a wink. "I am not like some people who hang around like ghosts. I am out of here. See you guys." Bin was totally clueless. "It is getting late, so I am going back to my room." She stopped and called Bin's name quietly. Zhang Ping asked curiously. Wang smiled at him softly. "It is so good that you made it back safe." Zhang felt a warm glow inside, smiled back, and gave her a casual wave. It has been a minute since he got stuck in this world, but finally, it actually felt like home. Suddenly, Liu popped out of thin air, scaring him half to death. He glared and barked, "She is gone, kid. Why are you still standing there grinning like an idiot?" Old man Liu nudged him and said, "Tomorrow morning, you go find Chu Se. Tell her I am deathly sick so she stays inside the city walls." Zhang looked worried. "Uncle Liu, you." Liu whacked him with his pipe. "Do not look at me like that. I am fine. It is just a little white lie." Zhang rubbed his head in pain. "But wait, San has been missing forever. She is probably in big trouble, right?" Liu slumped into his chair. "I know my own daughter and her skills better than anyone else does. Sei wants to investigate San, but I am terrified she will get hurt. So, I am just faking it to keep her from taking risks." Zhang understood and lowered his voice. "Uncle Liu." The old man finished his smoke and then kept talking. "That girl is all heart. If she is worried about me, she will not go taking any crazy risks. She won't play it safe otherwise." Zhang gave a weak laugh. "You have it tough, uncle." Liu tapped his pipe to clear the ash. "You have got real talent for smithing, but Sei has no clue how to teach anyone. She is messy because she does not really care about smithing. In the next few days, I will teach you the true blending forge technique." Liu pointed his smoking pipe straight at the kid. "This technique might not be some big top secret, but it is our family signature move. You better focus and learn every bit of it." Zhang clenched his fist with a look of pure determination. "Yes, I definitely will not let you down, uncle." Suddenly, a strange blue mist began to swirl. A girl's voice echoed through his mind. "Zhang Ping, it is me, Su Jing Jiao." She smiled and cheered him on. "Keep going. I am waiting for you." He whispered her name. "Su Jing Jiao." Zhang watched the mist fade away, leaving a glowing blue feather right there on the floor. According to Zhang, Sei stayed inside the city just like Liu wanted. Meanwhile, the old man was secretly teaching him the secret blending forge technique. Liu sat there puffing away, making jokes about lung cancer while Sei just stood there looking totally annoyed. "Then stop smoking already." Zhang had actually figured out a way to control the mist. He applied the forge technique to the fog. It took a sharper shape and, honestly, it felt a whole lot stronger. While training with Wang, he watched every move and started putting the pieces together. Wang had already successfully mastered the first 3 moves of the Ape King Fist. Zhang remembered that night perfectly. He was positive he had heard Su Jing Jiao's voice. It felt so familiar, so that night he asked the cleanup crew to hunt for any evidence. Zhang spoke into his radio. "Captain, is there a disguised fox monster near the forge?" I just heard it loud and clear. C2 replied with a very serious tone. Jang, we cleared your neighborhood ages ago. There is no way a fox monster is lurking around there. Zhang started thinking. If it was not something a wind whisperer could hear, then what was it? He considered another wild possibility. What if Su was not dead, but surviving in some other way? For revenge and for the truth, he had to unmask this fox monster version of Su Jingjiao himself. 3 days later, at the Su estate, some random creep was quietly sneaking his way inside. He used a crowbar to pop the lock. Inside the bedroom, a girl was fast asleep, totally clueless. The creep smirked, leaning in. Out like a light. Looks like that drug I used worked like a charm. He ripped the blanket back to reveal her pale skin. The guy let out a nasty, wicked laugh. I heard for a long time that the Su family lady has a killer body and perfect skin. He ran his filthy hand slowly across her soft arm. Time to see if the rumors are true. I am going to enjoy this while she is fresh. Right then, a thick black mist started crawling into the room, followed by a terrifying voice. Zhang Xiao Fan. The creep jumped out of his skin and yelled, "Who is that?" From inside the thick mist, Zhang began listing off all his personal information. Zhang Xiao Fan, nickname, Shorty, height, 1.5 meters, appearance, total bottom feeder and creep. Terrified because his secrets were being exposed, he screamed into the darkness. Who is there? A shadow loomed right behind his back. Not exactly a hit with the ladies, are you? You became a twisted sicko. You have ruined so many girls over the years, am I wrong? Tang Xiaofan loses it, screaming, "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Ping just stares him down. "I'm your executioner." Tang's face goes ghost white. He flips out and starts running like a coward, trying to save his pathetic skin. He's tripping, muttering that he drugged the whole Su family. How is anyone still awake and hunting him down? He sprints for his life, but that thick fog sticks to him like glue. Is this a person or a demon? The mist suddenly tightens, turning into razor-sharp needles that sink deep into his calf. He's not going anywhere now. Tang stumbles and face plants hard into the dirt. Zhang Ping walks up slow, his voice colder than the grave. Still trying to fight? Tang clutches his bleeding leg, literally peeing his pants while stuttering like a total loser. "Stay back, don't come near me." He's shaking, staring at Zhang Ping like he's looking straight at the devil. Finally, Tang Xiaofan just collapses, passing out from pure, unadulterated terror. What a complete joke. Zhang Ping gives him a little kick. He thought this serial killer was a monster, but he's just weak. He sighs, figuring his first official mission for the squad is pretty much in the bag already. Zhang Ping rips the mask off. Better get this trash to HQ for processing. Time for a quick system scan. The system pings immediately. Scan complete. Tang Xiaofan's whole life story and abilities pop up on the screen. Zhang Ping skims the data, bored. The guy is a pharmacist, analyzing plants and brewing drugs for his crimes. Peach blossom face, common rank item. Just a mask he wore for his twisted games. Having a gift and using it for evil? Bottom tier trash. The system triggers a playback. Images flash by. A mother is crawling across the floor, face covered in tears. She's begging him. "Please, I'm begging you, just let my daughter go." Tang just sneers and kicks her aside. He stands over her, spitting insults like it's some kind of game. "You took my drugs and you're still talking back? Blame your husband for being a total failure, lady. If he hadn't died early, I wouldn't have noticed you too. Some hero trying to protect the city? Total loser. And now look at him. Dead and gone. It's actually hilarious, right?" Tang sneers, mocking the dead guy's family. On the bed, the daughter is screaming in pure agony and fear. He grabs the girl's throat, terrifying her with a sick grin. "Relax. Once I'm done, I'll send you away." Tang laughs like a psycho. "You're all just my little toys to play with." Behind him, the souls of his victims are wailing. Zhang Ping watches this, his face turning cold and hard. Suddenly, Tang wakes up. Seeing Zhang Ping distracted, the snake decides to make one last desperate move. He blows sleeping powder right in Zhang's face, laughing his head off. The coward starts acting tough again. "Who do you think you are, kid? That stuff drops monsters. Once you're out, I'll have my fun." Zhang Ping doesn't even blink. He clenches his fist, eyes burning with pure rage. This guy is finished. Tang freaks out when he sees the powder did nothing. "What? How are you still standing, man? Maybe the rain washed it away?" Before he can think, Zhang Ping swings and slices his hand off. Thunder booms. Tang lets out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his mangled stump as the reality of the situation hits him. He's crying like a baby now, but Zhang Ping isn't done. He starts channeling his magic. This blade is for every mother who died protecting her child. Purple energy explodes, forming 3 glowing daggers. He whispers, "This blade is for the girls who chose death over surrendering to a scumbag like you." Zhang Ping unleashes a storm of knives. They tear through the air, leaving Tang with nothing but his screams. His body is covered in deep cuts, his cries echoing, but the hero keeps the pressure on him. This blade is for the fallen hero of the patrol squad. He strikes again and again under the rain. This blade is for the righteous scout you murdered. Thunder rumbles as Zhang's fury shows no signs of stopping. This blade is for the nameless awakened. Tang is a mess, both legs gone, unable to even crawl anymore. His hand is shattered beyond repair. All he can do is lie there, sobbing and cursing like a madman. You're a psycho! You're completely insane! Zhang Ping stands tall in the swirling fog. With modern tech, you might live if you get help. I'll give you one shot at surviving this. He points to the front gate. Crawl out those doors and I'll let you live. But he's not finished. Tang Xiaofan, you brought pure despair to those people. Now, I am going to pay you back 10 times over. Zhang Ping points at the door, giving Tang Xiaofan a cold warning. Look, this is your very last chance. Hearing there is a way out, Tang Xiaofan just smirks. Clearly, this guy does not feel bad at all. He drags himself toward the exit with one hand, brain already working overtime on some twisted, dirty new plan. Once I heal up, I am going to make you pay. I will chop you into 100 pieces. Cough, cough. He pictures his past victims and lets out a sick, twisted laugh to keep himself motivated. What a total creep. No way I am dying here. There are still way too many girls out there for me to enjoy. Tang Xiaofan is almost at the door. Just a few more inches. Grinning like a maniac, he reaches for the door. Just gotta open it. Just gotta get the hell out. His hand shakes, missing the handle. He is panicking inside because he was so close to freedom. So damn close. Tang Xiaofan loses it and starts pounding the door, screaming every curse word in the book. Damn it. Damn it. Zhang Ping slowly walks over. Give it up. You are never opening that door in this lifetime or the next. He crushes the mist into a glowing orb, looking down in disappointment. I gave you a chance, but you blew it. Tang Xiaofan, you lose. Did Tang Xiaofan even scream? Zhang Ping moves in an instant, taking out that piece of trash in one shot. The system pings. High-level kill confirmed. All stats increase by 1. Zhang Ping just stands there in the rain, feeling zero joy. Zhang Ping looks absolutely miserable right now. He thought taking down the Sky Eater Fox would fix everything and bring peace back to Pearl City. Saving everyone, right? He looks up at the sky. Do people like this even deserve saving? Man, screw that. Scum like him belong in the ground. No point playing the saint. Suddenly, a voice echoes. You sure she is at Hanhai Academy? Today is the day. Find a chance to move her out. The voice fades instantly, leaving Zhang Ping looking around totally confused. Wait, what was that? Not another scumbag like that guy, right? He pulls a communicator from his sleeve and reports the situation. Captain, I finished the Predator mission. Also, I used the Wind Whisperer near Hanhai Academy and heard something weird. It sounds like some guys are planning to transport something. Back at the Sweeper Corps headquarters, C2 asks for clarification. Manini tries using her magic to scan the Academy grounds. After a moment, she frowns. No good. I cannot sense anything going on in there. Someone set up a barrier. Even I cannot see through it. Whoever did this is definitely not some random amateur. C2 gets back on the comms. Zhang Ping, get over there and scout the situation. Report back immediately. I will call Lucy Shen right now. C2 adds a warning. Do not do anything reckless until backup arrives. Zhang Ping takes the order and bolts. Over at Hanhai Academy, a massive barrier is already up. 3 intruders are quietly making their way deep inside the grounds. Their boss clicks his tongue. This is annoying. We have been searching for 15 minutes already. Where the hell is Chen Shui Li hiding? The skinny guy suddenly freezes. Boss, we got a problem. Someone just entered the barrier. The fat guy starts to freak out. What? Are you saying we were spotted already? The leader just snaps at him. Shut up. We have the dragon suppressing stone and double protection. No way anyone could have tracked us here. The leader goes quiet, his brow furrowed in focus. He is totally on edge now. If this intruder alerts Chen Shui Li, it is going to be a total disaster. Even if we mask our energy, we simply cannot kidnap her while he is watching us. He suddenly screams at his crew in a high voice. Move it! We are running out of time here. I do not care what it takes. Find her now. His 2 goons shout back in unison. Yes, sir. From the outside, Zhang Ping quietly scouts the entire area. His eyes fix on a strange dragon-like object wrapped around a pillar. What is this? Better use appraisal. System says appraisal failed. He tries a second time, then a third, until he finally breaks through the scan. The info panel flashes. Dragon suppressing stone. Quality level is epic. 4 of these stones can create a massive dragon-slaying barrier. It is strong enough to cover and rip through almost any other shield. Wow, so this really is an epic-grade treasure. Suddenly, the system starts replaying images, showing the brutal process of how this item was crafted. To make this, a massive number of innocent lives were just thrown away. Their blood, soaked in pure hatred, was forged through fire to create the perfect masterpiece he is looking at now. Zhang Ping's eyes go wide. He is totally shocked. So the dragon-suppressing stone is made from human sacrifice rituals? But this kind of stuff has been strictly banned for the public for ages now. Zhang Ping narrows his eyes and peeks inside. He figures these guys do not look like those two other factions. Maybe they are leftovers from the Chu family? He muttered under his breath. Those Chu family beast tamers were behind this mess. Suddenly, the whole twisted timeline flashed before his eyes. 200 years ago, the Chu family ruled Min Chao City with endless crimes before being toppled by 3 major organizations. 2 months ago, they blockaded Sun Moon Min Chao, making the new city lord vanish. They led the Heavenly Tiger into the city, gathered mutated beasts in the suburbs 2 weeks ago, and now they're hitting Han Hai Academy to steal something. He snuck up to the door, deciding to head inside and scout the situation while his mind raced with theories. What the hell is the Chu family's goal? Luring that tiger and rounding up mutated beasts outside the city. Maybe tracking their moves this time will finally lead him to a major breakthrough. From where Zhang Ping was standing, he spotted someone sneaking closer. He realized something was about to come out and he had to hide right away. The system pinged, activating the Nightwalker effect. Zhang Ping bolted inside and slammed the door just in time. From the intruder's perspective, the leader stepped out first, scanning the area with sharp eyes. After searching for a while and finding nothing, he figured whoever had slipped through the barrier must have already cleared out. He calmed down and whispered to his crew, "Things are fine. The lantern is active. Save that last bit of energy for an emergency." Once the 3 of them finished their business, they retreated quickly. The leader spoke up, saying he had to retrieve the Dragonstone to erase their tracks. Zhang Ping peeked through the door, ordering the system to start an appraisal. Meanwhile, he quickly updated his intel using the communication device. Just as he figured, it was definitely the Chu family. One guy had level 20 trap skills, another held level 17 telekinesis, and the third one could use level 15 hypnosis. The other side confirmed they received the message. Simultaneously, the system signaled a successful scan, revealing the lantern could hide an aura and blend with its master. It hit Zhang Ping then. That's why he couldn't sense them. That thing was masking their presence, but it looked like its power was almost tapped out. He glanced over at the girl behind them. Her status screen popped up, revealing her name as Tran Quan Din. Zhang Ping pondered to himself, was she really their kidnapping target? Her growth potential was unbelievable, especially since her power was basically a leveled-up version of the Jewel Covenant. Her name is Tran Quan Din, race human. Her faction is Han Hai Academy. Growth value, 14 stars. Class, mid-tier awakened at rank level 13. Talent, Saint Mother's Blood. The blood in her body can boost her affinity with living creatures. After an upgrade, it can even turn any wild beast into a mindless, fanatical follower. It can even become a passive skill and broaden its range of effect. Warning: anyone drinking that blood loses their powers and gets hit with bad luck. Zhang Ping frowned deeply. Who exactly did the Chu family want to control using her? Either way, this girl is totally innocent. He made a silent promise that he wouldn't let the Chu family get what they wanted. Thunder rumbled loudly as the 3 Chu family members suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. The system warned that the appraisal was cut off. Zhang Ping rushed outside in a panic, looking everywhere. They were gone. Where the hell did they go? Can you track them down? Back at the cleaning squad base, Mani was using her powers to search. She finally sensed them. Those guys are heading toward the outskirts. At their current speed, I am worried that Cece won't be able to catch them. Zhang Ping whispered into his radio that he was going to stall them. Sidu tried to stop him. Hold on, Zhang Ping. Don't be reckless. You have to stay safe first. But he insisted the Chu family were the masterminds behind all this, and he couldn't let them just walk away. Even if I can't beat them, I can use the fog to slow them down and buy more time for Cece. The 3 Chu family members were racing toward the outskirts at full speed. The leader suddenly noticed some weird movement in the bushes and stopped to check it out. All of a sudden, a mutated mist beast lunged right out of the trees. The leader was shocked. What was a mutated mist beast doing inside the city? Hidden inside that beast was actually Zhang Ping in disguise. He whispered to himself, thanking his luck for that face-shifting technique. The mist disguise was holding up, but he had to be careful not to let that level 2 appraiser see through it. The leader activated his scan. This wolf looked terrifyingly fierce, but what was its level? Without hesitating, he fired off countless sharp spikes like a porcupine, cutting the appraisal process short. The leader growled in anger, cursing that he'd been interrupted. Zhang Ping used all his strength to lunge straight at the leader. He controlled the beast to bare its fierce fangs, ready to tear the man to pieces. The The leader was no amateur. He dodged quickly and turned to bark orders at his teammate. Hong Tam, hypnotize it now. Hong Tam obeyed, instantly activating his power. He glared and ordered it to stop. The beast's eyes went wide, its pupils swirling wildly. Zhang Ping halted his attack for a moment. Hong Tam let out a sigh of relief, thinking it had worked. But inside, Zhang Ping didn't flinch at all and quickly started planning his next move. Since my mental energy is basically infinite, I'm totally immune to any kind of mind control. Totally saw a weakness there. He played it cool, faked being hypnotized to close the gap without making a single sound. Hoang Tam did not suspect a thing. He crept closer, whispering like a creep. Do not move. Just stay still. He reached out, trying to pet the beast to act friendly, keeping his voice real steady. Do not move. But the second that guy got within range, he flipped the script and launched a massive, explosive attack. Right on cue, Hong Tam jumped back in a panic. Wait, what? Since when could this thing actually move? The beast bared its razor-sharp teeth and clamped down on Hong Tam, tearing into him until he let out a blood-curdling scream. He completely lost it, yelling, Boss, help me! Get this thing off me! The leader screamed his name while the short guy charged in, fueled by pure rage. You better back off right now, he roared. Get the hell away from him! He used his psychic force to blast Truong Bin away from the victim. Truong Bin stuck the landing while his system flashed a notification. Level 9 achieved. Since he took down a higher-level enemy, every single one of his attributes just got a 1-point boost. He was celebrating inside. It worked. Now he just had to handle the other two goons. But then the short guy made a move supergravity telekinesis. The fog inside got crushed instantly, leaving him totally stunned for a split second. This invisible weight slammed into Truong Bin, cracking the stone ground beneath him. He was terrified to find he could not even stand up. He thought, this is bad, I am stuck like glue. By now, the leader had finished scanning Truong Bin's profile. He scrolled through the stats. Name, Truong Bin. Level 9. Just a rookie awakener. Apparently, he is with the Iron Soul Forge and the cleanup crew. Special abilities? Still a big fat question mark. The leader gave a nasty smirk. Turns out he is just a regular human, a level 9 newbie at that. And he really thought he could play the hero. The boss cold-bloodedly told him, since you work for C2 Shibai, there is no way I am letting you walk out of here alive. Truong Bin's mind flashed back. C2 Shibai had used this exact gravity trick on him before. He told himself to stay chill, he could find a loophole. Outside, the rain poured down as thunder shook the sky. Even hidden in his misty wolf disguise, Truong Bin was in deep trouble. His brain was working overtime to find an exit strategy. Even if that guy's scanning ability did not have any real offensive power behind it. That custom-made weapon of his was a total nightmare. I mean, an epic-grade item? That is just overkill. As their strikes whistled past his head, he dodged like a pro while breaking down the situation. It was obvious now the Chu family's whole power move relied on their high-end gear. Truong Bin subtly summoned that trippy black mist. Even though it drained 10 units, the raw power it put out was insane. He was just glad that even with his body pinned down, his mist abilities were still working perfectly fine. He glanced at the two Chu brothers. One was holding his ground while the other scrambled to dodge. He could not figure it out. Why was the psychic guy not using his powers to hit back? That short guy, Hong Ni, pulled back his bow and let fly a bolt of golden lightning. The beam of light tore through the air, heading straight for Truong Bin. He barely managed to deflect that surprise attack in time. The leader, Chu Trok Tuan, was not just standing around either. He was already prepping his next move in the shadows. He gave a cocky laugh. I bet that power of yours burns through energy like crazy. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up. Truong Bin dropped to one knee on the soggy ground, keeping quiet and watching closely. He had a feeling it was not that the guy was lazy, he just could not counterattack. Seeing him just sitting there, the guy's eyes flared with murderous intent. He screamed, "What are you doing? Just standing there like an idiot?" Another lightning arrow came whistling in. Truong Bin fought hard, using his mist to parry the deadly projectile. He finally gritted his teeth and decided to test out that new move, even if it cost him 25% of his mist. The mist hardened into tiny, lethal daggers that shot toward the enemy. A notification pinged in his head. Mist minus 15 points. Traik Tuan swatted the projectiles away, growling. You really think you still have a chance? But suddenly black mist erupted from the ground, pinning both of them down. Truong Bin controlled the mist with total precision as he finally called out the guy's sharp weakness. The reason you are not fighting back is because you actually have to aim before you can trigger your psychic powers. Huang Ni's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Before he could react, Trung Bin lunged forward to finish the job. He knew his hunch was spot on. Take this guy out, and the gravity disappears. Truck Tuan could only watch in shock, screaming out Hong Ni's name. The guy panicked when he saw Bin right in his face. Too fast, the mist solidified into a jagged blade. Missed minus 10 points. He drove the blade straight into Hong Ni's gut. The guy's only thought was, crap, I cannot even move an inch. But the dude gritted his teeth and used a self-destruct move, grabbing Truong Bin's wrist tight. Bin was shocked the guy was actually using his own powers on himself. He held on with a smug grin. You almost had me there, kid. Just a little closer and you would have won. Good thing I forced control of my right hand to break free. On the other side, Trak Tuan managed to wiggle loose too, flashing a mocking sneer. Is that all the energy you have got left? Hong Yi smirked from the ground. Just breaking my arm is not going to cut it, pal. You have got to take out my whole body to stop me. With weak attacks like that, you have got zero chance of winning. Before he finished, he sparked his fire powers. Flames wrapped around him as an explosion of heat blasted everywhere. Hoang Tu screamed and shoved him back with a massive palm strike, cursing him like a complete jerk. Truong Bin saw lightning coming but couldn't move. It slammed straight into his chest, sending him to the ground in total, screaming agony. Hoang Tu mocked him, saying he had some tricks. Truong Bin realized their gear was weirdly fireproof. This was bad. Both guys unleashed their psychic powers at once. One of them barked coldly. Time to wrap this whole thing up. Truong Bin clutched his chest, gasping that they were out of time. Trak Tuan just sneered. You mean your time to die is now? He stared them down, his voice absolute ice. No. From behind his back, two massive water tentacles rose as he spoke calmly. It is the time I used to hold you back. Right then, those water tentacles lunged forward to attack the pair. Hoang Tu didn't even have time to blink before he was impaled. Trak Tuan barely blocked the hit, growling about how the kid still talked big while dying. He dodged fast and fired a counter arrow. Truong Bin panicked, but his instincts took over. He jerked to the right just in time. The arrow only grazed his shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Tutu appeared behind Trak Tuan with a glowing sword, swinging for his head without a drop of mercy. He yelled about backup arriving. But then he saw Hong Tu lying dead on the ground and completely lost his mind. Did this girl just one-shot Hoang Tu? He tried to block her blade with his bow, but her raw strength sent him flying back across the floor. Trak Tuan screamed, asking who she was. Tutu didn't say a word. She just kept hammering him with relentless attacks. Trak Tuan realized he was screwed, sweating like a pig. Dang it, that other brat really drained all of my energy. He pulled out a ring, his last resort. As soon as he slipped it on, the thing started glowing with blinding light. Lightning crashed down from above. Tutu saw the danger and screamed for him to stop right now. Too late. The lightning blast was massive, shattering rocks and sending debris flying. A blinding light filled the air as everything exploded. Tutu dragged the unconscious Truong Bin to safety. Luckily, he was okay. She looked at the crater and saw Trak Tuan escaping. She sighed with regret. It sucked they couldn't catch the last remaining member of the Chu family alive. Truong Bin lay there exhausted. Suddenly, Mani's voice came through the radio. Get him back here now. Tutu asked what was wrong. Mani's next update left her stunned. The phantom light canopy has been completely destroyed. High up on a skyscraper, Lak Fivu stood on the roof, holding an umbrella against the heavy pouring rain. Hoang Trak Min appeared behind her. My prince, he said respectfully, may I ask why you summoned me back here? Fivu's cold voice cut through the rain. How is the gathering of mutated beasts outside the city going? He bowed, reporting that everything was finally ready. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck in the distance, making Trak Min jump. Fivu frowned at the flash. What was that noise? Trak Min knew exactly what it was. It was the 10,000 lightning call. Chu Trak Tuan was in trouble. Fearing the fox would notice, he quickly lied and said it was probably just thunder. Fivu spun around fast. For a second, he saw a bloodthirsty fox spirit hiding under her human skin. Did you see anything weird out there? Trak Min broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering out a no. Fivu's fox aura was suffocating. She stared him down, looking for any sign that he was hiding something from her. Then why are you so nervous? Beneath her, a terrifying shadow of a giant fox loomed large. Trak Min scrambled to find a good excuse. My lady, I have been terrified of thunder since I was a kid. Fivu just snorted in disgust. Useless trash. She didn't let it go that easily. That sound came from inside the city, but now there was nothing. Just like last time, Fivu remembered chasing her prey. The guy was bleeding out and definitely should have been dead. No doubt about it. But he turned a corner and vanished without a trace. How dare a human slip away from me like that? She jumped off the roof, feeling suspicious. This was all just a clever trick. Human illusions won't work on my kind for very long. She smirked, her red eyes glowing in the darkness. This is getting fun. The real hunt starts right now. She had a theory. Someone might be using something else to indirectly hide things from my sight. Maybe this entire city is a fake. Her eyes shifted as she spoke with pride. It is all going according to plan. She expanded her domain instantly, using her tails to scan the area and pierce through the dark clouds above. Down below, Tutu wondered where the Hanhai students went. She muttered that she didn't know what was happening, but the canopy was definitely fading fast. Right then, Truong Bin snapped his eyes open. His whole body was shaking as he called out for Tutu. With a trembling hand, he pointed toward the cold, lifeless body of Hong 3. His voice trembled, begging her to toss that thing. Tutu looked back. The nightingale sang as he urged her. We gotta move now. The fox spirit aura is flooding every alleyway, wrapping the entire city in a suffocating grip with zero escape routes left. Predatory eyes scan every shadow, hunting for the one hiding deep inside that narrow tower. They are locked on. No more hiding. Fai Vu whipped around. Her hellfire red eyes had already pinned her target down. There was absolutely no way he was getting away. Finally flushed that little rat out. Chutrok Tuan was hauling the Saintess through the absolute downpour, sprinting for his life. In the total chaos, he almost lost his precious prize. Fai Vu's haunting shriek echoed, making Chutrok Min jump out of his skin. Who'd sneak out this late? He panicked, realizing the gig was up. They found us. We are totally cooked. He tried to block her path, stammering, Wait, Your Majesty. But she had already vanished, appearing next to Tuan like a ghost. Chutrok Min slumped in despair. Real talk, there was no way to stop that absolute monster. Deep in the city outskirts, a radio crackled with life. Emergency intel, we have an emergency intel report. Men in black cloaks leaned in, listening to Tuan's report. Turns out the cleanup crew has a secret assassin lurking inside named Truong Bin. Our whole plan for tonight just got trashed. Numbers 2 and 3 are already dead because of him. The group stood frozen in shock. Tuan's frantic voice kept blaring through the transmitter. When the cleanup crew reinforcements pulled up, I was trapped. Had to use the 1,000 lightning strike just to survive. Tuan's brother frowned, getting serious. Hold up. You are telling me that assassin Truong Bin isn't actually dead yet? Yeah, but I checked him out. Besides the cleanup crew, he's tied to some blacksmith shop called the Spirit Iron Forge. His brother nodded. Got it. But the clock is ticking. Get the Saintess out of this city right now. Suddenly, Tuan's voice went cold with terror. Lak, Thivu? Why the hell are you here? The brother froze. What did you say? All he got back from the comms was a blood-curdling scream of agony. The brother's face went white. He grabbed the radio, shaking. Talk to me! Chutrok Tuan, answer me right now! Chutrak Min stepped in, roaring. Stop calling him! The plan is dead! The fox girl already finished Tuan off. The brother lost it, smashing his comms to pieces. Damn it! Are you telling me years of our hard work just went up in smoke? Chutrak Min calmed him down. No, the Saintess is alive. She is the only one who can stop the Sky Fox. Once they realize they can't kill her, they will take her to the City Lord. Chutrak Tuan snapped at him. Then what? Without her, how do we control those foxes? Chutrak Min stayed cool. The deputy's mansion has a secret tunnel that leads straight out of the city. Oh, he remembered the secret route and stated firmly, Currently, I am the only one who knows it. Then he laid out the play. We sneak the mutated beasts through that tunnel. They'll raise hell and keep the foxes busy. I'll grab the Saintess during the chaos. A guy with hair covering one eye sat up high and just snorted at him. Easy for you to say. The prince's men are guarding that mansion. What can a few mutated beasts really do against them? Chutrak Min added, That is why we have to use that cleanup crew assassin, Truong Bin. The Moon Prince is watching the whole city. If anything goes sideways, he is going to make a move personally. We send our elites to hit the forge and jump Truong Bin. That'll bait the Moon Prince and the cleanup crew right out. While they are busy fighting, we drop the mutated beasts on the mansion. They won't even see it coming. The eye patch guy cut in. But doing that means we are totally declaring war on the Sky Fox tribe. He stood firm. That is why failure isn't an option. Also, when you move, do not let my identity slip. Another guy nodded along, praising him for being a true heir to the Chu family bloodline and legacy. The eye patch guy's purple eyes flashed. He smirked. We'll keep playing along with the Deputy City Lord's little theater production. The Saintess is all on you now, Chutrak Min. Darkness swallowed the room as whispers echoed, and shadows slowly faded. She asked softly, You are awake? How are you feeling? Anything hurting or feeling off right now? Truong Bin's head cleared. He sat up fast, looking around the room before asking her, Where the hell am I? She replied slowly, This is the cleanup crew base. Things got way too hot back there, so I had to bring you here. He looked over at the bed nearby, where someone lay totally still. Is Captain Kimba really hurt that bad? Kimba was wrapped head to toe in thick white bandages. Tutu quickly explained that Lak Thivu did this herself. She definitely knows we are here. Just then, a figure stepped through the doorway. Awake already? Looks like you bounced back pretty fast. Not bad at all. Hua Kui checked on Zhang Ping. Stunned, he took down a high-level beast solo while facing 3 enemies at once. Killing one of them was a total pro move. How did you pull that off? She probed him, dying to know. Usually a 5-level gap means you get wiped instantly. Surviving that power difference is actually insane. Zhang Ping played it cool. Being a rookie, he figured keeping his mouth shut was smartest. Cece introduced Hua Kui, the one who patched him up. Remember that solar energy power I mentioned? Yeah, she is the reason you are not a corpse right now. Zhang Ping dodged the question with a nervous laugh. Just lucky, I guess. They say what does not kill you makes you stronger, right? Gotta thank Sister Hua. Honestly, without this squad, I would have been ghosted 10 times over by now. You guys really saved my neck. Hua Kei just laughed. No biggie, kid. I do not have to keep that sky veil running anymore, so I have plenty of energy to spare. He thought she was supposed to be some stiff, uptight boss, but she was actually pretty chill. Rumors really do get everything wrong. Hua Kui cut the small talk. Enough chatter. Since you are breathing, let us go meet the crew. Zhang Ping felt a cold sweat. Forget what I said. Hua Kui demanded a full intel report on tonight's mess. She wanted every single detail right now. In the office, Chen Luo Wei was totally zonked out, mumbling nonsense in her sleep. Mai Ni grumbled about the endless paperwork. This grind never stops. She finally slammed her head down. Captain, consider this my official resignation. I am out. Luo Wei waved an arm while half asleep. Mai Ni's eyes lit up. Oh, you are awake? Great, get over here and help me with these files then. Luo Wei just kept snoring, completely ignoring her. Mai Ni was fuming, crushing her resignation letter into a tiny ball of pure rage. Mai Ni started pestering Luo Wei, yelling at her to wake up already. The girl dodged every poke like a pro. Situ just watched the childish drama and shook his head. He gave them a weak, sympathetic smile. Nothing we can do. HQ is short-staffed, so just suck it up for now. 2 more walked in. One guy called out to the captain. He immediately lunged at Hua Kui for a hug. She seemed happy to see him. Let me take some of that workload off you. The girl cheered, acting all cute. Sister Hua is always the one who looks out for me. Situ looked straight at Zhang Ping. Let us get down to business, shall we? We figured the Chu family and the Sky Fox were partners, wiping out rivals together. But now, I think there is zero real trust between them. They are just using each other. It is pretty obvious the Chu family set up their own barrier system. They definitely know about the existence of our phantom light sky veil, but they kept the Fox in the dark. That means they are planning to use the veil for their own shady agenda. Thinking of the Fox and the Chu thug, he figured serving others was not their style. They are too arrogant to play second fiddle to anyone. But with their current strength, they honestly cannot stand a chance against the Sky Fox head-on. That is why the girl they kidnapped from the academy yesterday is likely the secret weapon they need to take the Fox down for good. Hua Kui picked up the explanation. The head of Han Hai Academy, Chen Shuili, only had one son, Hao Wen. Records say he died 40 years ago and never even got married. That same year, Shui Li suddenly told everyone he had a granddaughter named Quan Din. It came out of nowhere. According to our deep background check, the kid does not have the city bloodline. She probably came from some middle-of-nowhere village way out in the sticks. Shui Li spoiled her rotten. For 40 years, he never let her talk to anyone. She was basically kept in a gilded cage. Her files are blank. No records of her awakening or what kind of crazy powers she might be hiding. She is a total ghost. Images of a saint flashed in her mind. Zhang Ping stepped up, sounding urgent. I actually know what her power is. I used my appraisal skill on her before. The 2 leaders froze, leaning in, waiting for him to spill the tea. Her ability is called Blood of the Holy Mother, Situ gasped, whispering about the Holy Mother City. Could it be the ancestral village? He felt a wave of anxiety. No way, this is just a coincidence. Zhang Ping shared the rest of the intel. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Shi Yu and the saint sat face to face. Quan Din cheered. This place is huge. Do you really live here, sis? Shi Yu just gave her a cold look. Yeah. The girl kept prying. You look kinda rough. Are you feeling sick or something? Shi Yu gave her a very short, cold answer. Nope. Quan Din naively poured some tea. I get it. Grandpa says when you are sad, you should eat more. Drink up. Shi Yu snapped. You wanna die? Suddenly, foxtails whipped out, lashing through the air straight toward the girl. The kid just stood there, totally clueless, having no idea how to defend herself. Suddenly, her golden eyes flashed, startling Shi Yu. Those tails could not even get close to her. Something was blocking them. Quan Din acts totally chill, like she knows nothing, even flashing a bright grin and holding out a cookie to her. Sis, why aren't you eating? She stuffs it in Thivu's mouth, adding, I just had some, it's fire. Thivu's head is spinning. Why can't she just bring herself to finish the job? Quan Din chirps, tastes good, right? Thivu just mumbles a quick yes to get by. She quietly watches the little girl, suddenly feeling weirdly ashamed of that sneak attack she almost tried to pull off earlier. Wait, why am I feeling guilty about some random human? Quan Din sips the tea and winces. Ugh, this tastes terrible. It is such low quality. Whoever brewed this must be a total moron. No wonder you're in such a bad mood, sister. Thivu's ego takes a massive hit. Great. She's the moron who made the tea. The kid shouts, I'll go brew a better pot, just wait a sec. Then bolts away happily. Thivu is spiraling. This is not normal. What the hell is actually wrong with me? Why the guilt? I am the prince of Thien Thuong Ho. There is absolutely nothing wrong with me. The problem lies entirely with that strange human girl right there. Thivu transforms back into her true form. Who the hell is this girl, anyway? Meanwhile, Cece and Zhang Ping are grinding hard. She charges in, analyzing his mist power with surgical precision. Your mist is basically like my water element. You can control thoughts or change your shape, but the source is totally different. She fires off her water energy, each blast hitting like a lethal, high-speed arrow. She explains the difference, saying water is recyclable and reusable, while your mist is just a one-and-done deal. Then, she goes on to explain the specific reason for that problem. It's because you can't turn that physical mist back into its original ghost form. If it acted like water, you could swap between gas, liquid, and solid states whenever you want. Zhang Ping blocks her attacks with his dagger, looking skilled but laughing nervously at her intense analysis. He thinks of Gaara from Naruto. Hey, not having a solid body actually has some perks. Like, I don't need a gourd, I just carry it. Cece yells, pay attention, and scares the life out of him. Not ready for the impact, Zhang Ping takes the hit and gets launched across the training room. He manages to use his mist to cushion the blow before he slams into the wall. Glad that mist buffered the hit. Wait, where's Cece? She's already airborne, hovering above him. She summons a blizzard, noting he can absorb the fear of living things and turn it into mist. That helps with durability, she says. Attacks rain down, but Zhang Ping dodges them like a pro. He's confident he can dodge anything, but then the ice on the ground starts melting, catching him off guard. It turns to water and pins his arms and legs down. He panics, feeling that something is very wrong. That's when he realizes those ice blocks were actually made of water. He was way too distracted by the ice spikes above. Cece manages to successfully tie him up, catching her opponent. She warns him, if your enemy isn't scared of you, your mist will dry up and vanish in a heartbeat. Zhang Ping just smiles, eyes glowing purple as he looks at her. Well, if that's the case, if my attack is strong enough, I only need one shot to finish the job. Right then, she suddenly notices a mist-covered dagger floating right over her head. Cece taunts him. All right then, let's see just how strong your attack power really is when you're going all out. She traps herself inside a water cage, but his mist strikes against the defense like a freaking hurricane. When the dagger pierces her defense, she's floored. It actually broke through her water cage and moved inside. Trapped, Zhang Ping laughs. You lose, Cece. She doesn't hold back the praise. Your mist can punch way above its weight class. That's actually pretty impressive. The match ends and she stands up. Maybe that mist monster is a descendant of some king-level beast. That would explain the crazy damage. But, she adds, aren't you lacking some serious combat experience? In a real life-or-death fight, you'd be dead already. Zhang Ping looks totally lost. Then it hits him. Ow, it's boiling. Why is the water suddenly boiling hot all of a sudden? Cece crosses her arms to lecture him. Understanding your own ability traits is vital for any serious fighter. You should practice more when you have free time. Just like water turning to ice, steam, or boiling heat, these changes can cause seriously unpredictable chaos during a real combat situation. While she is talking, Zhang Ping gives her a creepy smile and starts creating some kind of weird, slimy-looking liquid. He shapes the mist into a giant spider and shoves it in her face. Is it something like this, Big Sis Tutu? She is freaking out because she just saw her worst nightmare. She blasts water straight into his face, screaming, back off, get away from me right now. Zhang Ping takes the hit and accidentally gulps down a few mouthfuls. She panics when she realizes what happened, grabs him by the neck, and starts shaking him like crazy, sounding totally desperate. Spit it out. My water element is pure, but it is straight up toxic. Gagging, Zhang Ping managed to choke out. If the poison doesn't kill me, your shaking definitely will. She immediately mumbled a quick apology. Zhang Ping brushed it off, but things feel weird. My body is turning into mush. I cannot even control it. Suddenly, right then and there, his entire lower half melts into liquid. His pants drop, exposing a completely naked body made of water. Even his arm starts liquefying. Zhang Ping freaks out, yelling, my arm! Tutu is just as lost and confused. He is stunned, but then wonders if he just unlocked a new skill. He quickly pulls up his appraisal ability to check. The scan confirms it. His unique glutton ability gives him a 10% chance to gain special traits by swallowing items. He just scored the basic pure water body skill. Zhang Ping thinks to himself that the Li 6 gem actually managed to unlock 2 different talents. This water body thing is straightforward, but he keeps wondering what this glutton ability is really capable of in the end. Tutu asks nervously, Zhang Ping, what is happening? You are not melting from the poison, are you? Zhang Ping realized he had laughed off all his clothes. He calmly reassured her, it is fine. I can probably shift back. I just need a moment. He started thinking. If his mist body and water body share the same roots, then his ability to transform should be pretty close to how fog works. He focused intensely on his own physical sensations. With one single thought, his entire form silently turned into a shimmering mass of water. Zhang Ping nodded, feeling totally satisfied. Nice. He kept testing it, shifting into a goofy stick figure while still looking incredibly pleased with himself. Soon, he stretched out into the shape of a lush green pine tree, cheering internally the whole time. After a bit, once things settled down, Zhang Ping returned to his original human self. He excitedly shouted to Tutu, Look, I am finally back to normal. But Tutu could only stare at him, her cheeks turning bright red while her eyes darted around in a panic. Tutu helplessly turned away, avoiding any eye contact with little Zhang Ping while giving him a shaky but kind reminder. You should definitely put some clothes on first. Hearing that, he jumped and scrambled to cover up. While he rushed to dress, she curiously asked, What was that all about? Zhang Ping pulled up his pants while giving a casual explanation. Must be because I accidentally drank that water you made. I guess I have awakened a pure water body now. Tutu was stunned and immediately grilled him for details about his new skill. She whipped around, scanning him from head to toe with a mix of shock and total awe. Zhang Ping's progress is honestly insane, especially this pure form he just unlocked. Basically, it is the ultimate dream of every water element user out there. He just awakened it so easily? Is this what infinite rank truly looks like? She realized she turned around before he was fully dressed. Both of them turned bright red from the pure awkwardness. They quickly turned their backs to each other. The air was suddenly thick with embarrassment. Once his pants were finally buttoned up, Zhang Ping saw Tutu still staring and asked her hesitantly, Are you doing okay? She shyly replied, I am fine. Suddenly, the red crystal glowed like an emergency alarm. Tutu grabbed it and asked nervously, What is going on? A panicked, urgent voice crackled from the other side. Reporting to the leader, Iron Soul is under attack. We need backup immediately. She responded urgently, Ask for nearby allies to back you up first. I am on my way. The other side obeyed her instantly. Zhang Ping stood nearby, pleading with her. Wang Jiamin, they are in trouble. I want to go too. But Tutu shook her head and waved him off. You cannot go. This could easily be a trap. Still, he tried to convince her by holding up his watery, liquid hand, reassuring her, Do not worry about it. I just awakened this water body today. If things get bad, I can just turn into liquid and escape. There was no arguing with that. Tutu sighed in defeat. I cannot deal with you. Just stay close to me. Then she dashed off ahead of him. Zhang Ping cheered, Got it, and followed right behind her. When they finally reached the Iron Soul Forge, the sight of black-clad men scattered across the ground shocked him. He wondered to himself, why are there so many assassins here? Tutu immediately started handing out tasks to the other team members with total authority. You lead a squad and start searching for any survivors right now. You take the defense squad and watch out for any remaining killers. Zhang Ping charged inside without a second thought. He ran to the back of the forge, scanning the messy ruins while shouting out for Uncle Liu, Wang Jimin, and Sister Si. From behind a collapsed wall, a faint figure appeared, along with a shaky voice calling out his name. It was Ju Se. She looked like total trash, barely holding onto the wall just to stay upright. Shaking like a leaf, she used every last bit of her strength to wheeze out his name. Zhang Ping shouted, Ju Se. Then he bolted toward her without even thinking twice about it. She was fading fast. Ju Se pointed a shaky finger and gasped urgently, Go find Uncle Liu and Wang Jiamin. Now! Zhang Ping tried to steady her, but she shoved him off, insisting they needed help more than she did. Cece moved like a blur, heading inside. I will check on them. You stay here and keep her alive. He carefully wrapped her arm. That once perfect, beautiful limb was now nothing but a bloody, jagged stump. The air felt cold enough to freeze. Zhang Ping just stared at the wound, his voice cracking with pure agony. Say, your arm, it is gone. I am fine. Seriously, losing an arm is not going to kill me. I have had worse days than this. Heavy footsteps echoed as Cece barked orders to the crew, getting the wounded onto stretchers for emergency medical care. He hurried over to the girl lying motionless. Before he could start freaking out about Wang Jiamin, though, Cece patted his shoulder to calm him down. Relax. They are just banged up and unconscious. They will pull through fine. The medics started moving the casualties out, and they loaded Jusei onto one of the stretchers as well. Right before they hauled her off, she looked back at him with a surprisingly warm, caring expression. If they are safe, then I can rest easy. But you? Watch your back. Those hitmen are coming for you. Honestly, who did you piss off? Someone powerful? Jung Ping gave her a cocky, confident smile to keep her from worrying. No big deal, C. Do not worry about me. Just focus on healing up right now. Once everyone had cleared out, Cece spoke up, her voice sounding real grim and heavy. The city is a death trap now. The cleanup crew is moving everyone to a safe house outside the walls for treatment. Zhang Ping's blood boiled with rage. Damn it, this is all on me, he hissed, clenching his fists tight. His voice was sharp. The Chu family beast tamers. In this city, they are the only ones with a big enough grudge to pull this. Cece nodded. I will have my people look into it. Suddenly, a voice boomed out from the shadows. That energy burst came from right here. A lot of my kind died in this spot. You two had something to do with those deaths, right? Zhang Ping knew that voice instantly. It was Luo Shiyu, and she was way too close for comfort. Suddenly, a talisman streaked toward his head while Shiyu's voice kept ringing out nearby. We are in a crisis. I would rather waste a few lives than let a single potential threat walk away alive. Zhang Ping grabbed Cece and dived to the side, barely dodging a hit that would have definitely ended them. Shiyu was perched up high, looking totally amused. She stared down at him, actually impressed that he managed to sense her attack coming and get out of the way. Zhang Ping and Cece scrambled to their feet. He locked eyes with Shiyu before turning to check on Cece. You okay? He asked. She replied, I am good, but this is weird. We were supposed to be off the radar. This was a secret op. How did she find us so fast? Zhang Ping grunted back. I bet she probably has the whole damn city under total surveillance right now. Shiyu narrowed her eyes at the two people below. When she recognized a familiar face, she froze in total shock. Shiyu shouted Zhang Ping's name, but he just stayed cool and collected. Hey Shiyu, it has been a minute. He tried to keep his cool and fired up the scan. The data was processing, but before he could get a read, Cece jumped in and interrupted. She leaped in front of him, ready to fight. Cece screamed, Get out of here! I will hold her off myself! She summoned a massive blizzard, firing razor-sharp ice shards straight at Shiyu, who was hovering in the air above them. Zhang Ping tried to finish the scan, but it failed. He was still way too far away. The ice shards were dead on target, but Shiyu swatted them away like they were nothing. She looked at Cece and prepared a lethal strike. Her secret identity was totally blown. Shiyu threw up a shield that swallowed the giant ice block whole. At that point, she knew for sure. Everything that has been happening lately really is connected to you guys after all. A void of black energy gathered behind Cece, looking like a dark abyss. It lunged at her like lightning, but she managed to block it. Even so, the hit was too brutal. It shattered her ice shield instantly, forcing Cece to jump aside to stay alive. She was stunned. How did one single hit completely wreck her best defensive move like that? Shiyu smirked from above, her eyes full of pure disgust. She did not care if they knew who she was anymore. She cannot see through my illusions at all. She is just guessing where my attacks come from by tracking the slight changes in the freezing air. Shiyu laughed. Let us see you block this. Then she sent her tails whipping at Cece from every single direction at once. Cece's ice powers started flickering. With attacks coming from all sides, she had absolutely no idea how to stop them. Zhang Ping lunged back in, yelling a desperate warning. Cece, watch out! Top left, right now. Tutu jumped back, dodging just in time. Long was grateful Zhang Ping returned, or she would have been toasted. He started barking orders dodge 3, 7, 9, and she moved like liquid, avoiding every single hit. Then came 4, 8, 10, followed by 1, 2, and 11. She danced through the chaos without a scratch. At 5 and 12, she used her ice to tank the blows. Shiyu hissed, wondering how Zhang Ping knew. Suddenly, a tail snapped back, its lethal tip glowing as it aimed for a kill. Zhang Ping caught the terror in Shiyu's eyes, spun his body, and went full focus on dodging that strike. Now, Shiyu was officially pissed, her lips pressed tight in a petty, vengeful pout. Honestly, every time I strike, he slips away with terrifying precision. Watching Zhang Ping dance around those tails is like a ballet. She realized it then Zhang Ping was the one guy who could see right through her tribe's perfect camouflage. Shiyu hissed through gritted teeth. I should have just killed you back then. She switched her stance, sounding cocky. Let's see how long you can keep playing tag with me. Zhang Ping scrambled to dodge while checking on Tutu. His heart sank as worry started to kick in. This is a disaster. I can't keep dodging while calling out coordinates for Tutu at the same time. Suddenly, a wild idea hit him. He started spinning and gliding like some graceful ballet dancer. In a flash, he slipped behind Tutu's back. While she was still dazed, calling his name, Zhang Ping summoned a thick mist to shield them both. He cheered internally, still finding time to talk trash. Is Sister Luo this mad because she got dumped recently? Pushed to the limit, Shiyu smirked, her fangs flashing in and out as she enjoyed the challenge. She unleashed the terrifying power of an alpha, a twisted manic grin spreading across her face. Zhang Ping, you really played me. All those tests and you still managed to lie your way through. She swung her tails down at their tiny sphere, voice booming with judgment. But this time, your luck ran out. She taunted them. You handled 3 tails, but how about 3,000? The razor-sharp tips came screaming toward them like missiles. Tutu threw up a massive ice wall to double their defense, but she whispered in fear. This force is absolutely terrifying. As thousands of tails shredded their mist shield, a system alert screamed that his mist reserves were bone dry. He was officially out of time. As the seconds ticked by, he gritted his teeth and held on tight. Shi Yu brushed back a strand of hair, smiling at their pathetic struggle with pure, mocking arrogance. If you last even one more second, I'll consider that a win. Alerts flashed everywhere. Tutu's face twisted under the brutal pressure. As the mist hit 0, Zhang Ping felt a wave of complete helplessness wash over him in the dark. I used 100% of my mist, and it still wasn't enough to hold. Is this really where I die? Suddenly, a voice broke through. Hold tight. I can only give you one shot. Zhang Ping spotted the captain's clone behind him. While he was fighting off Shiyu's 3,000 tails, a swarm of yellow smoke suddenly wrapped around her, completely locking down her entire ability to strike back at them. Shiyu gasped, her voice trembling. What is this? Then the captain's voice echoed. Do it now. Got it. Zhang Ping dropped his shield and exploded with raw spiritual energy, blasting those tails to pieces in one massive transcendent burst that lit up the entire area. Seeing the opening, he grabbed Tutu's hand tight. With Shiyu stunned, he bolted, screaming for Tutu to move. Shiyu was fuming, her teeth gnashing in absolute rage. She unleashed her power, tearing through the captain's yellow smoke to give chase. But Zhang Ping and Tutu had vanished without a trace. Furious, she screamed orders to every single heavenly fox in the entire city. Listen up, I want Zhang Ping found immediately. Use everything we have. I want him dead or alive. Later, at the safe house, Nine Colors was resting after getting patched up. She summarized Zhang Ping's story, her voice sounding totally blown away by the news of what happened. So now you're officially a member of the Sweepers, and the city is ruled by those damn stinking foxes. Zhang Ping nodded, adding that even though they haven't made a move yet, the city still isn't safe. He took her hand, looking totally crushed. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. But Nine Colors just smiled. Hey, it's just an arm, it won't kill me. Plus, I really wanted to thank you for saving Uncle Lu and the rest of the crew. Tutu stood outside the door, quietly listening to them. Zhang Ping didn't notice and kept talking. I am definitely going to find a way to snatch that forge back. Until then, everyone just needs to hang tough and hide outside the city walls for a bit. Listening from outside, she suddenly remembered the moment he grabbed her hand and they bolted. She thought to herself, man, this kid has really grown up fast. Jusei noticed her, smiled, and said, that girl is waiting for you. Go handle your business. Stepping out, Zhang Ping asked, Tusi, what is up? She suddenly pouted and asked, what did you call me? Zhang Ping froze, realizing he slipped up, and quickly corrected himself. He blamed Jusei for calling her that girl and messing with his head, but then he started overthinking it. Before, calling her sister Tusi was cool, but now that they were closer, it just felt super awkward. Technically, I have lived 2 lives, so I am way older than you. While he was overthinking, Tusi blurted out, whatever, it is just a name. Call me whatever you want. That stunned him, but then she just said, follow me, and they kept moving. Tusi filled him in. Your cover is blown, so you cannot enter Minzu City yet. Wait for orders. Remembering something, she handed him a test tube. Your intel on the Saintess was actually super helpful. Plus, you nailed that mission with the creep, so the cleanup crew sent this reward. Zhang Ping took it, staring at the glowing liquid inside. Is this that golden blood? Looking closer, he joked. This is not that actual golden blood, right? Tusi nodded. Yeah, it is Kimba's golden blood. You have to drain it regularly to keep a supply. This stuff is usually for healing or living longer. Go try it in the training room to see if you get powers. She also warned him that since this golden blood is a bloodline power, it could be passed down. Better be careful, or some lawless girls might try to hunt you down for your kids. Zhang Ping stared at the tube. It is only a chance of inheritance, not 100%. Besides, I do not even know if I will ever get married. Why worry about that now? He tipped his head back and downed it, hoping his power would kick in. That is how he got his mist body and pure water body before. After he swallowed, Tusi asked, well, get any new powers? He just shook his head. Nothing had changed. Suddenly, a strange red liquid started leaking from his fingers. It totally freaked Zhang Ping out. He checked his stats and cheered. It worked! Another infinite-level skill! The notification popped up. Pure blood body. He can turn into blood and merge with targets to heal their wounds fast. He realized he could also sense exactly what was going on inside his target. 2C panicked and asked, "What is wrong with your hand?" But Zhang Ping noticed a scar on her face. She quickly covered it up and told him to ignore it. He figured that wound had a story behind it. Then she asked, "Any other changes besides that?" He closed his eyes and described it to her. In this state, he could feel the life force of every single spirit around him. He could merge with someone and heal any injury they had. Even that scar could be wiped away for good. 2C ignored the last part and just cheered. "So you can fix Jusei's broken arm now?" Zhang Ping nodded confidently. "As long as I have enough blood, I can theoretically rebuild a person even if they are just a single layer of skin." He felt hyped. Pure water was for dodging, and pure blood was for healing the squad. 2C gave him a little shove. "Well, go on then. Go fix Jusei's arm already." Zhang Ping gave a huge grin. "All right, I am on it." Then he called out, sounding nervous. 2C, when I get back, can we talk? Not as teammates, but like the old friends we used to be. Her cheeks flushed bright pink. She hesitated for a second, then gave a tiny, shy nod. At that same moment, out in the middle of nowhere, the quiet air was suddenly ripped apart by a massive roar, making the birds scatter and stirring up the entire forest. Millions and millions of wild monsters started swarming in one direction like a massive river, crushing everything in their way. They were screaming with pure rage, all charging toward the same meeting spot at the exact same time. Mani was walking along when she noticed Tudu messing around with some papers. She peeked at the files in his hand and got curious. Why is the captain holding records on Saint Ancestor Village? Hearing her, Tudu started telling an old story. Do you still remember? Sure, the Chu clan turned into total psychos later on, but they started out as straight-up legends. Back in the day, they were the only ones brave enough to face the East Han disaster head-on. The big boss back then, Chu Shichduang, actually fused his soul with the sun god himself. Picture a massive glowing red phoenix, soaring high every single day just to bring some much-needed light and warmth to the freezing people. The dude held it down for 10 years before finally burning out and collapsing. Manini heard the story and was like, "Yeah, I know." They buried him in the Sunset Mountains right outside of Pearl City. The survivors out there were so grateful they basically treated his grave like a sacred shrine for years. Fast forward a few generations, those folks started families and built a whole town called Ancestor Village. Total vibes. Okay, but what does that ancient history have to do with us? Tudu broke it down. Every century, the village births a holy maiden. Her special bloodline is basically a cheat code that shields the whole town from any freakish mutated beast attacks that come their way. The gears in Manini's head started spinning, and she finally managed to stammer out a question. Wait, is Tranquan Din actually the Holy Maiden? Tudu nodded, confirming her hunch, then dropped a bomb. The Chu clan wants to use her power to hijack control of Heavenly Lake. But Manini still had one major hang-up. Why would the Holy Maiden be hiding out at Hanhai Academy, and why is her village being so quiet about this whole mess? Tudu remembered how the villagers looked at him like they wanted him dead. He wondered, what if they are playing us on purpose? By letting their girl get locked up, the village has the perfect excuse to declare war on Pearl City whenever they want. She felt a chill down her spine from that dark plan, but she still did not get their motive. Tudo connected the dots, mentioning that 150 years ago, Pearl City was run by a total tyrant. The cleanup crew was not having it. They put her on the most wanted list and teamed up with the current boss to kick her out of the city for good. Then, somehow nobody knows how she climbed her way up to lead the Ancestor Village. He could still see her face while talking. He figured she never gave up on Pearl City and was just lurking, waiting for the right moment to invade. Manini finally felt full after all that juicy drama. That gossip was top tier, and she was totally satisfied. The safety squad has been busy setting up secret bunkers all over the wild. These spots are super stealthy. Some are buried deep in volcanic rock, some are underground, and others are literally hanging in trees. Over at Safe House 003, Lu Tutien felt the floor shake. She jumped, thinking, great, are the Chus at it again? She knew she had to scout, but the hospital wing was full of worried, injured patients. If they got caught, they were dead meat, and Truong Bin definitely could not handle the defense alone. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place, wondering if she should leave him while he was busy tinkering with some gadget. Suddenly, he cheered, holding his new creation high like a trophy. I did it! She watched him jump around like a total monkey, asking, what exactly is the big win? Wait, isn't that lantern totally out of juice anyway? Truong Bin explained, Yeah, it was dead, but throwing it away seemed like a waste, so I tried to see if I could give it a jump start. And just like that, he whipped up some fake fire and funneled the swirling flames right into the lantern casing. He shifted into his pure water form to charge it up, then hit it with some pure blood fire, and finally topped it off with his dark mist form. But the kicker? The system said the ghost lantern skill could actually mask any sense in the area. Talk about a stealth buff. Once he pumped the mist in, it glowed bright again, and it was even more powerful than before. He set the lamp by Kuyet Man and whispered to his partner that they basically just got insanely lucky with this one. With the lantern cloaking the safe house, they were finally free to head out and scout the area. Outside, thousands of freakish beasts were stampeding in one direction, shaking the whole ground. The duo climbed up high to get a better look at the chaos. He muttered, "How are there so many? Since when does the Chu clan control a massive horde like this anyway?" Lu Tuthian didn't waste time and smashed the alert button for headquarters. She whispered into her comms device, "This is Thien reporting from Safe House 003. We've got an estimated 10,000 monsters moving fast toward Pearl City. They are not high level, just a massive wave of forest spirits and those annoying bullet rabbits." Truong Bin just kept muttering to himself while watching the monsters go by. Something felt off. They were not attacking a target, they looked like they were running away from something even scarier. Then he spotted it. He pointed with a shaking hand and gasped, "Tutu, you need to see this." Lu Tuthian looked and completely lost it. She grabbed the radio again to give headquarters a major update. Correction. There is a massive wall of the undead surging toward the city like a literal tidal wave, completely wiping out every single thing in their path. Her voice cracked as she estimated 50,000 zombies. Back at HQ, Tudu nearly dropped his coffee at that insane number. The old man stared, his mind racing through 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 zombies, and those Skyfox creeps left in the city. We are short-staffed and surrounded. No way we can take them all on at once. Do I seriously have to do this myself? Wait, something clicked. C2 changed his mind instantly. There was still a back door out of this mess. He shouted, "Ni, Tran Lak V, Hua Kiet, get ready to fire up the Heaven's Veil again." Everyone froze. Min Ni stammered, "But the veil is..." Lak Vu jumped in asking, "Captain, what are you planning?" C2 explained that he had pinned down the Moon Prince while protecting Truong Bin yesterday. His energy shouldn't be back yet. Even if the patrol and investigation squads are useless, there are still heavy hitters hiding out in this city. We will use the Heaven's Veil to broadcast a zombie emergency to every single person in the city. Once that signal goes out, we wait for the local heroes to wake up and group up. He and the crew will hide inside the Pearl City defenses, allowing them to dodge the constant surveillance of that creepy Sky Fox. After laying it all out, C2 snapped with total authority. "No more talking. Move out." Everyone jumped to it. He flipped on the multi-channel comms and started barking orders to the scouts on the edge. "Liu Xitian, Truomben, I need you two to hold off as many mutated beasts and zombies on the edge as possible to buy time for the city forces." A signal buzzed back. At Shelter 5, a sharp guy in glasses picked up the signal like a pro. "Subunit here, Captain. Give us the word. You need to move to Shelter 003 right now and give Lucy Tien some backup." The glasses guy nodded. His chubby blonde buddy started cheering like a maniac. "Let's go. Time to wreck some faces." A buff girl stepped up, looking ready for war. Then the leader pushed up his glasses. "All right, boys, our turn." Inside the mansion, Trokmin moved like a ghost, his brain working overtime on his next shady move. He figured the blacksmith raid was a total success, so he used his transmission jade to tell the others that Fuang Tu was gone and they could start Phase 2. The reply he got made his heart sink. "We hit some obstacles." Trokmin snapped, "What kind of trouble?" The other side answered quickly. A group of strangers popped up outside, scaring the monsters into a total frenzy. "We have no clue who they are." Realizing things were going south, Trokmin growled his next order. "Quit the whining and fix it now. If this plan fails, we are all dead meat." He cut the line, furious at his useless underlings. He pivoted, deciding to find the Saintess first and wait for the perfect moment to smuggle her out. Suddenly, Trokmin heard footsteps behind him. He spun around to see the first patrol team approaching. He spotted Captain Lin K leading a massive crowd. Why the hell is he here, and why all the backup? He forced a fake smile and greeted him. "Well, if it isn't Captain Lin, what brings you here today? Why are you so free today? The Lord is not back yet, so if you have something important to report, feel free to tell me first." Lin Key's eyes stayed locked forward. He walked right past the guy without saying a single word. Drake Min was floored. Did he know something? Then, Lin Kei kicked the main hall doors wide open. Trokmin stood there, mouth hanging open at the sight. What in the actual hell is going on here? A flashy high-end party was happening right in the mansion. Tron Quan Din was decked out in a stunning dress, smiling and waving at everyone who walked through the door. She cheered happily, "Hey, more friends to play with. Come on, let's hang out together." Lin Ki took a sip of wine and suddenly snapped out of his trance, confused about where he was. He remembered the prince telling him something. Then, a vision of Truong Bin's serious face hit him. He had to arrest that guy. Lin Ki spat his wine out in shock. Quan Din pouted at him like a spoiled brat. "You're so clumsy, uncle." Lin Ki stared, thinking she was the one who invited him to the party. He felt an odd sense of familiarity, just like when he was around his own royal family. Quan Din wiped the wine off him and mumbled, "Grandpa said we shouldn't waste anything." Lin Ki suddenly dropped to his knees and yelled, "My lady saintess!" She just stood there, confused why everyone used that title for her. She thought they were just friends. She gave him a big smile and grabbed his hand. "Let's go dance together." Troc Min watched the whole thing, his brain melting. The saintess? She's only supposed to control the beasts. Could Lin Ki have been replaced by the Sky Fox too? If that fox kept a massive secret from him, it clearly didn't trust him. Looking at that crazy mob, he knew the patrol was toast, not a single soul left alive. Everyone there was probably warped by the Heavenly Fox. Troc Min realized the court was now pulling their strings. Plus, she has no clue yet. If I can talk her into helping, the next phase kicks off immediately. So Troc Min plays nice, asking Quan Din if she is having a blast. She gives it to him straight. "At first, I just wanted some new friends. I never expected Sister Lack to throw such a massive dance party for me." Then she asks why Thivu is missing. Troc Min lies, saying she probably still has some unfinished business to handle. Deep down, he is cursing that brat. All these losers are here because of her. Whatever, just ignore it for now. Troc Min starts his game, telling her, "I know a spot way cooler than this. Want to go check it out?" Quan Din shoves his hand away and snaps at him. "I am not done playing yet, plus I do not even know you, creep." Her eyes suddenly get all creepy and intense. She demands to know, "How do you even know my name anyway?" Troc Min panics as the whole crowd stops dead in their tracks. Every single one of them is staring him down. The silence is bone-chilling. All these glowing red eyes are burning through the dark, locked right on his face. Over by shelter number 3, Tutu summons a massive wave of water to hammer the monsters right in front. Truong Bin dodges the beasts and yells that he has them cornered. Time to freeze them. Tutu acts fast, summoning a massive layer of biting frost now. But that ice does not hold for long. The beasts smash right through the thick shell and come charging in like crazy. Tutu is terrified. She yells, "This is bad. There are just way too many." Truong Bin jumps in to block them. Thanks to these beasts, he is soaking up tons of fear energy. Now he can finally use the Nightbone Mist to summon a massive, endless pack of shadow wolves. He keeps blasting out pure night mist. He smoothly shapes the mist into a legendary giant dragon that starts circling high up in the sky. Truong Bin knows they need reinforcements. They will do whatever it takes to stall the incoming swarm. The news says Holy Ancestor Village is still a total mystery. Zombies and beasts are invading Minchao City from 3 sides. The Moon King is out cold, the Prince is patrolling, and the Heavenly Fox is just chilling at the manor, doing nothing. The Chu family prepares to raid the manor. Truong Bin's Mist Dragon shoots straight up into the air. He mumbles, "You are looking at a mutated beast." He watches them charge, but to him, they are just dark energy and endless experience points. The dragon dives right into the swarm, and level-up notifications start ringing in his head like crazy. He thinks happily that after dropping a few hundred more, he will finally level up his stats or rank. One beast sees the danger and growls at the others, warning them to scatter and tangle with the dragon. The beast wave splits in 2, circling right around Truong Bin. He is actually impressed, thinking these things are smarter than they look, but his giant dragon still shreds through them like they are nothing but a light breeze. Truong Bin notices the beasts just want to escape. They do not even want to fight. Suddenly, a sharp ice spike impales one of them from below. The ones who dodge the dragon's claws start cheering. One of them shouts, "Brothers, there is no dragon ahead. We are safe now." They did not realize that after the dragon, they would hit the Snow Queen. Tutu tells him she will handle the runners. Ice arrows pierce the beasts, turning them into frozen chunks. One beast screams, "You said it was safe. You totally lied to me." Truong Bin watches as Tutu cleans up the last of the mutated monsters. He gives her a big smile and says she is doing great, but she tells him to focus because more beasts are coming. An idea pops into his head. Man, it would be awesome if there was a system to track my kill count. Looking at the endless wave of monsters that just keeps coming, Truong Bin starts to feel totally drained. Getting beyond annoyed, he transforms into a massive evil dragon and roars in fury. This is so annoying. He is not done yet. He swings his tail, tossing them around like a violent storm. Suddenly, fire, lightning, and jagged rocks come flying at him from a totally different direction. They slam right into the dragon's side, leaving Truong Bin completely stunned. He seriously cannot believe his own eyes. He quickly turns his head to see where it is coming from. When he looks closely, 3 zombie figures are looming there. Truong Bin is genuinely shocked that they are using fire, stone, and lightning magic to attack a normal guy like him. Who knew zombies did more than just bite? My old assumptions were totally useless. Without wasting a second, he triggers his appraisal skill, and the results pop up instantly. Race is undead, faction is Holy Ancestor Village, and they are rank 6 beginners. The giant dragon is now getting swarmed by those zombies, but what really gets him is that Holy Ancestor Village connection. He needs to get this intel back to headquarters immediately. While those brain munchers tear at his misty shield, Truong Bin goes full beast mode, thrashing around and hurling the zombies back into the darkness. He snarls, "Back off," fully aware these mindless freaks don't know the meaning of fear. This shield won't last forever. Bin screams and lunges back to put some distance between him and the horde. Glowing water wraps around his dragon form, washing away the stubborn zombies clinging to his scales. He grins as a wild idea hits him. "Check this out," he shouts, snatching a few of the zombies right off his own body. He rockets into the sky, leaving the ground behind, as the zombies in his grip begin to burn. Like a total gentleman, he gives them a heads up. "My fire is kind of a big deal, so try not to scream too much," he jokes. It is his signature move, the zombie fireball. He turns those crispy corpses into flaming projectiles and launches them straight at the 7 targets waiting on the ground down below. Every zombie he roasts pumps up his XP, and his base stats are climbing through the roof. Truong Bin nods, feeling pretty good. His stats have doubled. Nearby, Tutu is busy decapitating zombies with sand blades that are sharp enough to slice through just about anything in her way. She flows through her sword style with some serious grace. Her attacks are surgical, but there are just too many of these mindless freaks for her to handle solo. A zombie with a weapon creeps up behind her. She panics, yelling, "This is bad!" Luckily, Bin swoops in. "Eat this, you creep," he roars, unleashing his world-shattering ultimate kick right on the guy's face. Confused by the cheesy name, she asks, "What did you just say?" He just mumbles, "Nothing. Forget it." Purple smoke swirls around as the massive black dragon begins to shrink back down. Bin reports, "First 1,000 are toasted. The next wave hits in about 30 minutes, so don't get too comfortable." Back in human form, Bin wonders how a bunch of rotting corpses are still able to use their special abilities. Tutu explains that they were all awakened before they died. Bin wonders if this dirty trick belongs to the Chu family, but then realizes they actually came from the Holy Ancestor Village. Tutu chimes in from headquarters, explaining that the Chu family actually views their beast-taming skills as a sacred kind of religion. They would never stoop to using cheap, dirty tricks like controlling a bunch of rotting corpses. He thinks back and says, "Based on my math, this definitely smells like the Holy Ancestor Village's work." Tutu freezes at the mention of that place. Just hearing the name is enough for her to know who is behind this. Basically, that woman is the one who caused all this. The scar on her face was a gift from that woman leader, and she will never forget the look of pure contempt that was burned into her memory. Suddenly, Tutu notices the green smoke. "Bin, stop breathing. This gas is totally toxic, so keep your lungs closed." Bin holds his breath immediately, but that smell is way too familiar. It smells like rotten eggs, hydrogen sulfide. He knows this stuff from his rescue days. With this much gas in the air, everything is about to blow up big time. He warns her that things are about to blow. She's confused, but Bin just tells her there's no time to explain the science. "Trust me," he says, flicking a tiny spark of fire from the tip of his finger. Instantly, the whole area erupts into a massive, fiery explosion. His fire reserves are peaking while the water shield around Tutu finally evaporates. Bin senses a dangerous shift and warns her that the second zombie wave is hitting us right now. Tutu is completely stunned. "Wait a second. Didn't you just say we had another 30 minutes before they arrived?" Dark shapes start looming out of the thick dust. Bin tenses up, watching closely. "Wait, what is that thing?" He quickly scans the area. There's some old guy just sitting on top of a giant, headless monster like it's a chair. The old man seems impressed that someone actually survived his toxic zombie gas. He mocks them. "You two kids have some serious guts showing up here." The scan fails. Bin wonders why he could identify the captain but can't see this guy's stats at all. Is he too strong? Maybe his level is just way too high. He decides to scan every single corpse in sight just to grind his skills up to the next strategic level. Notification. He has successfully completed 16,088 scans. Now he has high-level identification, which is powerful enough to scan any targets way over level 30 without breaking a sweat. He confirms the target is Ta Huang Min, A peak level 39 awakened from that creepy holy ancestor village. Min touches his earpiece. He wants to kill them himself, but he has bigger fish to fry. He gives the order to his green monster. Get moving. Bring them back to me, dead or alive. I don't care about the state they're in. After the scan finished, he looked at Tutu. System says this creep is a level 39 corrupted one. Tutu was shocked. Wait, what's a corrupted one? Level 39? Seriously? She explained. An awaken's power shifts based on how they actually use it over time. Eventually, it morphs into whatever specific form fits the user's personality and body best. But if your willpower isn't strong enough, your power backfires and takes over your mind. You end up as its straight-up slave. They call them corrupted ones, and their power is honestly off the charts. We are in some serious trouble now. Zhang Ping noticed the zombie horde swarming them. A nasty beast lunged forward with sharp claws, ready to rip them apart. He dodged and shaped his mist into a jagged blade, cutting the monster down with one lethal strike. Suddenly, a massive tank of a zombie with a huge axe appeared, charging Tutu while she slashed Small Fry with her ice sword. The beast swung its axe with terrifying power. It kept muttering kill over and over. Tutu blocked the strike with her ice blade, backed off to a safe distance, and called headquarters immediately. "HQ, this is Liu Tutian. Over. A corrupted one just showed up riding a giant zombie. He is way too strong for me to hold off alone. He is leading a massive army of zombies north. One look at them and you know their power is insane." She calmly evaluated the enemy. Level 39. This is gonna be rough. Zhang Ping scanned the zombie attacking her. It is a level 29 high-level elite. Facing a tough monster like this is no joke. He tried to take control first, pumping dark mist straight into his arm to prepare a strike. He threw thick mist chains to bind the beast, but the zombie just shredded them like they were made of paper. It growled in absolute rage. Plan A failed. This monster is on a whole different level compared to the others he fought. Another roar echoed from near the city, shaking the trees and vibrating through the suburban forest. Zhang Ping and Tutu both turned pale. That scream came from right inside Minchao City. Did they break in? At the north gate, mutated beasts are swarming the walls like a damn nightmare. An ambush was ready. A bearded man clenched his fists as his spiritual energy exploded in a massive burst. One massive punch sent any beast flying if they dared to step into his range. The Beast King Gym Master, Fu Lai Tian, took a deep breath and roared at the crowd. Nobody gets past his brothers today, not a single soul. Then he spotted something moving nearby that caught his eye. His men charged. A gray-haired old man roared, "Let's take them together! Move out and fight! Don't let these animals pass!" They started dropping zombies as the horde kept pouring in. One weird zombie gathered energy in its hand and lunged, but Lai Tian blocked it with his iron arm. "Hold it," he barked. "I noticed your movements aren't like those other brainless freaks. What are you?" Lai Tian gritted his teeth, tanking the monster's heavy blow. Pure power. Blood started dripping from his bruised arm. The zombie went silent, then switched to a flurry of rapid-fire strikes aimed right at his head. Wait, Monkey King style? He recognized those moves and demanded to know the zombie's identity right then and there. "Who are you?" No reply. Just more punches. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind as they fought. Could it be his idiot junior brother? He dove low to dodge the charge. He grabbed its shoulder and used a gluttony throw, launching the beast into the sky where they could face off alone. He delivered a massive overhead punch. The force was incredible, slamming the zombie into the dirt like a lightning strike. Lai Tian triggered his Immortal Phoenix regen to heal his wounds. He spotted something shiny by the body. Did he drop this? It looks so familiar. I swear I've seen it. Seeing the red letters on the badge, he gasped. Is this Big Brother's badge? The moves, the Beast King style, and now this badge. It all started making sense to him now. Suddenly, the unconscious zombie scrambled up and lunged at him with everything it had left. Was this really Big Brother Lamban Thick? Had he really been missing for over 30 years? It turned out the zombie had already recognized Lai Tian as his own junior brother a long time ago. He thought to himself, "You stupid little disciple. Let that hate flow. Get angry." He just kept muttering. "Back in the day, you went out to investigate those missing awakened warriors, but then you disappeared as well." His face was twisted with rage, looking absolutely livid. Who would have thought you would end up as a mindless zombie like this? That living corpse named Lam Ban Thick lunged forward, and the two of them started trading a flurry of heavy punches. He figured only he could put a stop to this. Suddenly, Lai Tian spoke up, his voice heavy with a deep sense of sadness. "Big brother, are you really gone?" He flashed back to the days at the gym when he and Ban Thick used to spar together. Ban Thick threw a punch and shouted, "Faster! Move a little faster!" He kept lecturing even as he knocked the man backward. "Your Beast King-style moves have to flow. You cannot be all stiff and rigid like that." But every time the match ended, Banthic would reach out a hand and give him some genuine praise. Even though the master never really appreciated you, it was obvious you were getting better fast. That big brother's bright smile was still burned into his memory, along with that classic line, "Come on, let's go another round." Once you finally master this, will it not make the old man look a bit bad in front of everyone? Lai Tian blocked the zombie's incoming strike, a sudden realization hitting him deep down in his soul. Before he knew it, tears were streaming down his face as his voice cracked with a soft question. Why have your fists become so weak and powerless over all this time? Lai Tian angrily tossed his opponent aside, screaming in rage, "How dare you insult the Beast King martial arts and my big brother like that?" His entire body started to heat up as his hands tightly gripped his own shirt. He ripped it off completely and threw it aside. Lai Tian was determined no matter who the culprit was, he was going to drag them out today. He then entered the legendary state of the Crimson Emperor, immortal body, the Scarlet Emperor Flameblood. The temperature hit 500 as his stamina, mana, and agility stats skyrocketed. Before striking, he warned the others to get back so they would not get caught in the blast. With those words, he vanished like a streak of pure fire. He instantly appeared right in front of that zombie, Banthic, coldly slamming a palm strike into its chest like a massive sledgehammer throwing sparks everywhere. He landed one blow after another. Lai Tian fought on while weeping for the tragic fate of his fallen big brother. Finally, he unleashed a massive finishing move, a strike that erupted into a blinding flame spreading across the battlefield. Before the living corpse was swallowed by the fire, its final thought was simply, "You have become so strong, little brother." Then it was completely swallowed up by that blinding white light. Lai Tian turned and walked away, leaving the corpse lying there while whispering, "Rest in peace now, big brother." Suddenly, a raspy old voice rang out from the shadows. "How dare you actually destroy my finest masterpiece like that? In that case, you can just take his place." Lai Tian stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, "Who goes there?" He suddenly realized the truth and let his energy explode outward in a massive surge. He demanded to know if they were the one who turned his brother into a zombie. Huang Min was no pushover, releasing dark energy while mockingly asking a question. "So what if I did?" His glowing red eyes looked down with pure contempt. Did a tiny mosquito like him really think he could stop a whole army? Behind Huang Min, thousands of living corpses surged forward like a violent and unstoppable flood. Growls echoed everywhere. By then, the conspiracy to kidnap the Sanus at the Chu family academy in Ha-Hai had completely fallen apart. The cleanup crew had to launch a strict investigation into the Chu family. The plan to spark chaos in the worker district was a total success. This dragged Nguyen Phuong Tu into the open, and now he was frantically searching the entire city for Truong Bin. The plot to lure the mutated beasts into the city lord's manor was a complete and utter disaster. This cut the zombie tide off from the mutated beasts. Even the plan to snatch the Saintess from the manor failed while the Heavenly Tiger Squad gathered inside. The cleanup crew headquarters was forced to dig deeper into the true motives of the head family. First, they aimed to recruit the Heavenly Tiger. Second, they planned to use the Saintess to control them all. Their goal was to rule over all of Minchao City. Through the investigation, they realized everything was linked to Holy Ancestor Village. So they successfully restored the Heavenly Curtain and gathered all the city's forces just as the zombies began their massive assault. As the first massive wave of zombies swarmed the North Gate before spreading to the east and west, the South Gate stayed safe behind the tall mountains. By now, the North Gate had successfully gathered the Beast King gym members along with a group of awakened warriors. Over at the Holy Ancestor Village, the subordinates were standing in dead silence, just waiting for orders from their leader. A young man wearing a stone bracelet knelt down and reported respectfully, "Leader, everyone has gathered." She snapped her head around and shouted out a clear command for everyone to listen up. This operation is coordinated with a massive army of low-level zombies to cause absolute chaos in the city. You can easily loot some supplies and spread our sacred teachings along the way. Then the leader finished it all off with one final sentence. "Once the Zhao brothers grab the Saintess, we ghost. No hanging around for even a single second." Everyone moved out instantly, except the guy with the stone bracelet. He hung back, sounding like he had some serious second thoughts. He had some questions. Like, won't that mutant king in the city totally screw up the whole vibe for us? Also, we just started this massive war. Why are we bouncing the second we get the girl back anyway? The woman shrugged. "You mean that old fox? He has been awake forever. He is just waiting for a crash to swoop in." He looked dead serious and asked, "If that is the case, we are attacking now, so won't the army get wrecked?" The leader just gave him a chill smile. She explained that even if the Saintess is still waking up, her influence is too big to just ignore. Not even for a king-level beast. As long as we have her, the Sky Tiger won't do anything stupid. If we want Pearl City, the fox isn't the only problem. The biggest threat is actually the failure of that cleanup crew leader. So she already set up spies to pop the city gates wide open. That way the zombies can swarm inside and turn the whole place into a total nightmare. The play is simple. Use the girl as a trigger for war and let the walking dead flood the streets. If the cleanup crew wants to stop this massive invasion, they have no choice. They have to trigger the Sun Moon Pearl. Once they fail, that pearl will wipe out every low-level mutant and zombie in the entire city. But that also means exposing themselves and the whole squad. Why bail? Without her, we can't control the fox. The crew gets spotted, they scrap with the fox, and everyone ends up bloody and broken. Then, when we hit the city for round 2, won't it be an easy win for us? Bracelet Guy was still skeptical. Spies say the Chu family wants her power too. They are hungry for the Saintess. Are they going to mess with our action this time? The leader didn't blink. She already felt them coming a mile away. The girl is probably super confused right now. The Chu family won't convince her of anything because they are basically useless. I sent the Zhao brothers because that holy blood in their veins lets them talk to her on a whole different level. Plus, to keep things quiet, the Chu big shots probably won't even get their hands dirty themselves. If the local Chu family thugs try to take her by force, they are no match for the Zhao brothers anyway. He finally got it and shouted out, "Sect leader Qing Min, you are a genius." She just looked at him and said, "Let's go. It is our turn to move." Bracelet Guy obeyed. Meanwhile, a blade made of dark mist slashed air as Cici and Zhang Ping struggled to handle the zombies. He sliced through one and charged right into the rest of the pack. There are too many. If this keeps up, we are never getting this job done. Suddenly, he felt a chill. He spun around and saw a massive zombie with an axe, ready to bury it in his back. "Cici, watch out!" He yelled a warning. She turned just as the axe came down like lightning. She blocked with an ice blade, but the hit was pure metal. The ice shattered and sent her flying. She hit the dirt hard. Before she could even breathe, the monster lunged right at her. Zhang Ping was pinned down by low-level freaks. His mist was running dry. Crap, he thought. I am almost empty. Cici could only watch as that giant axe swung toward her. Everything was moving way too fast. Zhang Ping screamed in despair, but just as the axe was about to end her, a massive shield slammed down and blocked it. Some guy started laughing. "My grandpa's shield isn't just for show, you know." Cici looked at the tank in front of her. It was Zhang Shoujiang. From a distance, a shower of swords came flying in. They aimed straight for the zombies pinning Zhang Ping. He stared at them. "Is that Captain Hu's phantom blade?" The swords ripped the zombies into tiny pieces. Elsewhere, a girl kicked a zombie across the room. That was Chen Shui Dai. Now, the axe monster was the target. 3 blades slammed into the ground where the zombie had been just a second before. It was Chen Min. He looked at Cici and asked if she was used to that technique yet. "Is that l'attaque?" Zhang Ping yelled. "Don't let your guard down." Meanwhile, Tran Min's ghost blades are going ham on that giant meat sack. But the thing doesn't have a single scratch on it. He figures physical hits are a waste of time. Plus, he finally clocked how to take down this muscle-bound freak. He looks at Tran Min and shouts, "Senior, keep this thing busy for me." Tran Min totally gets the vibe. He dives straight in, circling the monster with phantom swords to lock down its reach and keep it pinned. The beefy zombie tries to break free, swinging its axe at Tran Min, but he shuts that down with his blade. Truong Bin isn't just standing around either. He circles around and hops right onto its back. Earlier, he realized that Fake Guy used corpse poison to control the dead, and regular fire isn't going to burn it off. Only way is to burn the toxin from the inside. He chucks some red stones at its back and crafts a hammer out of mist. He is about to let this monster taste his signature snake scale move. That is the only way to break the link. Truong Bin slams his hammer into the red stones on its back. With the hammer lodged deep inside, he summons a flaming sword that starts pumping out some serious heat. He hits its back with the real fire of the snake scale move. The monster flies, exploding into a massive, gorgeous fireball. Now it is just a smoking pile of trash on the ground after Truong Bin's 5-star service. Tuyat Teep stretches in sighs, figuring the job is done. She shakes her head, muttering about how these guys never stay down. But Truong Bin shuts that down quick. The really scary ones have already snuck deep into Minshao City. He tells Tran Min that there are still plenty of injured people hiding out in Safe House 004. He is using items to mask their scent right now, but who knows how long that little trick will actually last. Tran Min nods, saying Sidu already filled them in on the situation and everything that is going down. They will handle the rescue. Everyone saw the crazy skills he just flexed. With that, he decides it is time to bounce. He tells him to get moving because the city is a mess and really needs Truong Bin right now. "We will take care of the wounded." He just smiles and says, "Thanks for the help, Senior." He bolts toward the inner city, leaving Tutu watching his back with a worried look. Tran Min sees her lingering and tells her to go too. They can manage the rest here. She snaps out of it and gives a quick nod before rushing off. She sprints to catch up with Truong Bin, screaming for him to wait up as she runs after him. Down at the south gate, a massive wave of zombies just stops dead in their tracks right before the wall. The gym crew is holding the line, especially Feng Lai Tian, who is straight up flexing his immortal phoenix form. He is healing from every cut instantly. He looks at the approaching trash heap like they are just boring clumps of grass. Next to him, Bok Duke shifts into a massive white wolf, ready to tear through the crowd like a beast. He barks at his team. The boss is still recovering, so we need to protect him with everything we got. Suddenly, someone screams to get back as a giant fireball comes screaming out of nowhere toward the front line. Feng Lai Tian targets the sneaker trying to flank them, while Bok Duke dodges the blast with some slick moves. He jumps in front to shield his crew, mocking Ta Huang Min. Is that really all you got, old man? Show me your best tricks if you are so tough. Meanwhile, Ta Huang Min just calmly strokes his beard. He used to think this zombie poison was the most efficient way to get the job done, but he accidentally ran into a fire user. Feng Lai Tian is totally done talking and charges in like a beast, ready to avenge his master. Out of nowhere, he punches the old man so hard he flies backward and hits the dirt. He growls in a rage. It is finally time to end this old creep. Ta Huang Min coughs up blood, but the warrior doesn't blink, finishing him off with a brutal punch to the chest. A huge explosion rocks the area. Blood and fire spray everywhere like some kind of twisted, gore-filled fireworks show. He looks at the mangled mess that used to be Ta Huang Min and shouts, "To win, you kill the king." He starts to say that the zombies are done, but then he stops. A few of them are still twitching. He just stares in shock, not getting it. How are these dead freaks still able to move around? Then he gets ambushed as Ta Huang Min uses a nasty soul poison to invade his body. The old man smirks, acting like the hero is a joke for thinking he won. Turns out he used a secret move. He sacrificed his life to let a zombie control him, crawling back from the grave to terrify everyone. Feng Lai Tian saw the old creep rise and completely lost it. Dead for real? Now he is back? Suddenly, his heart went haywire. Sharp pain made him groan as he clutched the wound, blood spitting from his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "What are you up to?" Ta Huang Min just flashed a nasty, crooked grin. "Noticed it already, huh?" The old man eyed the wound and sneered. "I pumped corpse poison straight into your system. Once it spreads through your whole body, you will be nothing but my personal zombie puppet." To Feng Lai Tian, this sounded like some total garbage kid-level prank story. Who the hell believes this stuff? He frowned, mind-spinning. That makes zero sense. Then he let out a roar, exploding with power like a Super Saiyan. He triggered the second-level immortal form, turning into a golden flame as the heat spiked to 1,000 degrees. His raw power and speed went through the roof right then. The old creep stroked his beard, baring his gross teeth and laughing. "Trying to burn the poison out of your system? Don't waste your energy." He waved a hand and the zombie stood up. "The poison you can burn away is just the amateur stuff, kid. I have way more than one trick up my sleeve." Nearby, the white wolf of the team let out a worried howl. The old man kept talking. "My elite zombies carry multiple poisons. As long as the poison lives, these walkers never stay down for long." Feng Lai Tian glanced back to comfort his crew. "Forget about me. Just focus on the fight." Near Safe Zone 3, a massive zombie suddenly went ballistic, tearing through everything and sending Tran Min's squad into a total panic. What? Ta Huang Min sent 3 zombies charging at Feng Lai Tian at once. How much longer can you keep this up? He looked back as his green-haired elder brother lunged with sharp claws. "Little brother, you have to stop me right now." Seeing his own brother as a zombie made him snap. "I am going to make you pay for this." The villain just snorted in disgust. With a filthy, grimy hand, he started moving his secret trump card into the game. "Looks like you still don't get it, since you miss your dear big brother so much." He roared, ordering the giant zombie to charge straight at him. "Why don't you just go join him in hell?" Stuck in a corner, he knew any delay would get them all killed. He poured every drop of energy into his fists. He threw a punch that stopped the giant cold, sending the smaller zombies flying away like they were made of paper. The impact rocked him, and he coughed up blood. He almost went down, but somehow managed to blast that giant zombie away. Exhausted, he let his arms hang low and wiped the blood from his mouth with a shaky hand. He stared at his hand as the poison started to spread. He shivered. "Man, this stuff is moving fast." Swarms of little creeps rushed him like rats. No time to breathe. "Not enough," he muttered, dodging while trying to find an opening. Even his ultimate energy form wasn't doing much. "If this keeps up, I am going to end up as a walker too." He glanced at his crew fighting off those pests. "If I go down, the North Gate is basically history." He feared the worst. Was it really over? Is this the end for our city and everyone in it? Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. Lu Tutu and Trong Bin arrived just in time, shouting out a quick update as they ran. Intelligence reports from the barrier squad say the Beast King Master has been completely locked down and trapped. Lu Tutu fired off ice arrows to drop a few creeps. Save people first! Trung Bin moved in to cover her back. Feng Lai Tian was running on empty, but he squinted through the chaos to see who showed up. Who are those guys? Lu Tutu laid down a path of ice to reach him faster, yelling, "Hey, senior, don't you dare give up now!" Her ice shards smashed into the monsters, giving him a second to strike back. He pushed so hard he spit more blood. With a roar, he slammed a punch toward the sky. This was the legendary Five Beast Fist secret technique in action. Holding his side, he told Trung Bin to get out while he could. "Run, kid! It's too dangerous." But the guy stayed cool. "Relax, senior. I didn't come here empty-handed." He checked the old man's wounds with a serious look. "Let me patch you up first." Feng Lai Tian hesitated, looking a bit unsure. "I don't know about this. This wound is pretty nasty, kid." Truong Bin didn't waste a second. He immediately activated his secret liquid body transformation technique. He started slithering right into the open wound, making the old man jump. He had no clue what was happening. "Hey, kid!" A calm voice echoed from inside his own body. "Take it easy, senior. This is just how my healing works. Trust me." He was totally lost, but decided to just roll with it. He thought to himself, "This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen." He looked at his hand and saw the poison had stopped. His strength was coming back in waves. He was absolutely stunned. Not only are the cuts gone, but his internal power is back with a vengeance. "Kid, you seriously got some skills. You are the real deal." Zhang Ping looked on with total regret in his eyes. "Sucks I cannot scrub the poison out of you, old man. Best I can do is stop it from spreading." Feng Lai Tian gripped his fist tight. He let those familiar flames coat his entire palm in a brilliant glow. Managing that zombie poison is more than enough. Zhang Ping gave the system a silent order. Scan complete. Name, Feng Lai Tian. Style, Beast King Martial Arts. Talent, Crimson Phoenix Immortal. Healing speed boosted by 200%. He can control his pulse and trigger flame blood, creating insane heat while cranking his physical stats to a whole new level. When his body hits 6,000 degrees, he enters solar flare mode. His power multiplies by 10, instantly curing all debuffs while his phoenix fire evolves into a literal sea of true flames. He flashed a cold smirk, legs wide in a solid fighting stance, and spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Give me a minute, kid. I am going to go handle this freak who is not quite human and not quite a ghost." From inside the guy, Zhang Ping watched the outside world. "Sounds easy, but this enemy is a fallen one. Gotta be careful. Time to see what this gym master can actually do." Ta Huang Min stood among the horde of zombies, looking smug as hell, his high-pitched voice echoing everywhere. "Just give up and become my zombie slave." Feng Lai Tian spat right in his face with pure disgust. "Dream on, old man." The system pulled up his stat window. Scan successful. Attribute interface. Name is Feng Lai Tian. Style, Beast King Martial Arts. Level, Peak Awakener. He is the real deal. He looked up and let out a roar that shook the earth as his body temperature exploded. Raging flames instantly erupted from every inch of his body. With the heat hitting 3,000 degrees, his health, power, and speed stats all went vertical like a rocket. He blurred forward faster than a bolt of lightning, straight for Ta Huang Min. He swiped the nearby trash mobs away like they were pieces of literal garbage. He was on the guy in a heartbeat, hand raised high. The old man landed a devastating punch right on the chest. The villain could not even dodge the fiery blast that followed. From the inside, Zhang Ping yelled a warning. "Senior, I just scanned this creep. His life is tied to the zombies nearby. To kill him, you gotta wipe them out too." Ta Huangmin just chuckled and gripped his arm like a vice. "You think you can kill me?" On his command, the zombie horde swarmed toward the old man. He reacted instantly, cranking his heat to 4,000 degrees until his own body started to burn. He turned Ta Huangmin into a sizzling human kebab. Sucks he did not have any salt and pepper to make it tasty. He used the guy as a torch to burn every single zombie. He looked up, still not satisfied. "Not enough. Kid, you got any way to make me even hotter?" Zhang Ping scratched his head, sounding a bit guilty. "My fire does not get nearly as hot as yours, so I probably cannot help." "Wait, actually this thing might just do the trick." An arm sprouted from inside, handing over 4 shimmering snake scales and dropping them right into his palm. He was shocked. "Why did you not bring out these fire snake scales earlier if you had such good stuff?" Zhang Ping mumbled back, feeling kind of awkward. "You never asked." Without hesitating, the old man swallowed all 4 at once. Zhang Ping watched nervously, cheering inside. Hell yeah, now this is what a real fire master looks like. The flames around him suddenly dimmed as he stood perfectly still. Those scales were pumping a massive amount of energy into him. Boom! A massive shockwave blasted out, vaporizing every unlucky zombie within a 5-meter radius. Even Lucisi had to look back in the middle of her fight. She was stunned. What just happened? The werewolf stared in awe, thinking he never expected to survive long enough to see the master in that form. Bakduk smirked, knowing the win was in the bag. Looks like the battle is wrapping up. As the shockwave finally started to fade away, it revealed the master covered in pure white flames and a mysterious blue aura. He looked like an active volcano. His power was absolutely terrifying. This is the immortal Crimson Phoenix, solar flare mode. 6,000 degrees, every bit of poison has been incinerated. Zhang Ping was totally blown away. This form is too overpowered. Even a real fire user would be scared of this heat. The old man thanked him. Kid, this ultimate form puts a massive strain on my body. I need you to keep the healing coming. Just leave it all to me. He turned to his team. You guys get back. Do not get caught in the crossfire. Everyone knew better than to stay. You heard him. Get back to the city now. Ta Huangmin slowly regenerated his burnt body, staring at his hands in total shock. How is this possible? The zombie poison I planted inside his body just completely vanished. Ta Huangmin roars. Listen up, losers. He points right at Feng Laitian. Grab him now. Today, Feng Laitian shows you how to roast 20,000 zombies in 1 second. He breathes deep and unleashes a firestorm. Witness the Beast King ultimate move. He carves a perfect fire circle, stopping every single zombie dead in their tracks. The flames toast them instantly. No time to scream before they turn to ash. Flesh and bone just vanish completely. Glancing at the leftovers, Feng Laitian casually brags that 20,000 zombies are now just a pile of dust. Lu Tutu watches with her jaw on the floor. That is terrifying. Among everyone I know, his power is easily top 3. Suddenly, a guy rushes in, voice shaking with some really bad news. It is bad. The other masters turned traitor. The west and east gates have fallen. Feng Laitian gasps. What? Why wouldn't Gao Donghai and Nu Nuok Vu betray us? Ta Huangmin just sneers, summoning more zombies from the dirt. Pearl City has fallen. I do not need to waste my time holding you back here anymore. He hops onto his giant elephant, getting ready to retreat, sounding totally sarcastic. You win this round, but I will save a spot for you. Hopefully you are still this tough next time we meet. Unstoppable. Feng Laitian growls a threat. Next time, you are dead. He turns to the group with a serious look. I can handle this alone. Everyone back to the city. Feng Laitian tells Truong Bin. The poison is gone, buddy. Go home. Truong Bin stammers, feeling anxious. He wonders if he will literally melt if he steps out there right now. Inside the city walls, it is pure chaos. Mutated beasts are swarming every single alleyway. People are running for their lives, screaming everywhere. Mutants, run! Save yourselves! Get the guards! Hurry up! Huang Traik Min watches the city burn from above with a nasty smirk. Take your time and enjoy the show. He grins like a maniac. This is the price Pearl City pays for getting rid of our Chu family. 2 of his henchmen rush up from behind, finished with their mission and ready to serve their master. Huang Traik Min does not even look back to recognize them. He coldly asks, how are things going? Truong Tuan reports clearly that a whole pack of mutated beasts is in Pearl City and under their control. Hong Traik Min nods. Excellent. Now use those mutants to attack the City Lord Mansion as fast as you possibly can. Truong Tuan looks a bit worried about that bold plan. The City Lord Mansion? Are you kidding? Tron Quan Din is currently guarding that place. He explains that if the beasts get close, the Holy Mother blood inside her will take control of them instantly. The guy with hair over one eye speaks up with a question. Exactly. Even the Heavenly Tiger would become her slave. So how are we supposed to take her away? Huang Traik Min gets really grumpy. What do you losers know? Tron Quan Din has not fully awakened yet. Her mind is literally like a little child right now. She will just unconsciously and passively control every single mutated beast that gets anywhere near her. He lays out his plan. If a massive swarm of mutants rushes her, her powers will hit their limit and explode completely out of control. Once the mansion is in total chaos, that is your golden chance to sneak in and snatch Tron Quan Din. Tron Quan Din sits high on the throne with the leader mutant standing right by her side. Down below, the bandits are kneeling in submission. She just lets the beast lick her face. Little White, stop it. That is enough. Tran Quan Din slowly wakes up and rubs her eyes, looking around at everything surrounding her. Tran Quan Din looks around confused. Where did everyone go? To her, all these mutated beasts look like normal citizens. Everything is flipped. Tran Quan Din is surprised. Why are there suddenly so many little whites in this place? She looks up at the beast, holding her, and stares back curiously. You look really weird. What exactly are you? Tran Quan Din doesn't think much of it and just walks around praising the beasts. You guys are actually pretty cute. Huang Traik Min hides behind a stone pillar watching. He thinks it matches his data perfectly. He whispers just loud enough for his crew to hear. All these mutants getting close is already making her snap. Tron Quan Din walks onto the balcony and squints at the city. Why are there so many little whites out there? To her eyes, everything looks like glowing round shapes that are totally blinding. There are so many of them. Her mind is starting to crack. She's frowning and sweating like crazy. Little White, please stop. She loses it and just starts screaming. Stop, Little White, stay away from me. Her screams echo all the way from the balcony. Down in the residential area, a little girl is frantically running around looking for her mom. Mommy, where are you? A massive mutant beast is breathing down a little kid's neck. Suddenly, out of nowhere, her mom appears with her arms spread wide open. Truong Bin and Lu Tutu heard Nunu's scream and jumped in just in time to save her. Truong Bin prees, the beast's jaws open so it can't swallow the poor kid whole. Move! Tutu grabs the girl tightly while she cries out in joy. Truong Bin is pissed. His hands erupt into wild flames as he glares at the monsters. You damn beasts! He yells while serving up some crispy roasted mutant. Why can't you freaks just stop running around for 1 second? Nunu's mom rushes over. Nunu, you okay? Terrified, the kid sprints back into her mother's arms. Mommy! The mom looks at Tutu and Truong Bin with pure gratitude. Thank you so much. Tutu snaps, get out of here now. Truong Bin glares ahead. That residential block is packed. We can't let these things get any closer. Tutu nods. She gets it. She pulls out her comms and barks an order. Clean up crew. Initiate defense protocols right now. While the rest handle the civilian evacuation, the whole squad shouts back a loud and clear copy that. Mutants of every shape and size are swarming their position. It is about to get real ugly. Tutu scans the area. It is going to be tough holding them off without leveling that entire building. Truong Bin figures the best plan. Just hold the line and buy enough time for everyone to get out. Suddenly, a pack of white mutant wolves emerges. Their deep roars actually make the beasts behind them settle down and stop being so aggressive. Truong Bin is confused. What are these things doing? Over the radio, Tutu hears the exact same weird report. Captain, the mutants over here just stopped. Tutu frowns. What is happening? Something is definitely not right. Over with Tron Quan Din, she suddenly rockets into the sky, leaving Hoang Trak Min stunned. What the hell is this? He looks up at her. Tron Quan Din slowly opens her eyes, and a massive wave of raw power explodes out from her, covering the whole area. It doesn't stop there. That insane power surge is just getting stronger, ripping through the entire city. Min's lackey screams in total panic. Every single mutant in our city has completely lost control. Min is stunned and just can't believe it. What? He starts sweating bullets. The one thing he was actually terrified of is finally happening. Damn it all. Has the Saint Mother blood in that girl finally awakened? This is a total disaster. How did she manage to trigger that tiny 1% chance? Suddenly, Tran Quan Din just bolts through the air. There are a ton of those little white wolves over there. Min sees her bail and completely loses it. Damn it! He hurriedly drags his fat pig body into high gear to chase her down. Move it, now! Suddenly, he feels this massive, terrifying aura. His whole body just freezes up, and he nearly faceplants on the pavement. Min looks back at the estate. This level of pressure? Only a king-level mutant could put out vibes like that. He pictures some massive beast with godlike strength and starts connecting the dots to a scary possibility. Did the Moon King just wake up? Min stops dead in his tracks. Did she really just drag the king out of bed early? If that is true, his two goons catch up and look totally confused when they see him standing there. Boss, what gives? Why are we stopping? Min snaps at them. Radio the infiltrators in Min Chao City. We need her arrested now. Move it! I have got some business of my own to take care of right now. Chu Trok Tuan follows orders and bolts. Watching them go, Min starts getting real deep in his own twisted thoughts. The Moon King waking up means those fighters have king-level power now. If I show my face at a time like this, I am absolutely a dead man. He looks back at his own shadow. There is some freaky demon lurking there, just waiting for the chance to explode. He figures it is way safer to just play it cool and see how this disaster unfolds. The city is a total wreck after the mutant attack. Bok Duke yells to the squad, split into groups of 3 and hunt down every last zombie. The squad shouts back, copy that. Once the orders are out, he asks the master how he is holding up. The master checks his own bruises and flexes. I am good. Trong Bin patched up my worst wounds. I am just feeling a little drained right now. Just need a quick breather. Bok Duke slams his fist into a nearby boulder, cracking the whole thing wide open. He vents his rage on the rock. Those traitorous cowards. They are lower than the monsters we are actually fighting. The master pats his shoulder to calm him down. Since things have gone this far, we have to move fast and clear the monsters at the south gate. Bok Duke cools off slightly. Master, he says. The master nods, telling him they need to get back for reinforcements. He looks toward the city of Donat. Just look at the state of this place. It is a disaster. All we can do is save whoever we can, one life at a time. Every person matters. Suddenly, two nosy guys spot something and shout, "Yo, look, a group of Awakeners is coming from the north. Is that finally the backup we needed?" That crew struts forward like they own the place. Their leader barks out, "Round them up! Don't let a single one of those losers into the city." The two guys instantly recognize them. The Blazing Sun Dojo? We are in deep trouble now. Wu Ruoyu's lackeys hear the order and shout back in unison. Wang Feng Lightsian sees the traitors and doesn't hide his disgust. He quickly orders his squad to gather up. "Listen up, everyone. Gear up and get ready for a fight right now." Bai Day explains the stakes to the group. The Blazing Sun Dojo left the west gate wide open for the enemy, causing Mingzhu City to fall. Those two guys realize they are looking at enemies, not heroes, and bolt. "Wait, what? You total jerk." Wang Feng Lixian asks furiously. "Master Wu, why on earth would you betray Mingzhu City like this?" The old man lets out a mocking smirk. In a deep, patronizing voice, he asks Feng Lixian a question. "Master Feng, have you ever actually thought about changing your life?" Feng Lixian frowns, totally confused. "What the hell are you talking about?" He waves a hand toward the city. "Just look at Mingzhu." Wu Ruoyu paints a mental picture of the entire place being swallowed by a sea of fire. Those thousands of lights look bright, but they are as fragile as a thin thread. Every single year, hundreds of lives are lost to those brutal mutant beasts. It seems like we can barely even defend 1/3 of this territory. Have you ever imagined what it would look like if we focused on creating a true king for all humanity? Wu Ruoyu dreams of global domination, all starting with a king born from the legendary Saint Ancestor village. Never mind this tiny city. This power would reach the ends of the earth, and humans would finally stop being a joke to those mutant beasts. Feng Lixian scoffs at the old man. "So that is the plan? Were those instructors teaching human supremacy theories in our dojo actually your secret people all this time?" Wu Ruyu feels zero regret and just spreads his arms wide. "That is right, but it is a real shame you kicked them all out. Otherwise, you might have been standing right here with us." Feng Lixian drops into a fighting stance, sounding totally disgusted. "Become a part of your little circus? No thanks." "Ugh, wouldn't that just mean the whole city gets buried with you?" Both sides are tense, ready to clash at a moment's notice. Wu Ruoyu casually reveals his scheme, sounding totally calm, like it is no big deal. "Don't you worry. We are only here to snatch one very important person so the Saint Ancestor King can finally be born. We aren't planning to totally wipe out Mingzhu City. Of course, if you guys just stay put and don't go reporting back to the city, I won't have any reason to mess with you." Feng Lixian isn't buying that garbage. "And what if we just don't give a damn about your rules?" Seeing there is no room for talk, Wu Ruoyu lunges forward. "Then I guess the only way is to actually beat you down." Over in the North Park Forest, Chen Junding has landed, and she is already controlling all those mutant beasts. Zhang Ping and Lu Sisi hide and watch, whispering in total shock. "Wait, is that actually Chen Junding?" Zhang Ping looks up at the sky. Did all those mutant beasts suddenly stop because of her? He quickly orders the system to perform an appraisal. The system confirms the scan is successful. Name, Chen Junding. Race, human. Status, fallen one. Talent, blood of the Holy Mother. The fluid in her blood has the power to affect every living thing. It provides a massive boost to living creatures. There is a high chance any organism will be influenced and turned into a total fanatic. But anyone who drinks the holy blood won't be able to use that energy and will face endless bad luck. Chen Junding looks at the mutant beasts and smiles. "You guys are as white as snow and seriously so cute." Zhang Ping is stunned as he reads the new data. No way. She actually became one of those fallen ones too? Lu Sisi jumps in total surprise. "What? How is that even possible?" Seeing two people approaching, she quickly pulls Zhang Ping much deeper into the shadows. Someone is coming. A guy with hair covering one eye asks hesitantly, "So, what are we supposed to do now? Maybe we should just head back for now." Chu Zejun snaps at him. "What kind of nonsense are you talking? Our mission is to bring this girl back to the Chu family no matter what." The guy with the covered eye looks hesitant and argues back. "But you saw what happened on the way here." Zhang Ping and Lu Sisi eavesdrop, thinking, "Are they from the Chu family?" The guy with the covered eye looks worried. "Look, there are zombies everywhere in the city, and that girl is already controlling every single one of our mutant beasts right now. Plus, we can't get a hold of the others." One Eye says it straight. "There is no way just the two of us can actually finish this mission." Chu Zejun scowls, seeing him lose heart. "Don't say that. Even if we die, we have to give it everything we've got." Suddenly, a loud voice cuts them off. Who knew the Chu family loved backstabbing so much? And to think they would actually hire such a pathetic bunch of losers like you guys. Both of them snap to attention, scanning the area. "Who is it?" The two intruders suddenly showed themselves, sounding all deep and thoughtful. You guys actually have more spine than the Chu family we met. Maybe I will think about it. Zhang Ping quickly started scanning these two new arrivals. Their stats popped up. The guy with the massive snake is Zhao Yanlong. His Saint Blood talent pumps his veins full of crazy strong stimulants. It gives him a constant power boost. But the downside is the stuff is also highly toxic and dangerous. Then there is Zhao Yanhu. With a tiger like that, you just know he is a pro at this. His Saint Blood talent makes his blood smell sweet, drawing in every creature nearby. Honestly, the dumber the beast, the more likely they are to get lured in. Zhang Ping whipped out his weapon and yelled, "I finished the scan!" These thugs are from Saint Ancestor Village, plus their powers are a total match for what Chen Junding can do. Liu Sisi scrambled up. This might be a major clue. We have to capture them alive and squeeze them for info. The guy with hair over one eye watched the enemies, glancing at Chu Zejun. We only have one shot at this. There might still be a tiny glimmer of hope left for us. Chu Zejun nodded. Let us risk it. Both of them suddenly lunged toward the enemy. Let us take them down together. Toxins immediately started flooding the system of the guy with hair over one eye, making it hard to move. His vision started going totally blurry thanks to that heavy dose of poison. Both of them froze as a splitting pain ripped through their bodies. Jat! Yanlong took the chance to order his beasts to tear into the two of them. The more you freak out, the faster you die. Chu Zejun shouted out a quick warning. Watch out! There is a poison mist. They struggled to block the monsters, but Chu Zejun was the weakest and got a nasty bite from the tiger. Seeing them fight back, Zhao Yanlong actually gave them a compliment. Not a bad move, but it is a shame you guys cannot keep this up for long. I suggest you just stop resisting and quietly become my walking puppets. The guy with hair over one eye screamed, refusing to just give up without a massive fight. Not a chance. Zhao Yanhu realized something was wrong and tried to pull his brother away. Look out! Move! A massive explosion suddenly erupted, catching everyone in the blast radius completely off guard. When the thick smoke finally cleared, both beasts were lying on the ground, seriously injured. Zhao Yanlong managed to crawl away with his life. Zhao Yanhu was totally freaked out after almost dying. Damn, I almost joined the afterlife just now. Good thing that mutated beast took the blast for us. Chen Junding flew down and looked at them curiously. Why are you two little rookies so beat up? Zhao Yanhu looked up in total shock. Is that the Saintess? Chen Junding hovered lower and started using her healing magic. Do not be scared. I will fix you right up. Both guys quickly dropped to their knees to pay respects. Greetings, Lady Saintess. We are here to welcome you back home. Chen Junding did not even look at them, focusing entirely on her high-wounded beasts instead. There are some nasty things inside your bodies. Let me help you get rid of them. While Chen Junding was performing her healing, both of their bodies started to react in a weird way. Zhao Yanhu gripped his hands in a total panic. What the hell is happening? Why does it feel like my own Saint Blood has completely lost its power? Zhao Yanlong was totally lost. I thought the Saintess had not even awakened yet? So why? Both their bodies reacted violently, and they started screaming in pure agony. Please, Lady Saintess, you have to stop this. If you force that Saint Blood out of the mutated beasts, we are the ones who are going to suffer the backlash from it. The tiger slowly woke up, and both beasts stood and started walking around like nothing happened. Chen Junding looked delighted. See? This is way cleaner than before. The two animals started nuzzling her, acting like she was their one and only true master. Chen Junding smiled, patting the tiger on the head. You do not like this place? Let us go then. I will take you and the other rookies somewhere else. The three of them just strolled away. Zhao Yanhu forced himself to stand. This is total bloodline suppression. Is it possible the Saintess has already fully awakened? Zhao Yanlong rubbed his head, looking like he had absolutely no other options left. Just as I thought. We cannot use our blood connection to guide the Saintess back to Saint Ancestor Village anymore. Zhao Yanhu rushed over to help his brother stand up, while Zhao Yanlong looked completely over everything. Damn it, there is nothing we can do. We have to report to the Grand Priest first. Liu Sisi frowned, feeling a wave of suspicion. The Grand Priest from Saint Ancestor Village? Do not tell me she snuck into Pearl City too? Zhang Ping tilted his head, looking at her with total curiosity. Who is that exactly? Why do I get the feeling you know her? Liu Sisi filled him in quickly, her voice sounding cold and sharp. She knew exactly who she was dealing with. Her name is Li Aksu. She used to be the second leader of Pearl City. Now, she is the most wanted criminal on the cleanup crew list. Liu Sisi bit her lip as the dark memories and anger started flooding back. She was the one who killed my master. This scar on my face is her fault too. She is a beast, honestly, totally on par with our captain's level. We need to track this animal and see if it actually hit Minchao City yet. Lu Tutu snapped back to reality, sounding dead serious. We could not handle Tron Quan Din before, but we can definitely control these two nobodies. Truong Bin clenched his fists, eyes glowing with grit. Tran Quan Din and that monster are long gone. It is finally time for us to make a move. Lu Tutu summoned her frostbow instantly to pin them down. Glowing ice arrows flew out, making both brothers jump. Tru Nanlong shoved his brother aside just in time, barely dodging the hit while cursing under his breath. Crap, there is someone else hiding in the shadows here. To save his brother, Tru Ngan Long took the frost blade, hit straight to the shoulder. His arm froze solid instantly. Lu Tutu barked out, freezing him with a cold glare. Triong Ganho screamed for his brother. Before he could react, Truong Bin lunged like a ghost, wrapping him in thick mist to pin them both. He narrowed his eyes, giving Triong Gan Long a look that screamed danger. Try using that poison and I promise he will die a miserable death. Lu Tutu cut to the chase. What are you doing in Minchao? Tell me, has Li Ngao Tu yet arrived yet? Where is she? Trio and Gan Long just smirked, looking totally unfazed. I have got nothing to say. Lu Tutu did not hesitate, slashing him hard for being such a cocky brat. Trong Bin smiled softly, patting his shoulder with a creepy whisper. You can stay quiet, but she definitely won't. I will make sure you stay alive just to keep suffering through this torture. Triungan Long growled, voice shaking with pure rage. You guys are literal demons. Then his gut-wrenching scream tore through the silent night air. Back at the office, Lu Tutu called Saidu. Captain, I found a massive lead. He answered calmly, his voice deep. Lu Tutu, what is the news? Lu Tutu reported in. Truong Bin and I caught 2 guys from Thontu village. They said the village is actually here right now to kidnap Tran Quan Din from us. You woke that bloodline and she hesitated before continuing. Ling Gao Tuyet is in Minchao City too. Sido frowned, his face turning pale with worry. Got it. You 2 keep grilling those village guys for more info immediately. If things go south, I will handle this personally. Lu Tutu nodded. Yes, sir. Sidu turned his focus toward Man Ni, get the teleportation array ready. She looked surprised, eyes full of anxiety. Captain, are you really going to activate the Sun Moon Minchao City? Her voice trembled. The relic is hidden in the square. Once it is on, your location is totally exposed. If the king of Tien Thuong Lake doesn't show, then revealing your identity now is basically a total suicide mission. Sidu thought for a second. The plan was to bait the king out first and then trap him. That way, nothing could stop us from powering up the Sun Moon Minchao relic. But now Ling Zhao Tuyet is here, and her chaotic vibes are definitely going to mess up all our plans. Sidu gritted his teeth, forced to gamble everything. I have to activate the relic before they even realize what hit them. This is the only way to save the city. We cannot afford to wait anymore. At the empty monument square, Sidu led his troops through the glowing portal, reaching the spot fast. He looked up at the burning city, feeling a heavy weight of dread in his chest. The mood is shifting, turning into a massive wave. Sidu realized his deepest fear. I can stop the Chu family and beasts, but how do I stop a failing heart? Liang Gao Tuyet appeared like a ghost. You think that relic is your final hope? Man Ni jumped in shock. How the hell did you get in here? I checked the entire square and it was empty. Sidu sighed, annoyed his plan failed. Fine, looks like this won't be a walk in the park. Man Ni ordered the whole squad to gear up for war. Liang Gao Tuyet smirked, acting like she already won. Giving up is your only real option. The moment you showed up to fix this zombie mess, you already lost the game. Sidu sighed, wishing she would wake up. Why are you so obsessed with winning? Do you ever think that your way of ruling humanity is just breaking every single law of the natural world? Messing with the rules is going to wake up every mutant beast king on the entire planet. Besides, what's left for us if we don't hit king level? Liang Gao Tuyet stared him down, her voice cold and steady. Failure isn't an option for me. Situ snapped, his eyes flashing with a sharp, dangerous intensity. Before you turned your blade on the innocent, you teamed up with Zuo Xiangming. The second you started using every dirty trick in the book, you already lost the fight. You are walking the path of a demon, not the road of a true king. Ling Yao Tuyet didn't care about her dirty work. They say a general's success is built on a mountain of bones. If I want the king's path, there's got to be some blood spilled. Whether it's through lies or the noble way, at the end of the day, the winner is still the king. Situ tried to drag her out of the gutter, but she walked right back in. Your ambition is just going to pile up the bodies. You are dragging humanity straight toward total extinction, and you don't even care. Ling Gao Tuyet just gave a cold smirk. One wave of her hand, and a massive swarm of zombies came charging out. I knew I couldn't convince you, so I brought some friends along. She knew that once the Sun Moon Pearl lit up, the Heavenly Tiger King would be there in no time. This is absolutely not happening. At least wait until I've grabbed the Saintess, then that beast can deal with Shibai. She sneered with total defiance. Nobody is getting near the Sun Moon Pearl today. I guarantee it. Situ glanced at the man in the stone bracelet. Yu Chengai, You're the Lord of Pearl City now. How could even you betray us? Yu Chengai has totally flipped to Linao Tuyet's side, big brother Shibai. That heavenly tiger is seriously dangerous. Ngao Tuyet is right. Humanity needs a single king. We should be united, not scattered like we are right now. Situ watched him closely, his voice full of warning. Lian Zhao Tuyet isn't a wise leader. She is never going to succeed with this plan. Yu Chengai closed his eyes and nodded. Maybe. But Sister Ngao Tuyet is right. Some things just have to be done by someone. Whether it ends well or not, you're too old school, big brother. I know I can't change your mind. Both armies charged at each other, tearing the air apart with their brutal, violent strikes. Yu Chenghai yelled out with grit, "Get out of the way, big brother Shibai." Situ hovered in the air, his iron will not flinching for a second. Fine then, let's settle the fate of Pearl City right here in this battle. Over at the South City Industrial Forest, a massive, earth-shaking explosion suddenly ripped through the air. The blast sent the monsters into a total panic, instantly catching Chen Junding's eye. She tilted her head, watching the thick black smoke rise. What's going on over there? Why are you guys so scared? Lu Sisi felt a massive surge of energy, and a sudden wave of dread washed over her. This energy pulse is crazy. Chen Junding immediately ordered all the beasts to charge toward the site of the explosion. Should we go see? Zhang Ping followed quickly, feeling a knot of worry in his gut as Chen Junding and the mutant beast charged off toward the smoke. Lu Sisi gasped and cheered. It's the captain! The captain finally made his move. She bolted toward the rising smoke. Let's go meet up with him. Zhang Ping just stared blankly as she disappeared into the distance. What are we going to do about the Zhao brothers? Liu Sisi had already planned everything out. I already notified the branch office to come and get them moved. Back at the square, both sides were locked in a brutal, violent struggle. It looked like Situ's side was totally dominating. Situ broke away to face Lian Gao Tuyet one-on-one, firing off brilliant magic blasts that she dodged with absolute ease. She gave a mocking smirk. You're failing. Is this really all you can do against me? Situ pushed the attack, refusing to give her an inch of breathing room. He just needed to pin her down for a moment. Lin Zhao Tuyet was suddenly trapped in a solid shell, her face showing a flash of pure shock. What? She finally realized his actual plan, but it was already way too late. He's trying to stall me while the Sun Moon Pearl charges up. She shot a look at Yu Chengai and barked out a sharp command. Yu Chengai, go destroy that Sun Moon Pearl now. He immediately obeyed with a loud shout. Shu Kui, Man Ni, and Chen Luowei rushed to the front to block the path. As long as we're still breathing, you're not getting past this spot. Yu Chengai charged forward, gripping his weapon tight. Fine then, you guys can just die. He slammed his staff down, shattering the ground and blowing all three of them back. Zhang Ping and Lu Sisi arrived just in time. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lu Sisi waved her hand, creating a thin ice shield to protect the three of them. Zhang Ping jumped in to attack Yu Chengai. Lu Sisi caught Man Ni and asked if she was hurt. Man Ni panted heavily, her voice sounding very urgent. I'm fine, go help, don't let them mess with the captain. Liu Sisi looked up at the sky and froze in total shock. Is that? Li Nao Tuyet? Chen Junding drifted closer, instantly grabbing Liu Sisi's full attention. The Saintess finally showed up. Lin Zhao Tuyet glanced at Tran Quan Din, thinking, Zhao brothers, did you guys really screw this up already? Guess you are not that tough. Tran Quan Din drifted lazily toward Tudu like a ghost. Lin Gao Tuyet watched closely, weighing her options. Her energy vibe is totally unstable right now. Has the Holy Mother's blood finally awakened and hit its evolution phase? This could get messy fast. Tran Quan Din stopped right in front of that massive golden energy. She frowned and reached out to touch the sphere. So, is this the thing you are all so terrified of? Does not look like much to me. But why does this feel so who that? As soon as she grabbed, reacting like it was just waiting for her touch. The sphere expanded, swallowing Tran Quan Din and locking her inside. Chaos erupted. The barrier around Lin Zhao Tuyet shattered, sending Tudu's entire army straight to their knees. Talk about a power move. Lin Zhao Tuyet was stunned. How could three massive energy waves hit at once? Tudu looked like he was about to lose it. Game over. Tran Quan Din is sucking up all the power from the Sun Moon Pearl. That massive energy surge is draining everyone's life force, leaving them totally exhausted and ready to collapse. Trong Bin rushed over to steady Lu Tutu. Hey, Tutu, you still with me? You doing okay? Tran Quan Din stared into the distance, whispering softly. I can hear him. It is like my father is calling out to me from somewhere. She kept muttering about some faraway place. Only Lin Gao Tuyet stayed cool, hovering there like she did not feel a thing. This is working out perfectly. The Sun Moon Pearl's juice finished the Saintess's evolution way ahead of schedule. Without another word, Tran Quan Din just took off into the sky. Tubok, you and your crew, get moving. Follow me now. As she vanished, Ling Gao Tuyet smirked. The Saintess is evolved now, so she must be hearing the call from the Holy Ancestor village. Everything is finally falling into place. Now she will head back to the village on her own without us lifting a finger. Ling Gao Tuyet beamed a telepathic message straight into Du Thonhai's brain to keep the plan hidden. I have kept the Saintess hidden in this city for over 10 years. Finally, our big moment has arrived. Tell our guys to escort her back immediately. Once her power is mine, I will be the one sitting on the throne as king, no doubt. Du Thonhai nodded, landing slowly while her mind started racing through the next moves. Those foxes are definitely going to wake up now that Tran Quan Din is not holding them down. Every single one of them probably felt the vibe shift at the square. Lin Jiao Tuyet frowned, calculating every risk. One tiny mistake or interruption and this whole plan goes up in smoke. Everything is going smooth so far. I just need to bail out of here before the Moon King decides to show up. As Tudu and his students closed in, she just laughed. Failure? Please. You did all the heavy lifting to charge the Sun Moon Pearl, only for me to steal the win. The original plan was for the Saintess to suffer and evolve into the Holy Mother. Then we were going to do some complicated ritual at the village. But guess what? We do not need it anymore. This is my destiny now. Lu Tutu lunged forward, absolutely fuming. I am going to end you for what you did to my master, you snake. Ling Gao Tuyet gave her a dirty look. You think you can take me? She blocked every single one of Tutu's attacks with ease. You are way out of your league, kid. Lin Jiao Tuyet tossed her back like a rag doll. It was obvious Tutu stood zero chance against her. Truong Bin dived to catch her. Tutu. He grabbed her tight, trying to absorb the impact of that nasty fall. Even with a fog shield, the force was brutal. Lin Gao Tuyet was not about to waste any more time dealing with these losers. Failure? See you later. Tran Lok Vai asked the old captain why they were not chasing her down right now. Tudu said we have to handle the city's crisis first. Man Ni rushed over to check on the two of them. Trong Bin, Tutu, are you guys alive? Trong Bin helped Tutu up. We are okay, just a few bruises. Tutu scowled, clearly hating herself for being such a letdown. I am still way too weak. Man Ni heard a loud bang and went on high alert. Did not Tran Quan Din and Lin Gao Tuyet already clear out the monsters and zombies? So where the heck is that noise coming from then? Tudu spotted it and yelled, "It is the king of the heavenly fox over there. Man Ni, fire up the teleportation circle now." She was shocked by the crowd charging in. Wait, the patrol squad? No, they are heavenly foxes. Lamcac Ditch barked an order. Drop your weapons now or we will kill you with no questions asked. Man Ni triggered the teleport, while Tutu and Truong Bin jumped in front to shield her from the incoming heat. Tutu summoned a wall of ice. Lucky for us, I already tipped off the cleanup crew about these heavenly fox guys earlier. Truong Bin shouted a warning. Look out. Every single person charging at us right now is part of the heavenly fox. Watch out for those invisible attacks. Tudu's eyes lit up like stars. No need to run. He decided it was time to step out. Tudo hovered high above everyone. I will take control of these idiots. System alert. Brainwave resonance is live. It hit the Heavenly Fox squad like a massive migraine, just like that head-splitting spell from Journey to the West. Tudu gave the order. Everyone, get out of Pearl City right now. Hua Huyet called out, sounding worried. Captain? Tudu just frowned, looking back at her with a serious face. This is an order. Truong Bin wondered why on earth Tran Quan Din didn't just bring that Sky Fox along. Lu Tutu glanced at him. The king probably used some cloaking move. Come on, Truong Bin, let's move out. Tudo felt a wave of relief once they were gone. Good. He forced them out for their own safety. Taking on the king of the foxes would be a total suicide mission for everyone in that group. The portal snapped shut. Tudu screamed at the pack of foxes. Stop hiding and show your face right now. Let me see what kind of power the king of this fox den really has. A terrifying, raspy voice echoed. You are the toughest human I have ever met. A beast emerged, jet black and leaking dark energy like smoke. But for me, that level of strength just won't cut it. Tudu ordered his system to scan the monster. The system flagged two weird skills, perception, distortion, and logic rejection. Tudu stared at the data, completely thrown off. What kind of skill is that? Without a word, the king lashed out with razor-sharp claws. Tudu didn't flinch. He dove right into the fight. Whether I have enough power or not, let's find out. He danced around the attacks. Long Tham watched. Using your ultimate destruction move this early? Tudu timed his counter perfectly, unleashing a massive vacuum burst. He planned to melt the creature's insides with intense heat, then use the void to tear it apart from within. The king laughed. Nice punch, but it won't work on me. Tudo froze, eyes locked on the beast. No effect? Is this perception distortion? Tudu popped his phantom clones, dodging a flurry of slashes while trying to analyze the situation. No, that's not it. I blocked all my senses before we started. And it is definitely not a phantom clone. A clone would have popped the second I landed that hit, so why didn't that attack leave a single scratch? I know for a fact that this technique could punch a hole straight through a mountain. It makes no sense. The king smirked. You think those clones can hide you from me? He reached out and snatched Tudo mid-air. Tudo shook, a cold realization hitting him. He finally understood the secret of that skill. This is logic rejection, not perception distortion. It doesn't mess with my eyes, it literally breaks the laws of reality. Heat, gravity, physics, every normal rule of the world means absolutely nothing to this monster. It's playing by its own rules. The king squeezed. Die already. Seeing him go limp, the beast thought it was over and dropped him to check. But the tables turned in a heartbeat. Tudo wasn't dead, not even close. Tudo smirked. Too bad your trick only works on your own body. A bright light erupted from him. It won't touch me. A golden barrier slammed down around the king. The monster looked around, eyes wide with genuine shock and confusion. You think this is some space barrier? Wrong. It is time. Tudo casually handed over a welcoming gift. Here is a present for you. Frozen time. The king just sneered, looking at the glowing walls around him. So what if you lock me in here? He leaned down and casually snapped Tudo's head like a toy. Once you die, this little cage of yours is going to vanish. But Tudo wasn't about to go out like that. Suddenly, he loomed over the king like a god. He had synced time and space, so death would just reset his timeline. Everything snapped back to the moment the skill started. The king stood there, completely dazed. He looked around. What just happened? A wicked grin spread across his face. You humans are actually pretty interesting. This space is tied to time. If you keep resetting the clock, I will be stuck here in an endless loop forever. Tudo's body slowly started knitting itself back together, piece by gruesome piece. The beast watched him heal. Since I can break the rules of time, I won't be reset when the clock winds back. The king of the foxes scowled at Tudo. You won't remember a thing, but I am going to enjoy the memory of killing you over and over every time. He blasted him with fire to slow the healing. Killing and reviving you is never going to get old or boring. If I don't keep killing you, I know you will just come back and torture me to death later. Time is just going to heal your wounds anyway. The king watched his skeleton rebuild and felt a cold shiver. Humans really are a terrifying species. Maybe those rumors from the other tribes weren't just stories after all. Down below, the mutated beasts were tearing into the people. The king glanced down at the carnage. As long as they keep feasting on human flesh, one day these monsters will unlock that same terrifying human potential. He barked orders down to his entire squad below. Everyone move now. Shut down the chaos in Pearl City and try to keep the body count as low as possible. After all, we need these humans alive for our own use. Down south, Wu Ruoyu and Feng Lycian are still locked in a brutal 1-versus-1 showdown. Suddenly, a third party named Lin Kedi steps in and catches both their fists, forcing them to stop. Feng Lycian stares at him, totally confused. Let go! Lin Kedi, what the hell do you think you are doing? Lin Kedi just scratches his head like they are the weird ones. The world is ending and you are still killing each other? Are you guys idiots? Feng Lycian snaps, pointing right at Wu Ruoyu, calling him a traitor to Pearl City. Everyone is screaming for them to quit it. Seriously, just stop and get real with me for a second. Wu Ruoyu thinks fast. The patrol is already here. Since he is already this deep in, he might as well finish it. He does not hesitate and throws a deadly strike right at Lin Kedi. You die too. But before he can land a hit, some invisible force blocks him. It feels like something invisible just grabbed him right by the top of his head. In a flash, Lin Kedi literally takes Wu Ruoyu's head off, leaving Feng Lycian standing there in total shock. He wonders when Lin Kedi got this insanely powerful. The guy just tosses the severed head onto the dirt like trash. I cannot believe the patrol only left the city lord's side for a few days and this place already turned into a circus. He glares at the crowd. Everyone drop your weapons right now, or I will start killing and I won't be asking questions. Lin Kedi wipes the blood off his hands and looks over. Master Feng, you are coming with me for a little walk. I need some serious answers about everything that went down today. Feng Lycian does not dare argue. He just nods and says, understood. Over in safe room number 8, Zhang Ping's squad is laying low. Zhang Ping reaches out and grabs Lu Cici's arm. Cici, just calm down a bit. Manny checks her powers and realizes they are fading fast. Wait, why is this happening to me? My energy is draining. Chen Ming feels his stamina bottoming out too. He is more exhausted right now than he has ever been before. Zhang Yuzong chimes in, saying he feels like he is actually gaining a ton of weight out of nowhere. Lu Cici looks at everyone, totally stressed. Could it be? Zhang Ping frowns and asks her, what is wrong? She panics and tries to radio Situ. Captain, come in. Please answer me, Captain. Zhang Ping watches her, getting really anxious. Cece, what is going on? Manny looks at her own hands, her expression turning totally dark and sad. The captain gave a special blessing to every single member of our cleanup crew. She explains that this blessing is a rare guardian skill that grants nearly permanent power boost to whoever receives it. Unless the caster actually dies, these powers are supposed to stay with the person for their entire life. Chen Ming's blessing was supposed to cut his stamina drain in half. Chen Shui's blessing reduced her exhaustion by 50% too. And the blessing Zhang Yuzhang received literally cut his physical body weight in half. Liu Cece's blessing was meant to halve her mental energy consumption. Manny bites her lip, trying her best not to burst into tears. But now, everyone's blessings have vanished, which means the captain might actually be. Zhang Ping thinks back to Situ Shibai. How could a legendary powerhouse like him just be taken out that easily? It does not make sense. Suddenly, his bracelet starts glowing and Situ's voice rings out. This kind of existence will not last very long. Everyone starts cheering and they squeeze his hands in pure joy. Captain, are you still alive? Are you okay? Situ's voice flickers through a weak hologram, sounding rough. Not really. In about a year, the celestial lake might finish me off for good as my energy slowly runs dry. Zhang Ping interrupts him quickly. Situ, old man, are you there? Are you really using that bracelet to talk to us right now? Situ answers slowly. No, this is just my backup plan. If I ever bite the dust or lose my life, a piece of my consciousness turns into a virtual AI and moves into this bracelet. He scowls. Honestly, right now I am just a virtual program, not the real human being. Lu Cece looks at him, totally worried. Captain, what can we do to save you? Zhang Ping just stands there quietly, thinking deeply about what the old man just said. So you are saying the guy living inside the bracelet is not actually Situ Shibai, but an artificial intelligence with some of his memories? Situ gives a small smile. Do not sweat it. Everything is playing out exactly how I expected. I felt death coming back in Pearl City, but in that darkness, I actually saw a glimmer of hope. He gives a quick recap of the fight. I trapped the King of Celestial Lake inside a massive time loop. It can only escape if my energy runs out completely or if I choose to release the loop myself. It is just going to rot at the Monument Plaza, killing me over and over until it drains every last drop of my energy. C2 scans the crowd. That thing won't be making any reckless moves for at least another year. This is our one shot to take down the Heavenly Fox clan. The question is, can we actually pull it off? He locks eyes with the kid. It all comes down to Truong Bin. You have got that limitless potential. When Situ drops Truong Bin's name, the room goes silent. Truong Bin? For real? Tron Min steps up to protest. Look, Cap, I don't get the play here, but putting all our chips on Truong Bin seems like a major stretch. Manny nods along. Sure, the kid's got some heat, but he's still just a low-level rookie awakener at best. But Lu Cece is not having it. She is totally backing Situ's play on this one. I trust the Cap. What's the move? Mani is still skeptical, but Situ starts laying out the master plan for them. Chill out. You think this little storm is scary? You haven't seen real trouble yet. Back when we squared off against the Chu family beast tamers, that was real despair. They had insane gear and 5 treasures like the Sun Moon Pearl. And us? We had absolutely nothing to our name. Truong Bin's face goes stone cold. Situ just keeps working his magic, slowly getting inside everyone's heads like a total pro. Fact is, back then you were outmatched. You didn't have the firepower to scratch a king-class mutated beast. Tran Min's jaw drops. Anti-king class weapons? You're telling me that kind of heat actually exists? Situ cuts a look at Truong Bin. Of course, but only the infinite rank elites get an invite to that place. And those infinite rank users, they only get one shot at it in their entire lives. That's where I found the arrow that flipped the world upside down. Everyone is standing there with their mouths wide open. Truong Thu Trung gasps. So we're really putting the fate of the world on Truong Bin's shoulders? Wait, is Truong Bin actually infinite rank now? The kid is doubting himself. He's sweating bullets and looking totally freaked out. Listen, Cap, based on how you have set this up, I don't see it happening. Situ doesn't even hear him. He drops a hand on Truong Bin's shoulder, keeping the mind games going. This is good for you. It's humanity's foundation. You can use those ruins to unlock secrets about the world that were meant for your eyes only. Everyone is finally on board. Mani grabs Tran Min's hand and starts dragging him off. Enough talk, let's roll out. Just as the hype hits its peak, C2 kills the mood and brings everyone crashing back to reality. Hold your horses, we have got some loose ends to tie up before we go. Truong Bin, you're with me. A bit later, Truong Bin follows C2 down to the cleaning crew's safe room at dungeon number 8. He's walking and wondering if there is really no way to save the Cap. C2 just plays it cool, even cracking a smile. Look, I have weighed the options. This is the path I am choosing. If I don't hold back the Heavenly Fox King, we're looking at 2 outcomes. And trust me, both of them are total nightmares. Truong Bin is curious. What kind of outcomes? C2 imagines Lian Gao Tuyet and her clan tearing the city apart with zero mercy. First scenario, we fail to stop the invasion coming from the Saint Ancestor village. Pearl City falls to Lian Gao Tuyet, and at least 50% of all Awakeners end up dead in the following civil war. In C2's head, he sees the Awakeners getting absolutely butchered by a horde of monsters. He keeps going. Second scenario, we actually manage to hold off the attack from the village. But with me gone, the Fox King will personally target every pro who has shown their strength. At least 30% of Awakeners won't make it out. The final image he sees is the Moon Prince literally stomping the life out of our strongest experts. Now that I have got the Fox King trapped, the only real threat left is the Moon Prince. In a one-on-one fight, our best guys might not be able to take him down, but if everyone gangs up on him, even the Moon Prince won't be able to handle it. He leads Truong Bin to Zhao Yanlong's cell, where the guy is tied up tight and keeps talking. Even if he wants to kill and replace all the powerful Awakeners, it will take him at least a year or two. Looking at the prisoner makes Truong Bin's face cloud over. Honestly, this is the best we can hope for given what we are working with. Finally, C2 tells him to get inside. Go ahead and grab some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Truong Bin just stands there, totally confused by the request. Why do you need Zhao Yanlong's blood? C2 asked with a cold, straight face. You've been stuck at level 9 way too long. Zhang Ping kept it real and replied, yeah, during that last fight, I felt like I was finally hitting level 10 mid-tier status. He started pumping that raw energy through his entire body, but right at the peak, he hit a wall. No level up, just this nasty feeling like he had something stuck in his throat. C2 pointed a finger and dropped some advice. Try drinking a bit of Zhao Yanlong's blood, kid. Wake up your new skills first, then I'll show you how to break through. There's no real bottleneck here. You're just stuck because you've got way too many powers. Hearing that, Zhang Ping didn't hesitate and downed Yanlong's blood right then and there. He focused hard, draining the power from the blood to rank up. C2 watched closely, noting that solo ability users don't usually have choices. Besides picking their path early on, they don't have to overthink it. Multi-ability users have to pick one core power. If they don't, they just end up hard stuck at their current level. A glowing footprint appeared as C2 kept dropping his heavy knowledge bombs. Once you figure out what you truly want and which path you're taking, hitting that mid-tier level becomes a total breeze. Zhang Ping soaked up C2's words and pushed for the rank up. The mutant food finally triggered a new talent awakening, blood of the former king. Now his body could draw pure power from pain. The more it hurts, the stronger the boost. Remember, whatever doesn't kill you literally makes you way more powerful. Zhang Ping dove deep into his own mind, seeing a blinding light while C2's voice echoed loudly through his entire subconscious. Now you gotta use that new talent. Feel how it shifts between all the other powers inside your body. Scrutinize every single ability you have and keep them in a state where they are ready but not fully active. After that, you need to look deep into your own heart. Clarify your path and understand your deepest desires. Your abilities will naturally react to whatever's going on in your head. With his appraisal eye active, the power of the contract gems, Nightwalkers, Mistspeakers, and Mutant Eaters surged. Mist Body, Fire Eater, Pure Water Body, and Pure Blood Body all started wrapping around him. Zhang Ping opened his eyes and frowned. Contract Gems and Mutant Eaters. C2 spoke up from behind him asking, so, how are you feeling right now? Made a choice yet? Zhang Ping was bursting with power, but deep down, he was totally second-guessing everything. Way too many choices. Is there really no middle ground here? C2 sighed, feeling totally helpless. That's on you, kid. I can't decide your heart. Zhang Ping stared at his hands, watching the massive energy pulse as he fell into a deep, silent thought. Honestly, the biggest struggle was choosing between his contract gems and his mutant eater ability. Contract gems were his foundation. Pretty much every power he had actually started from that one source. He shut his eyes and began wrapping fire and a strange, dark energy around the glowing blue stone. He hesitated again. The mutant eater skill was what actually helped him fuel all those massive powers. Finally, he unleashed 3 elements: fire, water, and darkness. Mist Body, Pure Water, Pure Blood, and that former King Blood. All these skills were top tier and insanely powerful. But even though the mutant eater skill came from the contract gem, its potential was just as massive as the original. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's body glowed with a brilliant blue light. He had finally made his final decision. He just had to pick one of these two as his core to advance. C2 watched the energy surge and felt totally satisfied. Looks like you found your answer. The system pinged. Advancement successful. Zhang Ping is now a level 10 mid-tier awakener. Everything went quiet, and Zhang Ping felt a bit confused by the sudden lack of noise around him. Did I level up? Appraisal. The system flashed a message. Appraisal successful. His stats popped up. Zhang Ping hit level 10, and his contract gem reached level 7. Plus, he unlocked new mid-tier advanced skills. Mid-tier limits. The first type is weapon contract, and the second type is armor contract. And the third type is word contract. Zhang Ping stared at his new skills, totally stunned. Even though it was only one level, the gap between low-tier and mid-tier Awakeners was absolutely huge. Zhang Ping raised his hand, controlling the flames with total ease, which even surprised him a little. His stamina and spirit peaked. He could unleash Fire Eater flames precisely, with way more detailed control over every single ability. C2 watched Zhang Ping handle the flames like a pro and smiled. So, the rank up was a success? He shouted with joy. Yeah! Trong Bin stared at the flame in his hand, totally pumped up. After hitting mid-tier, the battle power spikes. Turns out the control you get at this level is just on another planet. In a heartbeat, a glowing red gem crystallized right out of his flames. It is the Covenant weapon. Then, out of nowhere, that rock shifted into a razor-sharp blade. Absolutely insane. He slammed it down, cracking the floor. Man, with the right skills, even a basic, useless rock becomes a lethal weapon. This kind of power is honestly on another level. Bin checked the blade and nodded. This mid-tier gem's toughness is basically on par with his main sword. It is tough, reliable, and won't break when things get messy. Sidu just cracked up laughing. Just like I thought, you skipped the plant mutation path and chose the Covenant gem for your core upgrade. Bin looked at the weapon, honestly surprised he ended up picking the gem over anything else. I thought about being a mutant, but something about it just did not vibe with me. Glad I passed on the mutant route. Sure, it is fast power, but the price is way too sketchy. He could already imagine himself spontaneously combusting into a pile of ash. Sidu nodded. That actually makes sense. When mutants wake up, side effects and backlashes are everywhere. People drop dead constantly. Bin added that while the gem path is a slow grind, the results are massive. Every new talent it unlocks is exactly what I need. It is like finding a heater in the dead of winter. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. In the name of the patrol squad, we recruit special Awakeners to systematically eliminate every potential threat over the course of the next year. That voice made Bin's heart skip a beat. He knew exactly who it was, the Moon Prince. Soon, Bin and Sidu headed back to the meeting room where Sidu started breaking down the plan. According to Bin's intel, the Moon Prince is hunting down all the top-tier fighters in Pearl City. He is using the patrol squad's name to round up every single Awakener. Tran Min looked confused. Is he really coming for the veterans from the old wars? Sido sighed and nodded. High chance. He is cleaning house. Bin suddenly had a bright idea. I am heading back to Pearl City to find the Phoenix Master. We need to find a way to bust them out of there fast. Tran Min hated the idea. No way. That's a suicide mission. Bin pictured the Moon King holding to Tin Jiao, and his blood started to boil with pure rage. If we just sit here, those people will be swallowed up and replaced by the enemy before we even notice. Tutu gently placed her hand on his chest. She wanted to help. Going back alone is too dangerous. Let me come with you. Mani jumped in too. We are in. We will contact every single Awakener we know to speed this up, but Sidu stepped in once again and stopped them all. We cannot tell if those Awakeners have been replaced by the Sky Fox yet. It is too easy to get caught. Bin remembered his dark skills and stepped forward with confidence. I am a mid-tier Awakener now. If I sneak in alone, I can definitely fight my way out even if they spot me. Tran Min snapped back. I am against this. Pearl City is basically a dragon's den right now. Do you have any idea how important you are? Bin was not backing down. I get it, trust me. But I cannot just watch our comrades get eaten alive by those foxes. I am not that guy. Inside, he was screaming about getting revenge for Tu Tin Jiao. Tutu called his name, her voice trembling with worry. Bin calmed her down instantly. Don't worry, I have an exit plan. Even if I run into the Moon Prince, I am good. Tran Min would not budge. If you really want to go, you are going to have to go through me first. Bin did not blink. Fine by me. Give it your best shot. Before he could react, Bin unleashed a wave of dark energy, forming a shadow blade that pressed against his throat in a flash. So fast. When did he even move? He didn't even lift a hand. It is already over. Bin pulled on his purple mask. Looks like I win. Tran Min stared in shock. Is this the dark mist? He finally caved. Bin was way stronger than before. Sidu watched the whole thing with a satisfied grin and gave him props. A guy with infinite power isn't your average Awakener. Back in the day, I couldn't even hunt high-level beasts until I hit mid-tier myself. But Bin was already taking down mid-tier fighters while he was still a rookie. He is better than I ever was. His potential is through the roof, he said, pointing his finger. Look, I am cool with you heading back to Minchao City, but first, I have got a treasure for you. Truong Bin jumped at that. Hang on, I need a quick favor from Truong Thu Trung first. Thu Trung was totally floored. Me? Bin immediately used his scan skill on Thu Trung to check his stats. The system flagged a high-tech fat skill that converts body grease into raw physical energy. He uses that juice to craft anything he understands. Plus, he can suck the energy back into his own body later. Thu Trung just kept grinning and asked Bin, "So, what can I actually do for you, man?" He rushed Thu Trung outside, whispering, "Look, this is huge, but we need some privacy. Just follow my lead." Soon, all you could hear was screaming and yelling. "Seriously? Trung Bin? Leave some for me. Don't be stingy." "Whatever. Your meat grows back anyway. Easy for you to say since it is not your own skin." Everyone else was speechless. A bit later, Bin walked back in and gave Thu Trung a big thanks. Mani was dying to know what they did. Then Thu Trung walked in looking like a literal bag of bones, terrifying Mani. Truong Thu Trung, dude, what the heck happened to you? Down in the Purge team basement, Bin and Tudu stood before a massive, dark, wicked-looking scythe. Bin asked what it was. Tudu flashed back to his glory days, hacking through monsters with that very blade. This is the Scythe of Fear. It paralyzes enemies with terror and levels up by drinking their fresh blood. Back in the day, I used this to slaughter thousands of mutants and soak up all their blood. Still, its edge and durability are legendary. This thing is a rare find in this world. Call it a god-tier weapon. It is perfect for your trip to Min Chao to help you survive enemies. Bin grabbed the scythe and flashed a killer, confident smirk. Suddenly, a massive, evil spirit surged out of the blade. Bin looked at it, totally satisfied. "Thanks, Captain." Tudu caught something and gave him a very knowing smile. "Looks like someone is still worried. I am out of juice, so I will head back to recharge now. You two take it slow." Tudu vanished, and Tutu appeared. Her scar was gone, replaced by pure beauty. Bin was stunned. "Tutu, the scar on your face is gone." She just smiled. "Remember, we agreed to talk as friends today, not just as teammates." Lu Tutu and Bin sat under the dim moonlight, finally opening up to each other. She spoke first. "I finally beat my demons, so I had Vihoa heal up my face. That last mess made me realize how weak I really am. I am done being stubborn and blind. I am going to lean on everyone else's strength to take down Lian Zhao Tuyet." She glanced at him. "You are dead set on going to Min Chao alone. Is this about avenging your friend?" Bin went quiet for a second, then chuckled. After hitting mid-tier awakened, the thought definitely crossed his mind. He felt his power skyrocket. He told her about faking sleep when the Moon Prince broke into his place. "I am not that helpless weakling who has to play dead when the Moon Prince shows up anymore." She listened, looking worried. Bin just smiled to calm her down. "Relax, Tutu. I know what matters most. Heading back to Min Chao is mostly about saving people this time." Bin frowned seriously. "As for Tin Zhao's grudge, I won't move unless the perfect chance pops up." Tutu leaned back and eyed him. "You are still going solo." "I am still worried, honestly." Bin showed her his secret weapon from Thu Trung. "I will be fine. I have got this." Inside Min Chao City, monsters were roaming the streets totally free. Bin was bundled up, watching closely. Man, the Thien Thuong patrols in this city have really stepped it up. He ducked into a corner, watching a guard yell at citizens. "The square is sealed. No entry for civilians." Tudu popped up behind him, whispering, "Don't worry about me. That old fox won't catch me for a while. But what about you? Got a plan yet?" Bin's eyes turned sharp as glass. "Already got it. Over at the Beast King Boxing Club, in the private study, Vuang Feng Lai Tian was working when mist crept in. Bin entered and dropped his disguise. "So, I am Master Feng." Seeing Zhang Bin, Wang Feng Lai Xian jumps up, totally stoked to see him. "It is my bro Zhang Bin." "Man, where have you been hiding these past few days?" "Ever since that day, I have been dying to thank you in person, but I could not track you down." He gives a forced, awkward laugh. Man, it is a long story. After a massive venting session about everything under the sun, Zhang Bin lays it all out. "So, that is the gist of it. Master Feng, are you down to help me out or what?" He crosses his arms, looking dead serious. "So you are saying the city lord ditched Min Chao City ages ago, and the one pulling the strings is that Tien Thuong fox? Honestly, what you are saying is just straight up insane." Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "Master, Captain Lam from the patrol squad is here to see you." Wang Feng Lai Xian barks back. "Take him to the lounge. I will be there in a minute." The messenger acknowledges. Zhang Bin looks him dead in the eye. "That patrol team? They have already been replaced by those foxes. Master Feng, one look is all you will need to see if I am telling the truth or just trippin'." Inside the lounge, the guests are shown to their seats. Wang Feng Lai Xian walks in with a big fake smile, ready to play the host. My bad. I did not expect Captain Lam to drop by out of the blue." Lam Kak Ditch smirks, looking way too cocky. "I am just here to congratulate you, Master Feng." He immediately goes on high alert. "Congratulate me? For what exactly? Lam Kak Ditch has a few of those Tien Thuong foxes lurking behind him. He is not joking around when he speaks. The city lord has promoted you to vice lord of Min Chao. We are announcing it to the whole city in a few days. He glances at the freak standing behind the guy. Is this what those Tien Thuong foxes actually look like? Wang Feng Laixian forces a polite little grin. Well, tell the city lord I am honored by his generous love. Task done, the captain just turns and bolts. Message delivered. I am heading back to report. The master clenches his fists, trying to keep his boiling rage from exploding right there. Thanks for the heads up, Captain Lamb. Make sure you pass my thanks along to our great city lord. Inside, he is cursing their entire family tree. These damn animals. How the hell do they even have the nerve? Zhang Bin used his pure blood-body vision resonance to spy on the conversation from the shadows. As soon as the coast is clear, he pops out. Master Feng gives him a reassuring look. Relax, kid. I am not stupid enough to pick a fight when the odds are stacked this heavily against us. Wang Feng Laixian leads him to a more private spot. You did not come here just to chat. I bet you have already got a plan, right? He cuts straight to the chase. All right, spill it. What do you need from me? Zhang Bin immediately drops his request on the table. I am hoping you can use this Vice Lord promotion to our advantage, Master Feng. Throw a massive banquet for all the heroes who defended Min Chao that day. We will use the party to warn everyone who has not been body-snatched by those foxes yet. Wang Feng Laixian leads Zhang Bin straight to the training hall where everyone is practicing. He keeps breaking down the details. Anyone who is down to roll with me will sneak out of the city through the transport gate. The ones who stay will at least know what the foxes are up to. That way they can stay on guard and not get caught slipping. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Yeah, but some people have families here, you know? I am worried they might not want to leave. Zhang Bin nods. In a mess this big, these few moves are literally the only cards we have left to play. Looking around the gym, it seems to Zhang Bin like every single person there is just a fox in disguise. He scans the room and whispers the bad news. Even your boxing gym is crawling with those fakes, Master Feng. Wang Feng Laixian glares at the floor, absolutely fuming. I cannot believe my own little boxing club is infested with these filthy animals. He looks over at the kid. Listen, you have already done way more than enough for us. When you cannot tell who is a friend and who is a monster, you just cannot save everybody. He pats the kid's shoulder. Go for it. I will back you up 100%. Zhang Bin bows deeply. Thanks, Master Feng. The man turns away. No, kid. We should be thanking you. At least you gave us some hope we can actually take these animals down. Right then, a familiar face strolls past, catching his eye instantly. It is the monster that has been wearing Tu Tin Jiao like a costume. Just seeing that thing makes his blood boil with pure, unfiltered rage. That is the animal that murdered Tu Tin Jiao. The big boss is just standing there, coolly observing everything. Lak Thivu pipes up. So, anything weird happening in Min Chao City lately? Lam Kak Ditch rushes to report. Your Highness, listen, everything is fine, except Feng Laixian is throwing a huge bash. She lets out a mocking laugh, already showing off just because he got promoted? Pathetic. That Feng Laixian guy is such a joke. The fake Tu Tin Jiao steps up. Your Highness, should we put a tail on him? She just glances at her with zero interest. Nah, do not bother. He is probably just using the party to rake in some easy bribes. A loser like him is not even a blip on my radar. He is zero threat to us. Luo Shiyu admires her own hands. We seriously need to investigate those little rats in the cleaning squad to see what they are up to. I let out a wicked laugh. Lu Yuanxing is a total freak, and Zhang Ping is even worse. Both of my minions nod their heads immediately. At the gala, everyone is suckering up to Wang Feng Laixian, praising the great and powerful Master Phoenix. Actually, we should call him City Lord Phoenix now. Hope you help us out later. Yeah, Lord, show us the ropes and help us out. He gives a smooth smile. You guests are far too kind. Then, one of his underlings leans in and whispers, Master. The guy mumbles something heavy to him. Wang's face turns pale. He immediately cuts his goodbyes short and prepares to leave. Sorry, everyone. I have got to bounce. Something urgent came up. Wang Feng gives a forced smile. I am a bad host today. Hope you understand. Luckily, everyone there plays nice. No worries, Lord Phoenix. Go do what you have to do. Lin Keddy watches him bail, eyes full of hate. He does not even bother to follow him. Let's go. This Phoenix guy is exactly like the prince predicted, just a greedy trash bag looking for any chance to snatch up some quick cash. Suddenly, a tall girl catches Su Jingjiao's eye. Whoa, check her out. The look of that girl is definitely top tier. You looking at her too? You a fan? Lin Keddy walks off bored. Whatever, you stay here and play then. Just remember, the walls have ears around here. Wait until the party is over before you make your move. Su Jingjiao bows like a total creep. Meanwhile, Wang Feng Laixian gathers a few VIPs in a back room to talk over some very private business. Bai Day is confused. City Lord Phoenix, why did you call us all in here? What exactly are your instructions? He looks around at everyone. I called you because we are in deep trouble. I will let the kid explain the details. The pureblood form fades away, and Zhang Ping stands before them looking totally heroic. What's up, Coach Bai? Good to see you again. Bai Day and the rest of the crew just stare with their mouths open. After Zhang Ping explains the whole situation, the room explodes into a heated argument. No way. If what you are saying is real, does that mean our city already fell to those monsters? I have been hanging with the patrol guys lately. Honestly, those dudes have been acting super sketchy for a while now. Chen Vaiwa not so long. Yeah, the city lord hasn't been seen in forever. Wang clears his throat to shut them up and get their attention. He says, listen to me everyone, everything my brother Zhang Ping said is true. I have personally confirmed that these heaven foxes are definitely out there. These bastards are experts at hiding. It is going to be very hard to tell who is real. Right now, among all those people out there at the party, a lot of them have probably been replaced by those heaven foxes already. He clenches his fist over his heart. We have been friends for years. If you trust me, then I really need your help right now. Chen jumps in immediately. We are in. Just tell us what to do, Phoenix, and we will do it. Baide agrees too. Zhang Ping is my student. We have survived hell together before. I am with him on this. Zhang Ping breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, everyone is on the same page. To deal with these foxes, we need to hold back for the common good and preserve our strength. He hands over a list of people who haven't been snatched by them yet. We need to split up and warn everyone on this list about the situation right now. They all grab their papers. Soon, the cleaning squad will fire up the teleportation portal right here. Zhang Ping breaks down the details of his final escape plan. If they want out, tell them to loop back here after leaving the main gate. Is it really that urgent? Du Shu is still hesitating. But what about our families? Wang Feng puts a steady hand on his shoulder. This is just how it has to be. Right now, Zhang Ping is the only one who can sniff out those fakes. We just do not have enough time to check if any of their families have been replaced by foxes. He looks at the remaining survivors. If the word gets out, those foxes will start slaughtering every awakened in sight before we can act. So either stay sharp or get your families far away from any patrol team. Reach right away. Baida sighs. This is a mess. Keeping this many people quiet is going to be almost impossible. Zhang summons a tiny glowing flame. Don't worry. I will be watching from the shadows. If the foxes start acting up at the party, I will signal you guys with this flame immediately. Wang Feng sees the plan is ready for action. I am counting on you all next. As the party finally winds down, everyone starts saying their happy goodbyes. Later, by day, let's grab some drinks when we are both free. Definitely. I will host a real feast next time so we can talk. Take care, City Lord. See ya. Master Wang bows to the crowd. If the hospitality was mid, my bad, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. Zhang Ping stands back, watching the guests filter out one by one. He figures the guests are warned and the fox is clueless. But suddenly, the real Su Jingjiao pops up with a frantic heads up. Heads up, Zhang Ping. Watch your back. Something is not right. The real Su is here now. Heads up, Zhang Ping. He takes the hint and starts scanning the crowd like a hawk. What exactly is she warning him about? Then, he locks eyes with a familiar face. It is the fake Su Jingjiao, creeping closer. Zhang Ping growls under his breath. The beast is finally here, and it looks like it is hunting Chen Weiwa. Brain is working overtime now. He needs a way to bait this thing and pull it away. If that monster sniffs out the trap, the whole plan is trash. The fake Su Jingjiao closes in on Chen Weihua. Hey, Sister Weihua, are you heading home already? Chen Weihua turns at the familiar voice. Oh, it is just you, Su. Is something up? The fake girl gives a sweet smile. She makes her move. Since I am heading that way too, mind if I walk with you? You should not be alone. Chen nods without a single suspicion. Total rookie move. She is completely oblivious. Zhang Ping smirks. This stinking fox actually showed its face. Perfect time for a beatdown. He lunges out of the shadows, crashing their little party before things get ugly. Talk about perfect timing. His stealth gear is already tucked away in that gold bracelet. Zhang Ping steps up like a boss to face the faker. Hey, Su Jingjiao. Long time no see, right? He cuts a look at Chen, mouthing a secret message. Find Dean Feng. Tell him I am in deep trouble and meet me in the West City right now. The fake Su is caught off guard. Wait, Zhang Ping. Why is this guy just wandering around the city like he owns it? She flashes a wicked grin. It is like a big fish swimming straight into her net. She wanted a snack but caught a feast. Bringing him back would make the prince thrilled. But before she can even blink, Zhang Ping bolts like a lightning bolt. See ya. She sees him making a break for it and chases. Hey, Zhang Ping. Where do you think you are going? He stays silent, popping his Nightwalker Mist skill to crank his speed and senses up to 11. Jiang Ping becomes a blur, moving like a human flash. She is riding his tail but cannot close the gap. This is totally impossible. How is this guy so fast? He weaves through the streets like a pro, then ducks into a pitch-black alleyway. She loses his trail and stops dead, looking everywhere. Wait, what? Where did he go? Where is he hiding? Jiang Ping ghosted behind her. He swings his weapon, catching her side and sending a spray of blood onto the pavement. Gotcha. She screams in pain, leaping backward to put some space between them. Girl is in trouble now. He rests the staff on his shoulder, looking down at her. Still gonna play pretend? Don't worry, I won't let you die too fast. The real form of this fake girl is the creepy 1,000-year fox. It watches him closely, not daring to make a move. Looks like the prince was right about you. I don't know how you did it, but you really can see through our disguises. I remember your powers, and they are not, but he isn't letting her yap for much longer. He launches a sneak attack from behind, making her jump. She barely turns around. Is this the dark mist? She dodges a hail of small daggers while fending off his heavy strikes. She wonders, has the dark mist actually possessed this guy? Thinking too much made her sloppy. He carves a deep line across her gut, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream. He summons the dark mist iron chains instantly and growls, "Hey, you want to know something?" He leaps into the air, wrapping her limbs in tight chains while he keeps talking. I haven't known her long, but she is the only reason I finally accepted who I really am. He keeps going. She is the one who keeps me calm. With her around, all that anxiety just disappears. The fake Sue is tied up tight, totally confused why he is rambling about some girl he is crushing on. What the hell are you talking about? He starts the torture, firing a swarm of daggers that shred her skin. She is screaming in pure shock. Since when did Jiang Ping get this strong? He just takes a slow, steady step toward her. To me, she is more than a childhood friend. She is the most important person in my entire life. He drives a blade deep into her flesh, making her howl. Stop! Stop it! He ignores the monster's pleas. Su Jingjiao just wanted to live out her dreams, and you ruined it. He brings the blade down in a rage, sending a fresh wave of monster blood spraying everywhere. Why did you have to hurt her? Deep purple blood, definitely not human, starts pooling all over the ground. She is shaking but still tries to look tough. So it was all for her? Too bad. You are never going to find out. She keeps talking trash, rubbing salt in his wounds. Even facing death, she looks absolutely pathetic and desperate. His blood boils at her words. Without a second thought, he just starts hacking away at her. That monster's scream is ear-piercing. It's twitching in agony, barely clinging to life. It wheezes out a painful plea, just kill me. End my misery right now. It morphs into Tu Jingjiao's face to calm him down. Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping hates the sight. He rips off the mask, terrifying the beast. Stop it. He's had enough revenge and unsheathes the massive sword from his back. Jiang Ping scowls, glaring at the freak. I'm gonna end you. He hacks it into pieces, leaving absolutely nothing left of the creature. You're just a smelly fox. Finally, he got payback for his childhood sweetheart. Revenge never tasted so sweet. Jiang Ping gently cups Tu Jingjiao's face with both hands. Thought it was over? Nope. Luo Shiyu sniffs him out and lunges. Didn't expect you to take down Moon 26 alone. You've seriously leveled up. He hears that voice and spins around. She calls his name, Jiang Ping. Luo Shiyu stands there with her arms crossed, judging him like a queen. Can't believe you showed your face again. You got a death wish? Jiang Ping stands tall, staring her down. He wonders how she knew he was unprepared. He keeps spamming the system scan command, but it fails every single time. He tries to scan her repeatedly with no luck. She sees him struggling and scoffs. You're already dead, kid. Stop trying to fight the inevitable. Luo Shiyu shows her true, ugly self. Fine then. I'm going all out against you. I'll make sure you know exactly why you're dying. Finally, his system scan works. Her stat window pops up right in front of his eyes. It's a mutant beast, the prince of moon foxes. Species, mutant fox. Main talent, perception, distortion. It can warp a target's mind, making them totally blind to anything weird. As an adult phantom foxtail king, it gets even crazier. Its tail can transform at will with special abilities. The scale and power of these forms depend entirely on its current level. Luo Shiyu whips her tail around, launching a sneak attack at Jiang Ping's back. But he instantly activates Mist Body, creating a shield that stops the hit. The impact shreds 2/10 of his barrier, sending a massive shockwave back. Jiang Ping draws his weapon to unleash a counterattack. He grips his weapon tight, blocking her strike. Then he screams the weapon's name like a high-stakes gambler shouting a winning hand. Giant, scythe. Momentum blasts Jiang Ping backward. He's shocked he couldn't even tank one hit. Is my Mist Body really this weak against her? Zhang Ping drops to one knee, studying her moves. The scan showed her tail as her main weapon. He turns into liquid to slip through her barrage. Pure water body lets him dodge physical damage, so her regular strikes aren't doing squat to him right now. Luo Shiyu sees his bag of tricks and lets out a surprised wow. Looks like you've got more than one talent up your sleeve. She's obviously got ways to deal with him though. Don't think you're getting away. Suddenly, her tail glows light blue and Zhang Ping starts to lose his cool. Oh crap. She sees his panic and sneers. No matter how many fancy powers you have, you can't close the massive gap between our levels. Her tail starts taking control over his liquid body. Zhang Ping watches his hand freeze up. He's freaking out. She drops her tail temperature to absolute 0, turning his water body into ice. Luo Shiyu just casually chats with him. Honestly, there's one thing I'm really curious about. Her face goes dark, giving off a terrifyingly heavy vibe. Even someone like Sidu Shibai couldn't see through the king's illusions. So, how the hell did you manage it? Zhang Ping stays dead silent. He's not stupid enough to tell her anything. He thinks to himself that even if he can't use 2 talents at once, Luo Shiyu lands on the ground. She notices the ground glowing beneath her but stays weirdly calm. Is that a red gem? The second she lands, Zhang Ping triggers his trap. His weapon pact makes up for his limits. The Flame Eater pact allows him to temporarily compress massive attack power into a single gemstone. Then all that internal energy explodes in one massive burst the moment the gem is destroyed. His attack kicks up a thick cloud of smoke that lingers long after the skill fades away. Luo Shiyu pulls back her tail, giving him a cold, judgmental look. Cheap tricks. She turns around, staring at him with total confusion. It actually helped you break free, though. Why aren't you planning to keep this fight going? Yeah. Zhang Ping shrugs and answers her bluntly. On my own, there's no way I'm getting out of this trap alive. His eyes light up, looking right behind her. That's why I called for backup. Right on cue, a shout echoes from way off in the distance. Wang Feng, Lai Xian, and Bai Dai rush in to help Zhang Ping. Wang asks him urgently, "Did Dr. Chen Weihua say you were in trouble? What's going on here?" Bai Di asks while panting and running right behind him. Everyone else got out, so it's just you left. Luo Shiyu sees his allies and starts calculating. Feng Laixian, did that explosion draw them here? Turns out you're all in Zhang Ping's squad. While they're busy talking, she sneakily swings her tail to strike. If you won't let me use you, then just go ahead and drop dead. Her tail lashed out like a whip, and Truong Bin shoved Vuong aside. Seeing the nasty gash on his back, the old man started to panic. Little brother, look at your back. Truong Bin collapsed but shrugged off the pain, telling them to ignore his back. That woman is actually a fox spirit, he warned. Vuong Feng Lai Tian just smirked, shifting into a lethal fighting stance. So that is how it is. A real pain in the neck. Bok Duke, take good care of your student. Bok Duke scanned Lok Thivu from head to toe. He could not believe it. This is the heavenly fox? But her form seemed so clear. Suddenly, Truong Bin morphed into a slime and lunged at Bok Duke like a character from a manga, giving the old guy a heart attack. You brat, what on earth do you think you are doing? Truong Bin snapped back with a sharp voice. Chill out, Instructor Bok Duke. I am definitely not here to hurt you. Truong Bin activated his pureblood form, sharing his vision to focus them on Lok Thivu. Now look at her real shape. Bok Duke was absolutely terrified seeing a monster uglier than a nightmare. Oh my god, what is that? Lak Thivu lashed her tail again. Truong Bin screamed. Watch your stomach, Lord Feng. Vuong Feng Lai Tian heard the warning and jumped. Got it. Seeing her tail slice the building like grass, he was shocked. That power is insane, Truong Bin coached Bok Duke. Officer Bok, open your left hand. Palm facing up. Bok Duke followed orders and asked, like this? Truong Bin dropped some red slime into his hand. Find a way to make the headmaster eat this. Bok Duke smirked. I get it. I have a plan. He threw the slime hard toward Vuong Feng Lai Tian. Feng Lai, catch this. The secret code was to swallow it now because it is good stuff. Vuong Feng Lai Tian turned and caught it like a good boy. He swallowed it instantly. Once it hit his stomach, he could finally see the true form of Lak Thivu. Suck it, I can finally see you. Vuong Feng Lai Tian dodged her attack with 0 effort. Bok Duke did not just stand there, he powered up. We are coming to help. Vuong Feng Lai Tian roared in a total rage. You piece of trash, pay for my students' lives with your own. He screamed, activating his immortal fire form. Bok Duke stood tall, manifesting his true state as a massive, battle-crazed berserker lion form. Truong Bin whispered softly, Headmaster, you just swallowed a mouthful of my actual blood. It lets you see her true form for now, but the effect only lasts for a very short time. Vuong Feng Lai Tian eyes burned. That is plenty. Both of them lunged forward, launching a combined attack against Lok Thivu. She was overwhelmed and froze, looking at them in total shock. Why? Seeing her own attacks getting predicted made her furious. How can they see through my illusions now? Is that Brat Troom Bin behind all of this annoying trickery? She pulled her tail back in a rage. This is a total buzzkill. She bared her teeth as her eyes glowed red. Screw it. Whatever he did, she unleashed a swarm of giant foxtails. Time to just wreck everyone. Lac Thivu looked back and called her henchman. Moonshadow, get to work. A long, spindly hand reached out from the pitch-black darkness, and a fox emerged from her shadow. As you wish, Your Highness, it whispered. Vuong Feng Lai Tian leaned in and whispered to his friend. Heads up. I can feel that the shadow fox appearing right now is incredibly powerful. Trong Bin felt the threat too. This was no hallucination. He sensed the danger coming. How could that fox hide in the shadows without anyone noticing a single thing until now? He sighed in total frustration. Dang it, I cannot use my appraisal skill in this pureblood state. Truong Bin finally popped out of Bokduk body. Headmaster, these are the last few snake scales left on my body. He looked at him doubtfully. Even in my sun form, it will be hard to beat them. Truong Bin handed over the scales and cheered him on. Do not worry, I promise we will all make it out of Min Chao City alive. You two just need to work hard and buy me a little time. Vuong Feng Lai Tian listened and popped the scales into his mouth, chewing them up like they were crunchy snacks. His body temperature spiked to 4,000 degrees as his physical stats and energy levels hit the roof. He was ready. His strength and speed soared. Vuong Feng Lai Tian trusted him completely. We are putting our lives in your hands. The fox did not wait. It lunged to kill someone. It targeted Bokduk first. You are the first to go. Bokduk could not dodge, so he raised his arms to block the hit. Then he lunged back at the fox. Both of them slashed at each other with claws. Bokduk took a hit to the chest, leaving 2 deep scratches. That fox digs its claws in to keep from flying off. Truong Bin sees his instructor is bleeding and jumps in. Hang on, instructor. Let me patch you up. Turns out this fox can strike from your own shadow. Old man Bokduk stays still, letting the kid heal him. Over at the other fight, Vuong Feng dodges a tail swipe aimed right for his throat. Close call, old man. He knocks the tail away, brain spinning for a new move. Getting pinned like this is definitely not the vibe. Vuong Feng screams at old Bok to use strategy 3. That means focus all attention on the enemy first, then unleash the divine power to finish them. Copy that, Bokduk shouts back. He floors the gas, taking on a pack of foxes while talking trash. That's all you got? You call that a killing blow? It barely even tickles. Nice speed, but you hit like a baby. The fox is losing its mind over the yapping. Shut up! It drops low and drives its claws straight into his gut. A nasty hit. He freezes up and coughs a mouthful of blood. Bokduk grabs the fox's head. He took that hit on purpose. Gotcha now, you punk. He prepares to launch the beast. He yeets the fox toward Vuong Feng. Heads up, boss. Vuong Feng looks over, and boom, he gets smacked by another tail. The fox she just let go comes flying back at her. She looks down, totally stunned. Vuong Feng triggers his Beast King ultimate move on both of them. A massive explosion rips through the night air. Truong Bin jumps off Bokduk's back. He hands them both the soul contract gems, which are already loaded with fat storage tech. Listen up, take these right now, and whatever happens next, you must hold on tight. He grips the green jewel, ready to pull back the power. Both old guys shout, "We got it!" He launches all 3 of them into the sky instantly. The 2 old men can't even process what's happening before they're flying through the air, screaming in terror. Bokduk almost has a heart attack and whacks Truong Bin on the head. Hey kid, a little warning next time? I wasn't ready. But Vuong Feng? He's actually loving the adrenaline rush. Bokduk looks down. They're safe. They made it out, but Truong Bin looks absolutely wrecked. He coughs up blood, feeling totally drained. Using that pureblood healing skill just burned through all his energy and he can barely stand. He pulls out a red gem to guide them back to the base. Then he just falls, leaving the 2 old men in a total panic. Crazy kid. Meanwhile, in the lost forest outside Minchao City, it's pitch black and creeping toward midnight. Truong Bin lies perfectly still on the forest floor. He's actually passed out and hasn't woken up yet. A falling leaf slaps him right in the face, and he finally blinks his eyes open, waking up in a total daze. He looks up at the pitch-black sky while the wind whistles through the trees. He groggily sits up, still half asleep. I'm actually still alive. He brushes the leaf away as his bracelet starts glowing. Finally, you're awake, kid. Captain Si-Du explains the situation. You were hurt bad and unconscious for ages. Every single muscle in his body starts screaming. Man, this hurts so bad. The old man looks at the kid's wounds. I did everything I could to stop the bleeding, but I'm at my absolute limit now. I'm so sorry, but I really need to crash for a while. Truong Bin shifts his battered body. Captain, don't even worry about it. Without you, I'd be toast. Get some rest. I need to get a hold of headquarters now. He grabs the radio. This is Truong Bin calling HQ. Anyone there? Do you copy? Only the sound of the wind. He looks around, helpless. Looks like I'm on my own. He crawls into a cave like a hermit hiding after a bad loss. Once inside, he manages to start a small fire and begins carefully wrapping his bloody wounds. Being a pureblood means he can heal others, but never himself. Guess the doctor can't cure his own pain. He tightens the bandages. He's out of attack power. If a monster shows up now, he's basically dead meat. Luckily, this cave seems safe enough for now. He decides to stay for a while. The system screen shows he only has 2 out of 300 fire charges and over 100 misstitches left. Truong Bin is so lost in his thoughts that he accidentally drops something without even noticing it. This forest is a total maze. Even by tomorrow morning, it'll be impossible to find a way out in this condition. I just have to hope my team finds me fast. He looks down at what fell. It's the hairpin from Tu Tin Jiao. Looking at her memento, his mind can't help but replay the nightmare of killing that monster that wore her face. The memory stings like salt. He grips the hairpin tight. Everything is over, and she's avenged. So why doesn't it feel good? Bin smashes the ground, losing it. All that talk about doing it for her? Turned out it was just his own twisted obsession. He lifts a bloody, shredded hand, knuckles totally wrecked. Man, he kept preaching about justice while low-key thirsty for that fame and secular power. Bin grits his teeth, honestly having no clue what he is doing anymore. So what if he gets revenge? Dead is dead. You cannot bring them back, even if some legendary doctor from the history books showed up. He freezes for a second. Wait, can I actually bring Jingjiao back? Something finally clicks in his head. Back then, I used my pure blood to heal Sister Tuong, literally regrowing her severed arm from nothing. According to old man Tran Min, that new arm was in perfect shape. Her body did not reject it at all. Honestly, it looked just like her old arm. Plus, when I jumped into Master Fuang's body, I replaced his airway just to keep him breathing. If my theory holds up, I might actually be able to bring Jingjiao back to life. With a spark of hope, he carefully lays her face skin on the ground. Bin focuses all his energy into 2 fingers, sweating. Usually, the pure blood ability only works on specific targets for healing. But now, all that is left of Jingjiao is a layer of skin. Will it even work? Pure blood kicks in. His blood starts dripping down onto the mask, followed by a thick, glowing pile of biological sludge. Bin goes pale as a ghost, but he is freaking stoked. He is beyond exhausted, but it is actually working. He sits there, performing this wild ritual to summon her back, blasting every bit of his energy at max power to rebuild her. Streams of blood start weaving golden circuits together, forming a glowing mesh. Slowly, a real-life Jingjiao starts to take shape, but her arms look all twisted and super skinny. It is totally freaky and sends him into a panic. What is going on? Bin frowns, staring hard at her hands. Is it because I am hurt that I cannot rebuild her body right? He does not quit, he just gets even more fired up. No way, I am not giving up now. Bin gets stubborn as hell, doubling down on his decision with everything he has got. Even if I burn through every last bit of my energy, I am not losing you a second time. Master Fuang and Bok Duke finally made it to the drop zone, thanks to Bin's help. Master Fuang feels something is off. He tells his buddy things are looking sketchy. Get ready for impact. Duke is like, copy that, boss. The second Master Fuang free falls, Bok Duke dives right after him. Both of them go plummeting straight into the dense forest. Master Fuang sticks the landing first. Duke lands next, dusting off his jacket while complaining like a total diva. Seriously, why is that kid so unreliable? Tran Min steps up to greet them. You two must be the legendary Master Fuang and Master Bok Duke, right? We have been waiting here for quite a while. In the back, Hu Trung is low-key packing up and recalling his fat. As soon as it hits his body, he poofs back into a squishy ball. Trung gives a nervous laugh. Honestly, when I got the message from Bin, I pulled my fat back so fast I totally forgot about your landing. He rubs his cheeks, awkward as hell, and apologizes for scaring the masters like that. Master Fuang cracks up and claps Trung on the shoulder. A little drop won't scare us, kid. But anyone else? They would be toast for sure. You still got a lot to learn, kid. He feels way more relieved now. For sure, for sure. Lu Tutu looks around, worried because Bin is nowhere to be seen. Where is Bin? Didn't he come back with you guys? Duke shuts his eyes and turns away. I was just about to tell you, here is the deal. Then Duke breaks it down for everyone about how Bin fell into the deep jungle. He explains. The terrain here is a nightmare. People who go in usually never come out. That is why they call it the Lost Forest. Neither of us has any sense of direction. If we had just jumped into that massive jungle after Bin, we probably wouldn't have survived it either. Tran Min rubs his chin. thinking it over. The Purge team badges have built-in tracking functions. We can find our way back any time once we are inside the woods. Lu Tutu does not hesitate. I am going. Master Fuang wants in too. Count me in, he says, completely ignoring the fact that he is actually hurt. It is on me too. Duke, you go get patched up first. Duke is still acting dazed, but Master Fuang calms him down. Don't sweat it. My wounds are already starting to heal up on their own. It is just a bit slower than during the day. The monsters in this forest cannot touch me. Tran Min starts barking out orders. All right, Tutu, Master Fuang, and I will go find and rescue Bin. Hu Trung, you take Bok Duke back to the base. Hu Trung points at himself, confused. Me? Awesome. Then he catches himself and shakes his head fast. Wait, that is not right. Truong Hu Trung snaps a sharp military salute, promising to crush the mission. Tran Min pushes up his glasses, looking satisfied. Perfect. Next morning, and Truong Bin is gasping for air. He is literally dragging Tu Tinjiao back from the dead, even though he is about to pass out from exhaustion. Not yet. Almost there. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You have now fully mastered the body's complex structure and its circulation rules. Your basic bloodline has officially upgraded to the intermediate pure blood level. Current growth value is at 4 stars. He smirks, feeling the success rate jump. That skill level up was clutch. This time, it is definitely going down. A thin mist smacks Truong Bin right in the face, making him squint so hard he cannot even see. It actually worked! Truong Bin snaps his eyes open, tears streaming down his face. Thanks to his insane persistence, Tu Tinjiao literally smashes through the coffin lid and comes back from the dead. She flashes a bright smile and waves at him. Long time no see, Truong Bin. He just stands there like a statue, unable to believe what he is seeing. He stammers her name out, Tu Tinjiao. Finally satisfied, his eyes flutter shut and he just collapses. Thank God. She screams his name in a total panic, Truong Bin, and lunges forward to catch him in her arms. You okay? He is totally drained, leaning his weight against her. I am fine. Just beat. Tu Tinjiao quickly pulls him down, letting him rest his head on her lap. I mean, can she put some clothes on? Showing off that much skin in front of people is basically a crime against humanity. Only Truong Bin, ever the Boy Scout, has zero dirty thoughts about the situation. She teases him softly. You are still as reckless as ever. Truong Bin just beams at her, his eyes crinkling into happy little crescent moons. If I was not reckless, we would not be here today. He is low-key celebrating the fact that he swallowed that gemstone back then. Tu Tinjiao giggles, I know you have been working your tail off. She starts telling him everything she has watched him go through, even when the school ignored him, and even though he kept saying he would just go be a farmer. No matter how impossible the enemies seemed, he never once stopped pushing forward toward his goal. She strokes his messy hair, looking at the man he has become and the amazing teammates he has gathered along the way. From the bottom of my heart, I am just so happy. You really need to cherish them. When Truong Bin does not answer, she does not bother waking him. You are exhausted, are you not? You have done amazing. Just sleep now. A single tear rolls down her face and lands on his cheek. Tu Tinjiao starts sobbing, looking at him with total heartbreak. Her voice shakes. I want to keep going with you so bad. She brushes the tears away, trying to keep it together. But it is too late. Her soul energy is completely tapped out. She wipes a stray tear from his face. But honestly, if it is you we are talking about, I know you will find me again in the future, right? She starts fading into thin air. Their beautiful reunion was nothing but a short, fleeting dream. I hope I can still remember you when that day comes. And with that, her last words are gone. Tu Tinjiao drifts away on a warm breeze, leaving Truong Bin all alone in the wasteland. Goodbye, Truong Bin. She vanishes completely, leaving their future together as one big question mark. We can only hope that once Truong Bin levels up, he will find her soul in her next life. Darkness swallows the ruins where Truong Bin is staying. He suddenly bolts upright, eyes wide, and screams her name, Tu Tinjiao. He whips his head around only to see her lying completely still on the ground. Before he can even process it, he lets out a sigh of relief. He shakes her shoulder gently. Wake up. You will catch a cold sleeping like that. He rolls her over and jumps back in horror. Her eyes are open but totally soulless. Truong Bin panics, shouting about how cold she feels. His hand shakes as he checks her breathing. He is completely paralyzed by fear. There is no pulse, no breath, nothing. Truong Bin clenches his fists as power surges through him, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Are you kidding me? He pumps massive amounts of energy into her body, but she will not move. He starts screaming like a madman. You were just talking to me. But she does not give him even a tiny bit of reaction. Finally, he just sits there in silence, staring at her and whispering. I heard her voice clearly before. This could not have been just a hallucination. I know it was real. She mentioned something about soul energy. He sits there lost in thought, totally unaware that a monster foot is creeping up behind him. Did the resurrection fail because her soul was not actually there? He hangs his head, accepting it. Fine. If bringing someone back to life was that easy, it would be pretty weird anyway. If she was forced back, would it even be her? But like she said, as long as I find her soul, there is still a chance. Suddenly, he spots a massive ant stumbling past him, looking totally out of it. A mutated beast, Truong Bin thinks, as the thing passes out. Nearby, flames flicker against the rocks as a whole swarm of giant ants starts crawling in. Truong Bin just watches the ant. When its eyes pop open, he actually asks, "You awake, buddy?" The thing just makes a weird noise back at him. He opens his palm, sliding a small crumb toward the ant. "You look totally beat, little guy, famished, aren't you?" Trong Bin watches it munching happily on the scrap. "You didn't take a bite out of me while I was knocked out. Whatever the reason, I won't just leave you hanging." The ant stops eating mid-bite, freezing before it suddenly jerks its tiny head toward the distance. He sees it scuttling around where Tu Ting Jiao was just lying. He mutters to himself. Wondering where she went, he raises his arm, looking back behind him. She is sound asleep in a quiet spot right now, resting deep inside the bracelet's pocket dimension. He stares at the tiny ant. "You look brand new to this world. Probably have zero clue what death even is, right?" Bin watches it push the food back. "Wait, is this for me?" His eyes soften as he watches it. Never thought he would meet a mutated beast this friendly. He remembers resting his head onto Tin Jiao's lap. He wonders, are you telling me to value the present? Makes sense. Being a total wreck won't change the past or what already happened. He turns his head back toward the ant. "By the way, I have no clue what species you are." He whispers, "Appraise." A chime rings out. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast status screen. The mobile fortress ant. Queen of the mutated ant race. 8-star potential. Level 1 beginner beast. Special talent. The Iron Fortress. Its body is insanely hard. The bigger it gets, the higher the defense. Size will increase along with its level. The abdomen contains a storage chamber. The space expands as it grows. He shouts in shock, "A king tier talent!" Another notification pops up. The Queen's Majesty allows for asexual reproduction once it is fully matured, spawning mutated ants inside its storage space to control an entire army. Possesses a powerful fear aura against other ant tribes. The intimidation factor scales with its size. He smirks. Who knew this tiny runt actually had king tier potential? Escaped the Moon King, and now I run into another royal? Must be destiny or something. He spots a massive, swarming black mass of ants heading their way. "Wait, what the hell is that?" He mutters to himself. Appraise. Instantly, the status screen flashes in his vision. Appraisal successful. This is the status window for the Black Mountain worker ant. Mutated ant race. 1-star potential. Level 5 beginner mutated beast. Talent. The Black Mountain Legion. Sharp spikes on their shells provide incredibly high defense. Powerful corrosive acid. The colony shares data to march as a single unit. He gasps, "Mutated ants!" Ben looks at the ant beside him and grins. "Hey kid, your squad is here to pick you up." He reaches toward the trembling ant and asks with concern, "What is wrong with you?" He lifts it up and looks at the swarm. Is that just a long black line of ants crawling into the cave? Meanwhile, Ben turns into pure water and flows away. His upper body shifts back to normal. He rests his chin on his hand and yells, "Looks like you are not exactly Mr. Popular, are you? Don't tell me they gave you those nasty wounds." Suddenly, the passing swarm tilts their heads, glowing red eyes locked onto them. Ben grabs the ant and bolts away from the pack. "Crap, we've been spotted. Run," he thinks. This queen's royal talent is supposed to terrify the swarm to maintain order and colony safety. He clutches the ant tight and leaps. But since it is low level, did they take it as a challenge instead? Ben looks at the weak ant in his hand. "Kid, guess that royal talent of yours still needs a lot of work." A massive brown bear stands right in front of him. He looks back, thinking, "Need a way to stall these bugs." He smirks, reaching out to touch the big bear's back and yells, "Got it." While the bear roars in absolute fury at being woken up, Ben has already safely leaped far ahead. The furious bear screams at the ant swarm. He thinks they should be safe now. Suddenly, Ben sees something. His eyes go wide as the bear is reduced to a pile of white bones in a heartbeat. He yells, "Holy crap, are these even ants?" Startled birds scatter from the forest canopy, soaring high into the sky. Ben leaps onto a high branch and looks back. Luckily, these pests cannot fly, so staying up high in the canopy gives him a clear advantage. He watches ancient trees topple one by one behind him. Damn, this chase is getting intense. They are just bulldozing every single tree in their path. He lands on a massive ancient branch, gripping the trunk to stay steady. Wait, more noise? What now? Is this an earthquake? Bin stares in horror, his jaw dropping as he curses. Holy crap! A colossal tree, way bigger than anything he has ever seen, looms ahead. He gasps in awe. What is this junk? The trunk lifts a leg toward the ants and growls. Where did you bugs crawl from? He slams the ground and barks, how dare you wake me from my nap? The ants don't back down, swarming his legs. Massive green energy roots strike down, impaling the giant insects. But those vines quickly wrap around his own wooden limbs. A shockwave blasts the ants away. Nearby, Truong Bin stares, thinking, wait, this tree actually talks? So plants can mutate and evolve just like monsters now? Luckily, he cleared those Black Mountain ants. This is my chance to ghost this place. He swings his hand, activating his movement skill. Just as he bolts, dozens of vines wrap his waist. A voice booms. Hold up. Human. His eyes glow blood red as he shouts, don't leave so fast. Bin panics. Was my stealth blown? Bin stares back, realizing even his nightwalk skill failed. This tree guy is high level. He yells, identify. The system pings. Identification failed. Scan failed. The tree chuckles and says, relax, little buddy. Don't be so nervous. Suddenly, the system pings success. Subject identified as Ye Chang Chun. Race. Human. Status. The Silent One. Level 35 top-tier awakened talent. 0 stamina, 0 growth. Skill. Super plant mutation. Can transform into a living tree. He evolves with age and gains plant powers. He says, I only saw you after those ants woke me. Bin wonders about the Silent One tag. The tree man continues talking, saying, I haven't seen a living soul in forever, so I got a bit overexcited. He recalls the other fallen ones he met before. Those guys were all total freaks, so why does this old man look so confused and lost? This tree guy actually seems pretty chill, right? Bin scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. Oh, so that's how it is? Inside, he is calculating his next move. Since there is no way for me to escape right now, chatting with this tree guy shouldn't do any harm, right? Ye Changchun squats down and asks, where are you from, kid? Bin replies, Mingzhou City. He lets out a loud laugh. No way! I'm from Mingzhou City too! He rubs his chin, thinking. But honestly, I can't remember anything else. Maybe I'm just too old. Bin asks. You can't remember? Elder Ye, can I ask you something bold? Do you know you're a silent one? He frowns and repeats. A silent one? What even is that? He jumps and points at Bin. Wait, how do you know my name? Bin stammers. To be honest, I know a bit of identification magic. When I scanned you just now, the name Ye Changchun popped up on my screen. His bracelet pops open. Bin thinks, is the captain awake? C2 shouts, Ye Changchun, your Uncle Ye. Bin looks at the bracelet. Captain, are you finally awake? The old man's voice replies, yeah, I woke up while you two were yapping. Yi Changchun is shocked. This guy lives inside a bracelet? That's wild. You seem to know me from your tone. Can you please tell me about who I used to be? A golden light wraps Bin's arm as the old man starts the story. We formed a resistance army back then to take down the Zhou family's tyranny. You were a powerhouse and a master of disguise. You went undercover as a Zhou spy. During a deep cover mission, the Zhou family caught you, and you disappeared. Never thought I'd find you here. The tree shrugs. Resistance army? Sounds cool, but I've got nothing. C2's spirit emerges behind Bin. Trong Bin, I need a favor. He stands straight, watching the tree man play with birds, and explains that being fallen is basically just a total loss of mental direction. Just look at Mr. Yi here. He has been living in this tree form for way too many years. His mind slowly adapted to it until he started seeing it as his normal everyday life. His old human memories started to fade away. This state even made him subconsciously forget the person he used to be a long time ago.